Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 6. The giant Joris had become was a faceless iron man with a brass metallic sheen. It had no obvious muscles, only a humanoid shape. And it was nowhere near as large as Dipper 1, barely reaching the demon's legs. Compared to Dipper 1, it looked like a child. Mayor Joris was probably going there just to take a beating and buy time. Even so, being able to fight a great demon alone was already extraordinary, especially one like Dipper 1, which went mad with violence the moment battle began. The brass giant charged forward. After closing it, it did not recklessly attack head-on, instead relying on its relatively greater agility to dodge and strike at the same time. At this moment, 4 of the 5 great demons expected to prey on Betelgeuse had already shown themselves. Only the strangest, cleverest, and perhaps most cautious of them all, Ghost 3, remained hidden without revealing its malice. But Xia Li knew that thing was definitely here. Ghost 3 might have arrived long ago. It might even have been the first to come, but its intelligence meant it would never choose to attack first. Xia Li silently turned and walked to the black coffin standing in the middle of the room. The carrying straps had already been fastened onto it. He lightly patted the coffin, as if greeting the one inside. Then a communication came through his heaven chip. An abnormally massive collective consciousness signature has been detected to the southeast. It's here. Director Kayla was warning him that Ghost 3 was about to move. Xia Li immediately hoisted the black coffin onto his back and stepped out onto the balcony. Beneath the storm clouds, amid the towering waves, black tentacles with the texture of stone rose from the sea like towering spires. Just looking at them made Xia Li feel dizzy and faint, let alone everyone else engaged in the battle. Xia Li stepped into the air and rose on the wind. Once he flew out through the reserved opening in the energy barrier, he immediately felt rain beating against his face. A strange fear bloomed from the depths of his soul, one he could not even explain. He wanted to run. He wanted to leave this place. He was panicking. Xia Li closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Then he nudged the coffin lid open just a crack with his fingers. The strange feeling immediately faded. Xia Li landed on the surface of the sea and looked back over his shoulder at Zunhai City behind him. People stood at the windows of those high-rises. They were Zunhai City's residents. And through their eyes this battle was being broadcast live to every other city on Earth. An authorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Sister, Chihaya, and my younger sister, whom I haven't seen in so long. Are you watching? What about all the others who knew him? Were they watching too? This was not Xia Li's first time standing before the public, but the first time. He had been a clown. He had not even managed to say much. Who did not want to become famous while young? Who did not want the whole world watching? What he hated was being watched as a performer. He would never reject being admired as a warrior. If only his friends from 500 years ago were still here. If only his relatives were still here. If only his parents were still here. I have grown up. Witness me now. Heavy mass convergence. Spiritual energy phase shift. Xia Li lowered his stance and clenched his fist, staring at the twisted pillars of tentacles before him. That was the old terror of the unknown. Telekinesis was a very interesting power. It could directly produce many kinds of material phenomena, and it could also work backward to interfere with those phenomena themselves. That was why it could nullify or deflect Dao arts. But it could not nullify the most fundamental forces in the universe. Super heavy punch. Xia Li threw a punch. Dense golden mist scattered from before his fist, then formed an immensely heavy mass of chi that smashed into the tentacles. Telekinesis could not nullify a heavy punch. It could not deflect a heavy punch. At most, it could only reduce some of its force. Even so, Xia Li's punch still carried the power to split the sea. Along the path of that roaring punch light, the ocean was cleaved in two, exposing Ghost 3's black, twisted body beneath the surface. The tentacles Ghost 3 had raised above the water were blasted apart and sent flying. Compared to the other great demons, Ghost 3's body was far more fragile. After all, it was still only a soft-bodied cephalopod. A low-frequency shriek that made the mind swell with pain rose from beneath the sea. Suspicious fluorescent purple blood spread over the water. Xia Li stepped into the air again and vaulted directly above Ghost 3. Super heavy state. Xia Li crashed into the sea like a meteor, raising a tsunami that rolled outward in every direction. He intended to pursue Ghost 3. It was different from the other great demons. Humanity might still be able to coexist with the others. It was only kill or be killed. So, he had to seize this chance and annihilate it. Xia Li sank at extreme speed, and Ghost 3 sank no less quickly. It chose to retreat for the moment, perhaps shocked that humanity still possessed an individual like Xia Li, but it would absolutely come back. And the next time it did, it might already have found a way to deal with him. So Xia Li would not let it go. He would do everything in his power to destroy it in this first clash. There was no light in the sea. Undersea currents raged through the depths. The battle against Rooftop 1 was even spilling over to Xia Li's side. But at this moment, Xia Li was heavy enough that the currents could not deflect his descent in the slightest. Only when the heaven chip warned him that he was about to hit bottom did Xia Li phase shift his heavy mass spiritual energy and release the added weight before landing on the seafloor. Current depth, 4,023 meters. More than 4,000 meters below the sea. On the floor of the Pacific, the pressure of the deep sea was immense, but it could not affect Xia Li. With Aurelia on his back, a weapon that cut both ways, he also could not release divine thought through telekinesis to probe the surroundings. Unable to see, he could only hear the surging currents produced by massive things swimming around him. Very soon, many tentacles reached out to seize his limbs. Xia Li simply flexed his body in response. Heavy mass spiritual energy coursing through him. Ghost 3 was clever as well. It did not keep clinging while Xia Li exerted force, seemingly intending to use softness to wear down hardness. But then Xia Li's right arm suddenly erupted with fierce electric current in the deep sea, piercing and burning away the tentacles wrapped around it. The lightning also illuminated the ocean floor. In the distance, a massive eye, its pupil curved like a wicked grin, stared fixedly at him. Low-frequency noise rang out inside Xia Li's mind and gradually formed a rhythm. Submit. Symbiosis. Evolution. Ghost 3 had initiated contact, and the sharp, high-pitched noise twisted Xia Li's cognition like demonic sound. But the heaven chip was actively outputting corrections. However much Ghost 3 altered, the chip immediately corrected it. Once decoded by his biological brain, the information became cognition at the soul level, keeping Xia Li from losing himself. Xia Li opened his mouth. A dim golden glow lit up at the tip of his tongue on the ocean floor. With the slightest flick, a strand of gold cut across the darkness below the sea and struck Ghost 3 dead on. The tentacles binding Xia Li immediately recoiled. Fluorescent purple blood diffused through the deep. Xia Li lit up the darkness ahead with his prosthetics and discovered Ghost 3 had already vanished. It had escaped again. The moment the brainwashing failed, it ran. This time, Ghost 3 might already have grasped the defensive characteristics of the heaven chip. The next time it tried to brainwash him, there was a chance it could break through the chip's safeguards. Troublesome. Extremely troublesome. It would not engage in a prolonged fight. It would not linger. Xia Li had not even gotten a chance to close in, open the black coffin, and release Aurelia. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. More than 4,000 meters beneath the sea, after Ghost 3 fled, Xia Li had no choice but to ascend again and reconsider his next move. According to the Telekinesis Society's plan, Ghost 3 should not have chosen to run even when facing him alone. Caution was not the same thing as cowardice, yet in reality, Ghost 3 had run anyway. Xia Li did not find that strange at all. Perhaps it was because he had encountered enemies like this before. In nature, even a lion went all out to catch a rabbit. Getting injured in the wild was always a major risk. The smarter the predator, the more it tried to avoid being wounded. Creatures like Spica, Dipper 1, and Rooftop 1 were not so reckless merely because they did not fear injury. More importantly, they were still creatures shaped by a planetary environment, not individuals from a spacefaring civilization. Ghost 3 was the surviving remnant of a predatory civilization, crafty and vicious. It never allowed itself to fall behind. The moment events developed beyond its expectations, it would not risk the hunt. As he rose, Once Xia Li reached the depth range where marine life was most active, grotesque mutated sea creatures began closing in from all directions. Xia Li frowned slightly. He did not know much about modern marine ecology, but he understood one basic principle. Pack hunting usually happened only within the same species. A school of carnivorous fish was normal. A swarm made up of different species was not. Before long, those mutated creatures seemed to receive a command. They charged Xia Li all at once, rushing in to bite him, many of them venomous. Xia Li ignored them completely. He had body refinement cultivation. Surely he had not tempered himself all the way to the martial Jade Marrow realm for nothing. These little things could not even break his skin. He could afford to ignore them, and ignore Ghost 3's probing attack. It was obviously Ghost 3 controlling them from the shadows. Then, all at once, something seized his feet. A moment later, his hands and neck were caught as well. Ghost 3's tentacles. The mutated fish swarm had apparently only been meant to muddy the water and interfere with his detection. His right arm immediately discharged electricity, but this time it had no effect. By the light of the current, Xia Li saw that the tentacle gripping his prosthetic arm was clearly different from the others. It looked like some long, flattened fish, and it was absorbing the high-voltage discharge from his prosthetic. Ghost 3 had grown an electric eel-like tentacle specifically to counter him. Only then did Xia Li fully understand how terrifying Ghost 3 was. The thing likely contained some kind of biological gene library within its body, allowing it to change the traits of its tentacles according to circumstance. It had even devoured humans before. If it suddenly grew human hands down here in the deep sea, that would hardly be surprising. He needed to get out of the sea at once, with a thought. Azure flames burst from within his body and instantly boiled the surrounding seawater. Dense bubbles exploded into a temporary vacuum pocket, and Xia Li seized the chance to fire his thrusters underwater. His stellar golden core was gone, but he had not replaced his spirit core yet, and the spirit core still held some of the stellar golden core's power. Using it now was basically the stellar golden core's swan song. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. If he got caught again, Ghost 3's tentacles might be resistant to fire next time. That was new intel, an ability Ghost 3 had never displayed before. If Xia Li had known this earlier, he would never have risked diving into the sea to pursue it. To be safe, he also shifted his nascent soul into a lighter phase, making himself rise even faster. With both forms of power boosting him, Ghost 3 failed to catch up. Even so, Xia Li could feel those tentacles chasing right behind him like vengeful spirits that refused to let go. Ghost 3 had only counterattacked after he reached the seabed. That was probably part of its calculations all along. It had been a trap, meant to buy it more time to analyze him. Current depth, approximately 2,500 meters. Current depth, approximately 2,000 meters. Current depth, approximately 1,500 meters. Every 500 meters, the heaven chip promptly updated him on his depth. Xia Li also drew from his phase ring the glass blade he had taken from one of Astarte's anti-spiritual energy killers. It was his war trophy, forged from the matter found in the mechanical remains themselves, besides its anti-spiritual energy properties. It was also exceptionally sturdy and easy to use. Whenever a tentacle shot at him, Xia Li met it with a slash and cut it open. Every time Ghost 3 was wounded, glowing purple blood spilled out. Current depth, approximately 1,000 meters. Current depth, approximately 500 meters. By the time he rose to this depth, Ghost 3's tentacles were already coated in hard layers of black scales, enough to clash head-on with Xia Li's glass blade. In the end, though, Ghost 3 was still one step too slow. It failed to catch Xia Li and could only watch as he burst out of the sea and hovered in midair. The instant its tentacles breached the surface, they snapped back. It refused to linger above the water even for a moment and immediately sank back into the deep. Breathing hard, Xia Li stared at the sea below him. Ghost 3's earlier retreat had been a show of weakness, a trap meant to lure an enemy deeper in. What a viciously cunning creature. The immortal civilization really should have wiped them out more thoroughly. This thing was practically a cancer on the universe. If it ever evolved to the point where it could prey directly on energy, the stars themselves might one day go dark one after another. Ghost 3 absolutely could not be allowed to prey on Betelgeuse. If it did, It would complete its final evolution. Report. Ghost 3 escaped. Here's the course of the battle. And here are my conclusions. Xia Li immediately sent everything he knew to Zunhai City's command center. Ghost 3's changes had to be taken seriously. Spica could be as mindless as it liked, but it was still an Earth creature. Dipper 1 could be as battle-crazed as it liked, but it was still an Earth creature. Even Rooftop 1, no matter how intelligent it was still an Earth creature, even if the Alcyone residual fungus fully revived. All it would do was alter Earth's ecological structure. It would not destroy Earth's ecology, but Ghost 3 would. Received. Good work. Return to Zunhai City, get some rest, and await further instructions. After the communication ended, Xia Li flew higher and looked out across the distance. The driving wind and rain had already ceased. The great demon's first wave of attacks had been repelled, but there would absolutely be a second wave, and a third. Even moving at full speed, Zunhai City could not travel very fast, limited as it was by its own massive weight. No matter what, it still needed more than a month to reach New Tokyo. Half an hour later, in the third-floor conference room of Zunhai City Hall, Xia Li was the last to arrive, aside from Mayor Joris, who sat at the head of the table with obvious injuries. Almost everyone else looked unhurt, Xia Li included. But he understood that looking injured did not mean the battle had been easy. Now that everyone's here, I'll begin the post-battle summary. Overall, the basic situation remained within our expectations, and Ghost 3, just as projected, proved uncontrollable and difficult to predict. That means in the next phase of the battle, we need to guard against Ghost 3 making a move against the other great demons. The odds are high. Everyone, take a look. Xia Li had already submitted a battle report, along with a first-person recording of the fight. Joris had reviewed it in advance. He selected one segment and began playing it on the conference room's holographic screen. It was footage of Ghost 3's tentacle transformations. Then Joris pulled up a close-up image of Spica for comparison. The layered black scales covering Ghost 3's tentacles looked extremely similar to Spica's scales. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. The holographic footage playing in the conference room left many people visibly shaken. Spica, the first to arrive, had its spine smashed, and countless shattered scales had slid over the energy barrier and fallen into the sea. That meant Ghost 3 had already been lurking beneath the sea back then, and had already copied the structure of Spica's scales for its own use. That was terrifying, for any life form. The ability to evolve immediately after feeding was horrifying beyond measure. Ai of the demon race even rose to her feet, fear in her eyes. An outer realm demon. Ancient books excavated from the Kunlun ruins mentioned things like this. Ai then briefly explained what she knew of outer realm demons. Xia Li supplemented the information from the side and also released the combat records from his fight with Ghost 3 for reference. He had fought with the black coffin on his back, which had already sealed away Ghost 3's strongest mind-affecting telekinesis. Yet even so, Xia Li had failed to gain the slightest upper hand. No one present thought Xia Li weak. The fact that he had dared pursue Ghost 3 alone into the deep sea was enough to prove his courage and sense of responsibility. That alone made him an unquestionable powerhouse. Humanity knew about as little regarding Ghost 3 as it did about Antares and Sudalsud. Calling it a half-understanding was generous. Everyone, report your battle losses, including the great demons. After everyone finished hearing the information on Outer Realm demons, Xia Li was the first to break the silence. He needed to know just how much Ghost 3 might have quietly profited from the chaotic battle, and how many new abilities it might have gained. The great demons had gathered here to prey on Betelgeuse, and the struggle itself was enough to let Ghost 3 evolve yet again and emerge as the final winner. So from this moment on, Ghost 3 had become the top priority. We controlled our strikes against Spica fairly well, but part of its wing membrane was damaged and fell into the sea. Wei Nyanan reported that Spica's wing membrane had ended up in the sea. Both sides took damage in our battle against Rooftop 1. We demons have abundant chi and blood and recover quickly, so we usually don't pay much mind to injuries. Pieces of damaged tissue from our side all ended up in the sea. Ai reported an extremely high-risk situation. The demon race fighters and Rooftop One had battled fiercely in the sea without deliberately controlling their losses. If so, Ghost 3 would have gained a great many abilities from it. There was just too much Alcyon residual fungus, it was everywhere. We burned the sea with oil, but it was inevitable that some of it sank below. Zhang Xian felt it was already certain that Ghost 3 had acquired Alcyon 6's abilities. You all know what Dipper 1 is like. If you don't let it fight to its heart's content, it won't leave. My blood and its blood both went into the sea, Joris said with a deep sigh. Great demons that would ordinarily go out of their way to avoid one another and keep from fighting had gathered here and were battling for prey and evolution. While all the while some grotesque thing beneath the sea had been quietly preying on them instead. It was now all but certain that the next time Ghost 3 appeared, it would be far more terrifying than before. This was the first time it had exposed this trait, and that first reveal had already yielded more than enough results. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. It had lain silent only to startle the world with a single cry. While the mantis stalked the cicada, they were all waited behind. Humanity had never feared powerful demons. But if the enemy was an individual from another civilization, brimming with malice, then it would have to bear humanity's utmost malice in return. What if we abandon the marine ecosystem and use every destructive measure we have against Ghost 3? Ask the Sect Alliance Council's hidden expert to step in. Even if that exposes us to Ostart, it's still better than letting Ghost 3 succeed. I suggest turning back immediately and stabilizing Betelgeuse. Even if that carries the risk of Betelgeuse self-detonating, it's still better than letting Ghost 3 evolve. The mission's primary combat objective needs to change. Escorting Betelgeuse drops to second priority. Exterminating Ghost 3 matters more. Agreed. Inside the conference room, everyone's voices were unexpectedly unified. Everything Ghost 3 had displayed had shown humanity its true face. And from this point on, there could be no more restraint. Kill it. Kill it with everything they had. Assume the worst possible malice from it, and face it on that basis. Turning back probably isn't a good idea. Betelgeuse is in a crucial stage of its evolution. Letting it feed on the pollution in New Tokyo and Chuandu City benefits both it and us. Stopping now would cost too much. And once Betelgeuse completes its feathered ascension, it could become a powerful asset to humanity. Shuri spoke against turning back. What Ostart had dropped were dirty bombs, the cobalt kind. Purifying that contamination by human effort alone would take far too long and cost far too much. Letting Betelgeuse absorb it was the best strategy. Then does Yaling technology have a better practical solution for the current situation? Mayor Joris of Zunhai City looked toward Shuri. Yaling technology was one of the main factions advocating coexistence with the great demons and had done plenty of research on the subject. Joris was now wholly willing to set aside all the past unpleasantness between Zunhai City and Rooftop One. All he wanted was to solve the present crisis and destroy Ghost 3 without drawing on Earth's anti-Ostart strategic reserves. Yes, whether it's Spica or Rooftop 1, Dipper 1, or even Alcyon 6. All of them came from Earth. They're different from that damned alien predator. We need to find a way to get that message across. We need to fight side by side. I intend to awaken their genetic memory. Shuri proposed joining forces with the other great demons against Ghost 3. At the same time, he sent a dossier directly to everyone in the conference room. Xia Li immediately pulled up the file as well. So-called genetic memory was, to be precise, a technology for strengthening and triggering biological instinct. By simulating various natural phenomena, it could convey information across species. Ganjiang City had once used this technique to reconcile with Rooftop 1. It was just that once Rooftop 1 got enraged later, that understanding had gone out the window. Will it work? Joris frowned. If it failed, the trouble would be enormous. At least a 70% chance. This time we wouldn't be signaling friendliness. We'd be sending a danger warning. The sound of electrical charges colliding in the clouds before a storm. The roar of violent undertows before a tsunami. The noise of beasts fleeing through a forest. All of these trigger instinctive warnings in creatures shaped by those environments. When a storm is about to hit, even a reptile brain can understand it's not the time to hunt. Even ants know when it's time to move the nest. But how can you guarantee Ghost 3 will attack after you warn them? What if it doesn't? This move can only be used once. If they used it, and the great demons found no danger afterward. They would most likely never respond to it again. So we need to narrow the battlefield and let the other demons notice the fighting in the other directions as quickly as possible. The moment Ghost 3 attacks any great demon, we stop fighting at once and warn all the others. This is no longer predatory evolution within Earth's ecosystem. There's a damned alien vermin ambushing us from the shadows. Shuri believed the great demons could reach this kind of understanding with humanity, no matter how fiercely life within Earth's ecosystem fought among itself. That was none of some alien vermin's business. Earth life, born together, shaped by the same passage of ages, and evolved side by side, had its own unspoken understanding. It was something that alien vermin did not possess. A continuity of life handed down since the birth of Luca, the common ancestor of all modern living things, then same as always. Let's put it to a vote. After saying that, Joris raised his right hand first. He understood perfectly well how important Betelgeus's current feeding phase was. And even if they withdrew now, would Ghost 3 really stop evolving? If the great demons really could join hands with humanity just once. Silence filled the room. Some hesitated, some decided at once, and some used their heaven chips to contact their own factions for further advice. A full half hour later, the vote stood at 7-3. With the majority in favor, they decided to carry out the plan proposed by Shuri. From this moment on, the operation's primary strategic objective was changed. The Betelgeuse Protection Operation was renamed the Ghost 3 Extermination Operation. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After the meeting ended, Xia Li walked out of the conference room, hoisted the black coffin onto his back, and prepared to return to the hotel to rest. The others coming out behind him all looked at him with curiosity. The Telekinesis Society's secret weapon really did have a rather strange appearance. Greetings, Taoist Xia. May I ask what that is? Wei Nianan of the Shushan Sword Sect walked straight over. In the battle report Xia Li had submitted, they had already noticed that he had carried the black coffin on his back the entire time. One moment. With a polite smile, Xia Li immediately contacted Koyara to ask whether Aurelia's matter could be made public, adding that the primary objective of this operation had now changed. Before long, Koyara sent back a reply. Since our main focus now is eliminating Ghost 3, Aurelia's situation should be made public. I'll submit the relevant materials to command and let the participating parties review them for themselves. The origins of this thing are a long story. The Telekinesis Society will submit the information to command shortly, and you can all log in and look it over yourselves. I would also advise everyone to do so. This thing has some connection to Ghost 3. Understood. Thank you for clearing that up, Taoist Xia. Wei Nianan cupped his fists toward Xia Li. At least for now. The Shushan Sword Sect's chief senior disciple gave off a very gentle and courteous impression. But Xia Li still had a few things he wanted to ask, and he also wanted to sound him out a little. So he sent Wei Nianan a private communication request. When Wei Nianan received it, he accepted without changing expression. Xia Li was contacting him over a private encrypted channel in a public place, which meant what he was about to say was most likely sensitive. Taoist Wei, I attacked Astarte's experimental base in the dark sector of the Cooper Belt and found that Astarte once had some rather unsavory dealings with the Shushan Sword Sect. There had been no actual trade records inside that experimental base, but the fact that Ningji's clone had been sold to the Shushan Sword Sect was real enough. That information had come from the heaven chip inside Ningji's clone, but he could not reveal that source. If he did, it would be the same as admitting that he had gone to the far side of the ancient teleportation array. And you mean, buying mechanical remains? Xia Li made it perfectly blunt. I know nothing about that matter. I am aware that the Sword Sect is privately involved in certain gray and black industries. But isn't everyone still, in the current situation? The legal dealings with Astarte are indeed a stain, even if they took place before the war. Thank you for informing me privately, Taoist Xia. I will handle the follow-up properly. Wei Nianan's answer was extremely formulaic. He was making it clear that the Shushan Sword Sect's dealings with Astarte had only been a matter of mutual benefit, simply purchasing weapons and nothing more. The Shushan sword sect had its dark side, but not to the point of openly sinking into the same mire as Ostart. I understand the sword sect is vast, and its various halls all have different functions. I only ask that you pay closer attention. If it really was only a transaction, that would be for the best. I am only worried that your sect may have spies or traitors hidden inside it. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. I will investigate it thoroughly. After the communication ended, Xia Li and Wei Nianin both left as if nothing had happened, maintaining their normal expressions the whole time. Strictly speaking, the Shushan sword sect had probably done Ningji's clone a favor. It was precisely because they had sent Ningji's clone to explore the ancient teleportation array that she had escaped Astart's control and lived through a brief period of happiness. That was what left behind the precious memories that would later awaken the original Ninj. By the time he made it back to the 12th floor of the hotel, the people from New Detroit were discussing the operation's changed objective. The Telekinesis Society understood the situation a little more clearly than the others, which meant the pressure had now shifted onto them. The moment they saw Xia Li return, everyone immediately fell silent and looked at him with respect, nodding to him one after another. Xia Li smiled and nodded back, but did not stay in the hall for long, heading straight back to his room instead. After all, he was nominally the leader of New Detroit's group, and also the foremost combatant who could face Ghost 3 head-on. It was only natural for everyone to respect him. But the pressure was also immense. Xia Li could feel other people's expectations pressing down on him, yet that did not make him timid. If anything, it only made the sense of responsibility in his heart grow heavier. This was the feeling of truly being alive that Xia Li had always pursued. To exist in the present and be needed by the age itself. When he pushed open the door and stepped into the room, he found an unexpected guest inside. Cillier was sitting on the bed, looking at him with a rather strange expression. "Something you need?" Xia Li set down the black coffin and did its straps. "Well, my activation rate's gone up a bit lately. Do you want me to help you adjust your magic circuits again?" Her eyes were darting around as she spoke, which made it obvious that her motives were less than pure. "Feeling needy?" What do you mean, feeling needy? I just saw that you're carrying a lot of responsibility right now, with a major mission on your shoulders. I came to help you for the sake of humanity, for the sake of Earth's ecosystem. I should contribute something. If you want it, just say so. Why make excuses? I can already guess more or less what you're thinking, but I don't mind. Most likely, Cillier's body had been further awakened by the last round of frequency tuning, and she had started developing those kinds of needs. But because of her old era mindset, she leaned toward choosing someone familiar, a stable partner she had already been with before. At the same time, it would also help improve her own standing at the Magic Research Institute. Do you have to put it that bluntly? Being blunt is better for everyone. Go back to your room, take a shower, and wait for me. Xia Li had loosened up as well. He was beginning to accept more of the new era's ideas. The new era did not really play the old era's games of men and women testing and scheming against each other. Instead, things had become much purer and far less roundabout, especially since it was no longer possible to smear someone with nothing but rumors. Then hurry up. Cillier's face reddened slightly. She immediately left Xia Li's room and went back to her own to get ready, while Xia Li himself walked toward the balcony. Just as he was about to step onto it, a figure dropped down. It was Zhao Yi of the Kunlun demon race. Xia Li had noticed her aura from the moment he entered the room, and she did not seem to have any intention of hiding it. She had only chosen to wait out of courtesy because there had already been another guest in the room. If you have something to say, say it. I have actual business to attend to. You humans really are promiscuous anytime and anywhere. No wonder there are so many of you. What the hell does that have to do with you? Get to the point. How did you learn about the Outer Realm demons? I am certain that information was never leaked. Then may I ask why your demon race never reported it? Because we genuinely did not expect something already thought extinct to appear again. And you? Weren't you the same? You didn't. I already reported it to the Heavenly Dao computer this morning. Zunhai City should have obtained permission to release the information by now. You can log on to Command's network and look it up yourself. That answer is enough. So the one who uploaded that information really was you. Aoi nodded, walked up to Xia Li, and bent slightly at the waist, lightly tugging at her thin short-sleeved shirt with one hand. How about changing conversation partners? There are still a few things I want to ask you. Sorry, I'm not into demons. I know what you want to ask, and I learned about it from a ruin as well. With that, Xia Li left without giving Aoi room to continue pressing him. Nor did he care what conclusions she drew. But as he reached the door and pulled it shut behind him, he glanced back at her. So, right. What Shuri said earlier in the conference room was my position as well. Whether you are a Kunlun demon race or descendants of the gods. Think that through carefully. Since earthly blood already runs in your line, you should seriously think about the future. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Xia Li knew that the demon race possessed inherited memories. That was why, after the spiritual energy revival, the demon race had been the first to awaken and the first to learn how to wield spiritual energy. It was as natural to them as breathing, and they had all begun to return to their ancestors, stripping away the mundane blood of Earth's lineage and reclaiming the spiritual blood of their forebears. But that stripping was ultimately imperfect. Earth's demon race could never truly become the demon race of the Xuan realm. Earth's evolutionary path was already carved into their genes. As for monsters, they were actually the great demons that had wholly retained Earth's evolutionary path. But were they weak? The overlords among them had been given the names of the stars. At the very moment the demon race had been on the verge of seizing hegemony over Earth, the monsters had turned on them. During that period, the monsters had at one point all but ignored humanity. It was as though Earth's own will had manifested through the monsters. At the apex of Earth's ecosystem, only Earth's life had the right to sit on that throne. It could be human, insect, or any other living thing, but it could never be an outsider. This was Earth's heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao computer was only a partial embodiment of that will, and an imperfect one at that. She was like a stern mother, driving her children into a brutal competition to survive and reproduce for one reason only: to choose the strongest offspring, the one worthy of leaving her embrace and stepping into the boundless stars. Because of that, the instant Xia Li conveyed that will to Aoi, she seemed to feel it as well, that big, immeasurable gaze descending from the heavenly Tao itself. Not the human-made proxy machine, but the real, unspeakable existence behind it. The heavenly Tao had already made her choice. She had already decided which child pleased her most at this moment. If hybrids like them still refused to choose a side, they were only courting death. The momentum is with humanity now. Aside from Earth's humans, you can still tolerate us. Our start will never allow us to go on existing. Aoi sighed to herself. Perhaps, rather than thinking about a retreat, the demon race ought to carve out a road forward together with their true allies. They could stop deluding themselves about finding a path to the Xuan civilization. From this moment on, it was not enough merely to take human form. They had to become human. Aoi was a black flood dragon, a soul transformation black flood dragon whose true body was nearly 200 meters long. A genuine great demon capable of stirring wind and waves. Yet beneath Xia Li's earlier gaze, so full of pressure, even she had felt an inexplicable flicker of fear. Any demon that entertained crooked thoughts today would become the next ghost 3 tomorrow. Aoi lifted her head to leave. But the moment she stepped forward, she suddenly felt a strange stirring in her lower abdomen. She closed her eyes and laughed at herself. The pressure of a powerful male. And it actually stirred my breeding instinct. Hey, a beast is still a beast. So this is the vile nature of our demon race. What a pity. He wasn't even interested in me. She leaped away. Returning to the 15th floor, she intended to urge the Kunlun demons to finally show their attitude. Whether they wanted a retreat or a way forward, the demon race had to make its choice. Would they continue returning to their ancestors, or keep evolving until they became new bearers of the star names? Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. 2 hours later, Xia Li returned to his room feeling refreshed, light on his feet. Cillier had really known how to let go, without a trace of restraint. After releasing that primitive, feral beastliness, All that remained in him now was absolute reason. No one knew when the next wave of monsters would strike. All Xia Li could do was wait. Zunhai City sailed across the ocean whenever the weather cleared. The citizens of Zunhai City celebrated throughout the city because of the first victory. Unaware that a fiercer battle still lay ahead, Joris, however, did not order the celebrations halted. In wartime, every victory was worth savoring. Right now, humanity needed its confidence raised. 7 days later, there were still an estimated 26 days before they would reach New Tokyo when, deep in the night, alarms suddenly blared throughout Zunhai City. The great monsters were attacking again. Hollow walls rose. The encircling energy barrier activated. Searchlights flooded the surrounding seas with blinding brightness. The calm surface rapidly transformed into a surging black tide. And Spica's shrill cry rang across the horizon. Beneath the city's foundation, Rooftop 1 began ramming upward. Flocks of birds and schools of fish rushed at the energy wall without fear of death, blowing themselves apart on impact. From the far edge of the sea, Dipper 1 came charging in, hammering both fists against the muscles of its chest and releasing wave after wave of thunderous booms. The second assault had come. With the experience of the first battle behind them, every faction moved into position at once. Xia Li leaned against his balcony and watched in silence, the black coffin already strapped to his back. Ghost 3 would not reveal itself easily. It would only strike in ambush at the critical moment. When the battle shifted, the Telekinesis Society had already broken its people up and mixed them into the combat forces of every faction, all waiting for Ghost 3 to appear. The instant it did, they would unleash their telekinesis without reservation and turn themselves into telekinetic bombs, hoping only to briefly neutralize Ghost 3's telekinesis. After that, it would be Xia Li's turn. He would have to rush to Ghost 3's location and pursue it immediately. This time, every faction fought viciously. No one was merely trying to drive the great monsters back anymore. If they did not wound them badly enough, Ghost 3 would never show itself. The battle's intensity soon produced casualties on every side. It was a frustrating thing. To die in a battle that was not even meant to kill the enemy left no one with grounds for revenge. The great monsters really were stupid creatures. All Xia Li could do was hope that, once Ghost 3 appeared, the great monsters would at least prove worthy of humanity's sacrifice. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Ghost 3 still did not show itself. Even the telekinetic sensing instruments brought by the Telekinesis Society registered nothing at all. It was as if Ghost 3 had not come this time. Had it grown clever enough to see through the trap? Or had its gains from the last encounter already satisfied it? Was that even possible? It was the greediest predator of all. All units, execute Plan B. The command center's public channel transmission rang inside Xia Li's mind. But Plan B still did not require him to act yet. At this point, whichever great monster was most heavily wounded would just have to count itself unlucky. Humanity was going to make a show of executing it. A pure white spiritual radiance lit the sky at that moment and turned night into day. It looked like the unlucky one was Spica. The Shushin sword sect had unleashed a killing move. Boundless sword chi erupted across the heavens like a storm, slicing the clouds apart and revealing the countless stars hidden behind them. The scattered sword chi even nearly struck friendly forces. Several strands slammed into Zunhai City's energy barrier and made it shudder. Spica cried out in pain and tumbled from the sky, blood spraying from its body. The Shushin sword sect immediately released spirit chains to bind it, clearly intending to haul it away before it could fall back into the sea. And it was at that moment that tentacles suddenly shot up from the ocean and wrapped around Spica as well. It was here. Ghost 3 had failed to resist the temptation. It wanted to devour Spica first. If it could consume an intact great monster, the resulting boost would be just as enormous for it, enough to contend with the other predators. Target sighted. All units, ceasefire immediately. As soon as the order rang out, a deeply unsettling audio track began playing throughout all of Zunhai City. It sounded like the rumbling of earthquakes, like volcanoes erupting, like tsunamis surging forward. There were shrieks of startled birds and the trampling of 10,000 beasts. Even Xia Li felt his hair stand on end when he heard it. An indescribable sense of danger surged up in his heart. His instincts screamed at him to scan his surroundings. Something dangerous was happening. Dipper 1 was the first to react. It whipped its head around and rapidly swept its gaze across the battlefield. Almost at once, it noticed Spica's abnormal condition. Rooftop 1 immediately surfaced and looked towards Spica. Even the Alcyone residual fungus creatures stopped self-detonating and fell silent one after another. Spica's two heads let out shrill, miserable screams. Then, with a furious roar, Dipper 1 charged straight towards Spica's location. Rooftop 1 dove beneath the sea and accelerated directly toward Ghost 3's position. The Alcyone residual fungus gathered together into a black cloud and flew towards Spica. The Kunlun demon race and humanity's various combat units received the order as well and converged on the area around Spica alongside the great monsters. By tacit agreement, neither side attacked the other. Spica even used both its heads to bite down on the Shushan sword sex chains, as if it absolutely refused to fall. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. The moment the other great demons all revealed their hostility toward Ghost 3, Xia Li knew the time had come. He launched himself into the air at once, hurtling toward Ghost 3's position like a bullet. But compared to the speed he could unleash when his thrusters were still usable, he was far slower now. His restrained heavy mass spiritual energy did not just weaken his explosive force, it slowed him down as well. Sly as ever, Ghost 3 seemed to sense Xia Li's presence. Without the slightest hesitation, it twisted several tentacles together. Their tips rapidly hardened and thinned, and under everyone's stunned gaze they fused into a strange black blade. And then, Ghost 3 raised the black blade high and sliced straight through Spica's entire right wing. Other tentacles immediately joined in and tore it free. Spica let out a sharp, miserable shriek. The instant Ghost 3 got what it wanted, it dived back into the sea before the other great demons could close in. The moment things looked bad, it hacked off a piece and ran. That left everyone numb with dread. Were they really going to let Ghost 3 get away right in front of their eyes? Don't let it escape. That's Spica's flight organ. Wayne Inn was the first to react, warning the others. Everyone else quickly realized the same thing. If Ghost 3 got its hands on a true flight organ, it would be far harder to catch after this. Ghost 3 could not make much use of ordinary avian wings. Birds flew because of an entire bodily structure working in balance. Even if Ghost 3 preyed on flying demons, it still would not truly gain flight, unless it gave up the cephalopod body's current advantages. But Spica's wings were genuine spiritual energy organs. They could support that enormous body through spiritual energy alone. Within the membranes of Spica's wings was a dense spiritual web woven from blood vessels, a naturally evolved air-riding array and levitation engine. Beneath the sea, Rooftop 1, which had been swimming in the lead, saw Ghost 3 dive below and immediately plunged after it as well. The sea surface abruptly calmed out when Xia Li arrived. He did not rush to pursue as he had last time. He only slid a finger into the gap beneath the lid of the black coffin on his back. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Time seemed to pass painfully slowly until an enormous mass of bubbles suddenly surged up from beneath the sea. Get ready, all of you. Xia Li warned everyone else to prepare for battle. Rooftop 1 was the overlord of the oceans. Even if it could not defeat Ghost 3 in its current state, dragging it back should not have been difficult. Rooftop 1's original form was an orca, one of the smartest species in the sea. Even before spiritual energy returned, it had already stood at the top of the marine food chain. A black shadow emerged beneath the bubbling water. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. A few seconds later, Rooftop 1 burst from the sea with a grotesque, ferocious lump of flesh clenched in its jaws. Something like a sea urchin covered in tentacles. It opened its mouth and flung the thing toward Dipper 1. Dipper 1 stepped off the sea and rose into the sky, seizing Ghost 3 with its massively developed forelimbs. Then it tore the thing apart by brute force. Great quantities of fluorescent purple blood rained down onto the waves. Spica beat its remaining wing, clearly trying to get closer. The Shushan sword sect understood what it wanted at once and immediately hauled it toward the torn open Ghost 3. Then came the breath attack. Both of Spica's heads exhaled in fury, and blue-white flames mercilessly engulfed Ghost 3. Spica's wound was no longer bleeding now, but not because it had healed particularly fast. The Alcyone residual fungus organisms had rushed to the wound. scabbing over it while devouring energy and helping seal the bleeding at the same time. After Spica's breath attack ended, Ghost 3's body had shriveled badly. Its surface was charred black and smoking. From the torn open flesh inside came the stench of burning rot. It lay there motionless, looking dead. But Dipper 1 did not let go. Rooftop 1 remained on guard. Spica kept roaring without pause. Scanning has detected ongoing life activity. Neural signals detected. Ghost 3 is playing dead. Zunhai City's command center relayed the information to everyone fighting on the front lines. Wei Nianan let out a cold laugh and gathered sword force again, preparing to finish it off. That made Spica, bound beneath the Shushin sword sect group, shrink its heads a little. After lifting its heads and seeing that Wei Nianan was not looking at it, it lowered them again and resumed roaring at Ghost 3. That little movement made Shuri's eyes go wide in the command room. This is a reptile. This is a reptile brain. Shuri felt as if he had been lied to all along. Spica's intelligence clearly was not low. It was just so overwhelmingly strong that it had never needed to use its brain, which made it act like an idiot. But the moment its life was in danger, its intelligence immediately climbed right back to the high ground. The Telekinesis Society members continued pouring out their telekinetic force regardless of cost, suppressing Ghost 3 so it could not release its strangest power, Zunhai City's anti-Great Demon weapon. The molecular disintegration turrets rose from the boundary of the upper district and began charging. That made Rooftop 1 abruptly glance back at Zunhai City's upper district. Only after confirming the turrets were not aimed at it did it turn back and continue staring at Ghost 3. Xia Li, meanwhile, boldly landed directly atop Ghost 3's charred body and lifted the coffin lid with his hand. However, Aurelia, sleeping within, gave no response at all. Xia Li hesitated for the briefest moment, and a terrifying possibility immediately rose in his mind. He looked up at Dipper 1. On that vicious ape face, its pair of eyes were studying him as well. Xia Li made a hand gesture. He first pointed at the Ghost 3 beneath his feet, then at the flocks of Alcyone residual fungus birds circling overhead. Report to command center. The Ghost 3 we're attacking is very likely not the main body. Repeating once. Not the main body. Not the main body. The moment Xia Li finished speaking, he leaped away. Zunhai City's command center also made the call at once and replayed the warning sound they had used before. That deeply unsettling audio echoed across the sea. And the thing that answered it was Rooftop 1's scream. Nearly 100 tentacles suddenly wrapped around Rooftop 1's body and dragged its massive frame beneath the sea. Kunlun demons, reinforce them. Xia Li turned toward a black flood dragon in the sea and shouted in a tone that was almost a direct order. The black flood dragon obeyed on instinct, letting out a great howl and leading the other demons down into the water. Dipper 1 reacted decisively and threw away the Ghost 3 subbody in its hands, then kicked off the sea's surface and leaped upward. But at that exact instant, countless tentacles burst through the water and coiled around Dipper 1's limbs at blinding speed, yanking the giant ape, which understood nothing of fighting in water, straight back into the sea. Do we have any chains left? Xia Li looked toward Wei Nianan. Wei Nianan shook his head, but Zunhai City's command center reacted quickly. A harpoon shot from one of the upper district's launch batteries and slammed directly into Dipper 1's chest, drawing a muffled grunt of pain from it. But Dipper 1 understood perfectly well that it was not being attacked. They were helping it. Dipper 1 immediately grabbed the spirit alloy chain attached to the harpoon with both hands. At the same time, Zunhai City fired another giant harpoon into the sea below. This one was aimed at Rooftop 1. The situation was too urgent. Even if it injured the great demons, there was no room left to care about that now. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. The sudden turn in the battle could only be called a catastrophe. Ghost 3 had outplayed them again. It had actually split off child bodies to misdirect everyone. It too was a great demon, with an enormous body. Almost no one would have thought it capable of dividing itself like that, because the energy and matter required should have been far too great. And yet Ghost 3 had shattered humanity's assumptions once again. How had it gathered enough energy and matter in just 1 week to produce so many offspring? Or had it simply been hoarding reserves all along? At that moment, Shuri sat in the conference room with a deep frown. full of regret. Apologizing to all combat personnel over the public channel. I'm sorry, everyone. We should have truly been willing to pay any price. Shuri had opposed an annihilation plan that would have completely destroyed the ocean's ecology. As a result, Ghost 3 had successfully set its sights on the other great demons, and Shuri, who had blocked the proposal, might now go down as a sinner in humanity's eyes. Floating on the sea, Zunhai City had already begun to sink little by little. Its buoyancy could no longer support Dipper 1 and Rooftop 1. Dipper 1 in particular was already almost entirely underwater, hanging from the chains and struggling to climb back up. And then, 300-meter class and more than a dozen 10-meter class child bodies of Ghost 3 burst out of the sea and climbed directly onto Zunhai City's energy barrier. They began tearing at the barrier in an attempt to prey on Betelgeuse. The bodies attacking the barrier were structurally different from the others. On the side facing the sky, beams of light blasted upward, releasing energy directly into the atmosphere. This was not feeding. It was the most direct possible form of expenditure. Report. The energy barrier's power is being absorbed. Estimated time until barrier generator overload, 10 minutes. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. More bad news came from command. Even the city's encircling energy wall could not hold Ghost 3 back for long. Hovering in midair, Xia Li could hear the panicked screams of Zunhai City's residents. Request aid from the Sect Alliance Council immediately. We have no choice but to activate the reserves meant for us. Detonating Betelgeuse is an option too. At worst, Zunhai City sinks and we drag Ghost 3 down with us. One of the hardliners proposed detonating Betelgeuse. The explosion would carry enough force to flatten everything. But the tsunami it created would strike the entire Pacific coast, and the sea itself would be completely poisoned by massive amounts of radioactive material. Earth's water cycle could not purify contamination on that scale. Radioactive rain would fall across the globe. A nuclear winter would arrive, and the fragile ecology would suffer its final blow. As for what came after, no one knew how many centuries humanity would need to rebuild the environment and cleanse the pollution. At the dawn of the spiritual resurgence, humanity had only barely survived by relying on nuclear weapons, and in the process had polluted the world. It had taken nearly 400 years to recover even a little, and vast deserts and uninhabited wastelands still remained everywhere. If it happened again, could Earth's ecology endure it? The planet would truly become a wasteland. Through the Heaven Chip Network, force after force began putting forward its own opinions, rapidly debating how to deal with the crisis before them. Their arguing voices echoed endlessly in Xia Li's mind. There had simply been too many variables in this operation to escort Betelgeuse. Faced with this lurking malice, perhaps one that had awakened thousands of years ago, humanity had undeniably performed poorly. But was that because humanity had not tried hard enough? No, it was because Ghost 3 had also been studying humanity for a very long time. It was patient and intelligent. Every hunt was calculated to perfection. At the very moment humanity could least afford an accident, it became the disaster that had been waiting all along. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Damned alien predator. First start, now Ghost 3. Had the people who wanted coexistence, who wanted to bring Earth's living things across the stars together, really been wrong? Report. The request for reinforcements has failed. Near-Earth space is under assault. The lunar base is under attack. So this operation really did catch Astarte's attention. What choice will the powerhouses fighting in space make? Astarte had launched its attack at this exact moment, helping Ghost 3 block Earth's strongest fighters from returning from the orbital battlefield. Xia Li could once have allowed Sudalsu to go berserk and strike Astarte from the rear. But Xia Li had thought of the bigger picture, and so he had not done it. At that moment, he could not help asking himself whether he had been wrong. Malice. Humanity's own malice. The malice of foreign civilizations. All of it trampled and shattered good intentions with effortless ease. Xia Li felt the pressure of that suffocating malice. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then thrust his hand fully beneath the coffin lid. After groping around for a moment, he grasped an ice-cold hand and held it tight. Even the Heavenly Dao computer had difficulty pinpointing Ghost 3 accurately, especially now that child bodies were there to confuse the search. At that instant, Malice flooded into his soul like a tide. His memories began to blur and discolor. Everyone he knew became an enemy. Every last one of them had betrayed him, tormented him. All his beautiful memories dissolved into the whirlpool of evil thoughts and rotted there. Fortunately, his soul was already housed within a heavy mass nascent soul, which let him resist that corruption to the greatest extent possible and keep reminding himself that none of it was real, only dream-like illusions. Through the empathic consciousness link he shared with Aurelia, Xia Li sensed the source of that malicious will hidden in the deepest sea. Found it. He pulled his hand back out of the black coffin and shut the lid. His telekinesis became usable again. Looking up at the sky, he shot straight upward, accelerating himself without regard for the cost until he rose beyond Earth's escape altitude. After adjusting his position so that he was aligned with Ghost 3's true body's location, heavy mass converged, and spiritual power underwent a phase transition. Super heavy state, Xia Li dropped. He became a true meteor. Friction with the atmosphere set his entire body ablaze, though fortunately he had long since grown used to burning. Light flared in the night. Fire rose within the cold rain-dark sky. People saw a brilliant meteor falling, reporting to command. I am about to collide with Ghost 3, as I will be unable to withdraw afterward. I will enter a dormant state after impact to avoid consciousness contamination. My awakening key is HJ6K11G45NL190. Xia Li left behind the key to awaken his consciousness, then unfastened the straps in midair and hurled the black coffin toward Wei Nian's position. And then, absolute stability. He forced his nascent soul out of his body and used it to wrap around himself, forming an indestructible translucent shell. Xia Li's falling speed increased yet again. It was as if his weight had been amplified countless times over. The moment he plunged into the sea, he kicked up a monstrous surge. Even Xinhai City, that enormous oceanic metropolis, rocked violently beneath the waves. Once he entered the water, his descent became even more outrageous. So outrageous that even Ghost 3's true body hidden on the seafloor failed to react in time. Most of Ghost 3's body was smashed apart on impact. Its flesh shattered and broke down across the seabed, and immense water pressure carrying the same terrible force came crashing in after it, crushing the remains like a mountain collapse. Strange purple blood burst and sprayed across the ocean floor. Elsewhere, Ghost 3's child bodies suddenly went berserk. The child body entangled with Rooftop 1 sliced off one of Rooftop 1's fins along with a huge chunk of flesh, then immediately grabbed them and dove into the deep sea. The child body wrapped around Dipper 1 also cut off Dipper 1's arm, dragged it away, and fled into the depths. More than 10 seconds later, all of Ghost 3's child bodies lost activity and stopped moving. The crisis was temporarily over. The great demons had escaped becoming Ghost 3's prey, but even so, Ghost 3 had still managed to take parts of their bodies. After Dipper 1 surfaced, the beast sat on the ocean with its left hand covering its now empty right shoulder. Like a hard-bitten veteran, it stared blankly at the sea, no one knowing what it was thinking. Rooftop 1 was helped back to the surface by the other demons. Its massive wound was still spraying blood, yet it seemed not to feel the pain at all, only staring dumbly down into the depths. Spica's two heads drooped low. For the first time, even it looked utterly powerless, stripped of the wild arrogance it once possessed as an ecological overlord. Xia Li had seized the moment. Knowing how cunning Ghost 3 was, he understood that once he located it, Ghost 3 would never give humanity time to prepare a weapon. So, he turned himself into the weapon and fell from space into the sea, crushing Ghost 3 like a meteor. But Ghost 3 would not die. Xia Li knew that very well. Still, at least this could resolve the immediate crisis. The price was his descent into the abyss. He could only hope that before Ghost 3's next revival, humanity would find a way to kill it. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. In the upper district of Xinhai City, inside the conference room, one person was missing from this post-war meeting. The seat Xia Li should have occupied was now temporarily filled by Clara, the headquarters director of the Telekinesis Society. The current situation is already clear. Ghost 3's next revival is very likely to be its final assault. It has obtained Spica's wing, Dipper 1's hand, and Rooftop 1's fin. And it has also acquired some of the traits of the Alcyone residual fungus. Dunhai City's mayor, Joris, frowned deeply. Although those organs of the great demons were not their direct attack organs, they were absolutely the organs with the greatest functional value. Spica's attack organs should have been its throat and lungs. But none of that mattered now. The Sea Lord's fin, the Land Lord's hand, the Sky Lord's wing. The three great demons that dominated the ecologies of sea, land, and sky had all had their crucial parts seized by Ghost 3. Once Ghost 3 completed its next evolution, it would stand at the peak of Earth's biosphere. This was no longer something the forces left behind on Earth could handle. The human supreme powerhouses with the strongest spiritual energy had to act. In addition, I regret to tell everyone that we may already have missed the chance to stake everything on completely destroying the ocean's ecology. Ghost 3 no longer needs the ocean. Shuri added after Joris. These days, he did not even dare speak too loudly. Guilt placed enormous pressure on him. Although no one had said a word of blame, that understanding only made his guilt heavier. Because he had wanted to protect the ecology, they had not only missed the opportunity to annihilate Ghost 3, but had also forced Xia Li, one of the few friends he had, into buying them this breathing space through a suicidal attack in the midst of crisis. Where is Taoist Xia Li? Can we locate him? We need to carry out high-priority rescue. No one else can use the Telekinesis Society's black coffin. Wei Nianan suggested that they should rescue Xia Li immediately. Before Xia Li had entered the sea, he had thrown the black coffin to Wei Nianan for safekeeping. The problem was that as soon as the thing was opened, even the slightest crack, it produced a nightmare-like sensation of hovering half awake and half asleep, consciousness blurred, and only hatred toward everything surged into the mind. We can locate him, but Shuri shared positioning information with everyone. But Xia Li's location was constantly moving across the bottom of the Pacific. That could only mean one thing. Xia Li had been captured by Ghost 3. Although he was temporarily safe under the protection of spiritual heavy mass, something could happen at any time, and no one could guarantee that the one carrying Xia Li was the true body. What if it was a child body? What if it was another trap, troublesome. As I see it, even if someone were willing to sacrifice themselves and carry that black coffin in front of Ghost 3, they would lose consciousness before they got close. At present, only Taoist Xia Li has that level of ability. The secret weapon aimed at Ghost 3 had extremely strict conditions for use. Wei Nianan himself had at least tried opening it, and it was obvious that he could not withstand it either. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Xia Li could approach Ghost 3. Why didn't he take the black coffin into the sea with him to attack it, instead choosing self-seal to survive? His resolve still seems insufficient. Someone felt that Xia Li's sacrifice had not gone far enough. Otherwise, perhaps the problem of Ghost 3 might have already been solved. But after that person said those words, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew much colder. Many people stared at the speaker with strange expressions. If he could have done that, I believe he would have. People who don't understand spiritual heavy mass should refrain from speaking. To increase his own mass, he had to sacrifice mobility. If he had brought the black coffin down and failed to kill Ghost 3, and Ghost 3 had devoured the black coffin instead, would you take responsibility for that? Could you bear it? Shuri glared at the person spouting nonsense. The person did not argue after hearing that, merely lowered his head guiltily and accepted the criticism. He truly did not understand spiritual heavy mass. The information shared by the Telekinesis Society also clearly stated the common origin of the black coffin and Ghost 3. The two sides could prey upon each other. The key lay in which side held the advantage. The factors that determined that advantage were complex. Therefore, using the black coffin to deliver the final harvest after Ghost 3 had been gravely wounded was the steady way to use it. Ideally, someone from the Telekinesis Society would also be nearby to interrupt the process in time if anything unexpected happened. Everyone, calm down. I am also very worried about Xia Li's current situation. But right now the more pressing issue is how to deal with Ghost 3's next revival. Xia Li bought us time. Not so we could sit here arguing. We still have more important things to do. Counselor Shuri, Yaling Technology is currently the top cybernetic body manufacturer on Earth. So Jory stood, walked to the conference room window, and raised the blackout panels. Through the window, They could see Spica lying in a daze on an open field in the upper district. Dipper 1 had recovered quickly and was practicing punches even though only one arm remained. Rooftop 1 seemed to have been frightened by something, obediently swimming along with Xunhai City for fear of being left behind. It is time for us to move to the next stage of cooperation with the great demons. They are the overlords of Earth, Sea, Land, and Sky ecologies, respectively. They cannot lose. As the fourth ecology, we have never truly recognized them either. Therefore, I intend to commission Yaling Technology, along with every cybernetic body manufacturer in the world, to design and manufacture cybernetic bodies for them. Let their evolutionary paths incorporate humanity's power. As soon as Joris said this, the conference room first fell silent, then erupted into a tide of discussion. This plan was indeed worth attempting. The great demon's power was terrifying, but also primitive and coarse. If they could be modified according to the characteristics of each great demon's power, to be honest, without exaggeration, that would be equivalent to manufacturing super biological weapons. Modification could let an ordinary person ascend to the heavens in one step. It could also let great demons go even further. Agreed. Our side will seek zoologists to assist with communication. The Kunlun demon race agrees. We are willing to provide Dao arts specialized for the demon race. Whether the great demons can understand and use them is another matter. Yaling Technology agrees. We will immediately hold a press conference and seek assistance from other cybernetic companies. Agreed. Agreed. Feasible. The modification plan for the great demons passed unanimously. After all, they had no better option right now. In the previous battle, humanity and the great demons had already established contact. Their mutual hostility had vanished beneath Ghost 3's threat. Even Spica, which had always been considered brainless, had displayed sufficient intelligence. And intelligence was the foundation for cross-species cooperation. The great demons were the peak of natural evolution. Humanity had begun to define what evolution meant. When the great demons were clad in indestructible Eliader armor, when their already enormous bodies were implanted with energy cores, when weapons were developed for them, and their attack patterns were strengthened. Just how powerful would they become? Ghost 3 was evolving. The great demons could not remain where they were either. One day, they too would accompany humanity into the sea of stars. Under the brutal competition for survival, the child who had evolved most superbly would redefine evolution. He would not erase the failures. He had decided to help those failures share in evolution's glory. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. New Tokyo Temporary War Zone. Xiao arrived outside the war zone in a hovercar. Someone she knew immediately came forward to greet her. Sister, I didn't expect you to come too. Yaguchi welcomed Xiao, facing the Ghost 3 that was about to arrive. The Earth Coalition Army had also drawn combat forces together here. Ghost 3's evolution speed was much slower than imagined. But that was not good news. On the contrary, it was bad news. It meant that the next time Ghost 3 appeared, its evolution would only be more complete. Xunhai City was currently stopped offshore from Tokyo Bay. Betelgeuse had landed this morning, but the command center had temporarily forbidden it from feeding. Instead, they were first transporting it farther inland. The operation to escort Betelgeuse could now be considered a success. After all, the great demons once regarded as threats had stopped attacking. Under the threat of Ghost 3, they had even reached cooperation with humanity. Rooftop 1 pulled Xunhai City forward to accelerate it, while Dipper 1 pushed from behind while practicing how to swim. That was how they had arrived at New Tokyo ahead of schedule. But the true danger had not yet come. The purpose of arriving early was simply to prepare defenses more effectively. Fighting in shallow coastal waters and on land gave humanity a greater advantage. At that moment, all kinds of automated turrets had been set up across the entire Tokyo Bay area. A regular army of 200,000 had gathered here. Experts from the sects and clans, war machines from the corporate alliance, and logistical support forces from the democratic government had all brought out their wartime specialties. Since I joined the army, of course I'm here. It's just that the person most worried about us running into danger got into trouble himself first. I really don't know what to say about that. Xiao still remembered what Xia Li had said before parting from her. Xia Li had told her not to go to the front line, only for Xia Li himself to charge into the front line without caring about his life. And now look at him, captured by Ghost 3. Ghost 3 was probably carrying him around because it thought Xia Li was hard enough to use as a shield even if it could not eat him. Sigh. That's just how he is. His personal hero complex is too strong. He should be satisfied now. The internet has been tearing itself apart over the fact that no one went to rescue him during these 20 days. Uchiha smiled helplessly. In the live stream of the battle 20 days ago, someone with ulterior motives had clipped the image of Xia Li falling like a star, slowed it down, enlarged it, and then taken the moral high ground to accuse the operations commanders of refusing to rescue a hero. Their intention was very simple. Most likely, they were spies Ostart had left on Earth, or the kind of spiritual Martians whose bodies lived on Earth while their hearts belonged to Mars. They could not wait for humanity to split its forces for a meaningless rescue and step into Ghost 3's trap. The Operation Command Center was not stupid. If Xia Li could still connect to the internet right now, he would definitely be furiously cursing the people demanding his rescue. Let's go. We should visit and study the Great Demon modifications. Since we got invited thanks to our relationship with Xia Li, we might as well take advantage of it. Legendary modifier Ms. Mia is here too. We need to have a proper exchange with her. Both Xiao and Uchiha had received invitations because they were acquainted with Xia Li. As assistants in the modification department, they were allowed to learn about demon modification technology. This modification of the great demons was profoundly significant. Cybernetic body production technology might achieve new breakthroughs because of it. After all, when else would the great demons obediently cooperate with humanity's tests and modifications? As for whether they were worried about Xia Li, worrying would not help much. They did not have much combat power. Under the war zone classification, they were also logistical support personnel. The real way to help Xia Li was to obey orders and avoid creating trouble. The command center had not given up on Xia Li, and it had also made a plan to rescue him. Since Ghost 3 was carrying Xia Li, they only needed to wait for Ghost 3 to appear. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. First, they went to the Spica hangar. It was a temporarily constructed giant steel shed. Spica stood in the center of the shed, examining every person who passed before it. Its right wing had already been replaced with a light spirit alloy flying wing. Its intact left wing was also covered in a layer of alloy outer armor. Cannon ports had been installed on both wings, allowing it to directly use its thick, energy fluid like blood to power bombardments. Focusing devices had been implanted in the throats of both its heads, used to focus its breath into more powerful concentrated rays. A massive external cardiac shell had also been implanted around Spica's heart. It could more efficiently pump the heat generated by the heart into its blood, then form attacks through the cannon ports on its wings. This caused Spica's energy release efficiency to improve significantly. Its tail had been modified into an energy organ, and a large spirit core dual fusion reactor had been implanted into its lower abdomen. The current Spica was a living airborne fortress. After Xiao and Uchiha finished looking at Spica's modifications and obtained the modification information from the hangar network, they went to the Dipper hangar. Dipper 1 was currently asleep. The moment they walked inside, they smelled the overwhelming musk of a beast. Dipper 1 had lost its right arm. The cybernetic body now installed there resembled an enlarged version of the martial arm broken steel. In addition, Dipper 1 wore integrated arm armor on its left arm, foot armor on both legs, and silver shining outer armor over its body. The thing most worth mentioning, however, was Dipper 1's weapon. At the Kunlun demon race's strong suggestion, the Kunlun demons and several weapons manufacturers had worked together to build a gigantic electromagnetic heavy staff for Dipper 1. After Dipper 1 received it, it loved the weapon so much that it held it even while sleeping, as if afraid it would vanish after it woke. As for internal modifications, there were none. Dipper 1 seemed to mind people tampering with the inside of its body, and was only willing to accept external modifications. After that, they took a hover car to Zunhai City, which was stopped in the open sea. Rooftop 1 was undergoing modification at the East Dock. Rooftop 1's enormous body floated on the sea like a mountain. Its body surface was wrapped in a matte flexible material, especially made substance capable of storing large amounts of water. This would even allow Rooftop 1 to fight on land. Its dorsal fin and lower fins had undergone modifications and replacements to different degrees, and high-energy engines had been installed, allowing it to move through water at torpedo speed. This greatly strengthened Rooftop 1's maneuverability, thanks to Rooftop 1's enormous body not containing many internal organs, or even much flesh. With concentrated spiritual energy fed occupying the majority, humanity had excavated cavities and implanted 3 large spirit core dual fusion reactors into this large fellow. This had almost turned Rooftop 1 into a living cruise carrier, a flexible energy supply station. Humanity had also installed a pitch-black metal horn in front of Rooftop 1's head. It became Rooftop 1's offensive cybernetic body and could use a molecular disintegration ray that required extremely high energy to trigger. This would change Rooftop 1's role again, turning it into a giant floating gun platform. Rooftop 1 had relatively few offensive methods, so humanity had given Rooftop 1 something huge right from the start. There were too many other optimization modifications to count. On the foundation of ensuring that the great demons would not lose the future path of natural evolution, humanity had modified them to the greatest possible extent. They had now gone one step further beyond their positions as ecological overlords. They had become ecological guardians, mechanical demigods sharing humanity's evolutionary glory. No native Earth life form could now compete with them in their ecological niches. If some ferocious demons could still attempt to challenge them before, now even looking up at them would be beyond qualification. Of course, time was urgent. In truth, many modifications could still be done better. For example, the reactors could be manufactured into safer and more efficient spirit hubs specialized for great demons. But that would probably have to wait until later. Afterward, the two returned to land together. All around Tokyo Bay, the coalition army continued making pre-battle preparations. After all, no one knew when Ghost 3 would arrive, but everyone had a premonition in their hearts. An ominous premonition. An indescribable pressure. 3 nights later, the calm sea suddenly surged with waves. A storm came. Wild wind carried great waves crashing against the shore, producing deep and easy rumbles. A sharp alarm abruptly rang out across the quiet Tokyo Bay. Woo! Attention all units. Ghost 3 detected. Attention all units. Ghost 3 is approaching. All units, prepare for battle immediately. Ghost 3 arrived as promised and invaded Tokyo Bay, no longer hiding as it sought to give humanity despair head-on. Xiao and Yaguchi immediately rushed to the operations room. On the way, they looked toward the pitch-black sea and saw a strange giant shadow that seemed to reach directly into the clouds. Beneath searchlights that opened one after another, they beheld Ghost 3's current form. The almost completely evolved Ghost 3 had already broken away from a cephalopod body structure. Its head was cephalopod-like, yet it also possessed a human torso. In its hands, which were robust to the point of hideous terror, it gripped a submarine. It strolled slowly through the sea. Savage wings had grown from its back. Around it were the child bodies it had split off. Enter the water. Those child bodies extended tentacles that stood like towers, releasing wave after wave of dizzying, enigmatic sound. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Tokyo Bay. Inside the Operation Command Center for the battle against Ghost 3, many people watched Ghost 3 approach the shoreline through the giant holographic screen with solemn expressions. The image Ghost 3 now presented could only be described as filled with malice. It was an indescribable sense of strangeness. The commander of this operation was Yu, commander-in-chief of the democratic government's 3rd Special Operations Team. He was an expert on demons, and his most dazzling achievement was the Wing 5 extermination operation 100 years ago. Wing 5's true body was a kind of bat. The reason it had been eliminated was simple. Wing 5 preyed on humans. It preferred to hunt humans. From the moment it made that choice, coexistence with humanity had already become impossible. Meanwhile, Spica, which had been regarded as stupid back then, did not prey on humans. It only ran over every few days like a fool to attack human cities. And of course basically always returned without accomplishing anything. Spica would not even attack lone human teams. It was not interested. Its attacks on human cities were more of an expression of curiosity. It was simply playing, all units, block your senses. Switch to Heaven Chip real-time rendering and retain only sight and hearing. All combat personnel are to raise Heaven Chip control authority to semi-sovereign level. All supervisors closely monitor every abnormal condition in your assigned combat personnel. Once anything is discovered, forcibly switch to Heaven Chip main control immediately. All combat personnel, be careful. The enemy we face possesses extremely powerful mental influence abilities. Distinguish carefully. If you cannot make a judgment, immediately switch yourself to Heaven Chip substitute control. Now a declare of the operation begins. He will use full. Resonant voice echoed in the mind of every combatant. It brought the army tremendous morale. After all, Hua Yu was a genuine demon killer. No anti-demon operation under his command had ever failed. At that moment, everyone across the entire Tokyo Bay Area blocked their original senses. Do not look. Do not listen. Do not smell. Do not taste. Do not touch. Do not even feel. The Heaven Chip would process information and render a twice-filtered simulated image in the brain to prevent Ghost 3 from causing mental contamination. Since they could not gaze directly, then they would not gaze on the sea. The walking Ghost 3 seemed to sense that humanity had used some method to block its mental invasion. The whisker-like tentacles beneath its strange head opened, revealing a savage mouthpart that emitted waves of low, muffled sound. It seemed to be laughing. Every turret set up around Tokyo Bay aimed at Ghost 3. Every combatant aimed their weapon at Ghost 3. Then the shells, rays, electric light, firelight, attacks of every shape and color, like neon, struck toward Ghost 3. Ghost 3 tossed aside the submarine in its hand, naturally spread both palms upward, and rose onto the tips of its feet as it hovered above the water. Seawater floated into the air. Its child bodies floated with it. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. It was as if gravity no longer existed. As a result, every attack aimed at it was blocked and deflected by an invisible barrier, rebounding toward the Tokyo Bay war zone positions. Energy walls immediately opened before the positions. The dense explosions nearly blasted even the energy walls apart. All units, cease active attacks and focus mainly on defending the shoreline. Special detachments, prepare to sortie. Hua Yu knew the situation would be extremely difficult, but he had not expected it to be this difficult. The greatest advantage of group warfare was firepower saturation, but right now, pouring firepower out would only rebound and become an attack against their own side. Telekinesis was truly a troublesome power. Therefore, if they still wanted to attack proactively, they could only fix bayonets. Deploy close combat troops. Technology's development to a certain level brought enormous improvements to both attack and defense. Ranged attacks and anti-ranged attacks were like an arms race, and it was very easy for a situation to appear where neither side could do anything to the other. Thus, the ancient method of close combat regained meaning. The members of the special detachments were all army elites starting at the Golden Core stage. They walked through the air with kinetic blades in hand as they approached Ghost 3. Kinetic energy was difficult for telekinesis to negate, and it had already been proven effective against Ghost 3. Sufficiently powerful kinetic force could disperse telekinesis. As for who had proven it, the human currently most skilled at kinetic attacks, Xia Li. To Hua Yu, Xia Li's inability to join the battle felt as unpleasant as having a strategic weapon sailed away. Xia Li should have become the captain of the special detachments, turning into a sharp blade that played a clear role in this operation. Spica hangar, dipper hangar, rooftop hangar. Complete trial adjustments and deploy as soon as possible, having lost firepower suppression. The meaning of group warfare was reduced to passive defense. Fortunately, humanity had other secret weapons this time. As someone who had fought demons for half his life, Hua Yu's current feelings were also complicated. He truly had not expected that one day humanity would stand on the same front line as the great demons. He had once been a firm supporter of exterminating demons, and he had imagined countless times how he would wipe out the other great demons. Reporting, Commander, Spica Prime, Dipper Sage, and Rooftop Mountain have all completed trial adjustment and can deploy at any time. Deploy immediately. Hua Yu gave the sortie order. From this battle onward, The great demon names attached to them could be removed. They now had new identifiers. Xia Li raised his head and looked at the big screen, staring at the gigantic vicious thing hovering above the sea. If this creature had appeared when spiritual energy had first revived, perhaps even Astarte would not have had the chance to flee outward. Human civilization would have become its food and been erased from this universe. The road of life's evolution was always filled with errors and obstacles. Every natural disaster could exterminate a species. In prehistoric times, before civilization was born, when humanity was at its weakest, there had only been a little over 1,000 humans worldwide. Yet they had reproduced into a civilization jointly inherited by hundreds of billions across a million years. When trapped on volcanic islands, other species could only wait to die. But humans had clung to tree trunks and crossed stormy seas. When the ecology deteriorated and competition grew intense, they made rafts and crossed storms again. Then came boats, wooden ships, iron ships, steamships, then warships. Then starships. The sea they needed to cross became the Sea of Stars. Life could not withstand the ravages of storms, but aboard that ship of civilization condensed from wisdom, life gained the courage to cross endless storms. The shipbuilders who once could barely protect themselves could finally extend their hands to other lives and say to them, "Join us and weather the storm together. The future path that natural evolution has denied you will be opened by us." Northern Tokyo Bay. Inside the Spica hangar, the canopy slowly opened. Spica Prime, its entire body shining with metallic luster, was awakened by the storm. Its eyes gradually opened, and digital signals flashed through its pupils. Its two heads lifted high. At this moment, it could even levitate into flight without flapping its wings. It shot into the sky amid firelight, leaving only the hiss of torn air behind. Inside the Dipper hangar, the great doors slowly opened. Dipper Sage, clad in armor from head to toe, opened its eyes and shouldered the gigantic electromagnetic heavy staff. It stepped toward the sea, making the earth quake. When its battle armor collided and scraped, it produced powerful metallic ringing. Inside the rooftop hangar, Rooftop Mountain sank into the sea. Amid towering waves, it charged straight into the bay like a mountain. The wind and waves along its path escorted it forward. Wherever it passed, the sea boiled, and scalding heat swept up steam that blotted out the sky. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Tokyo Bay, shallow waters. Ghost 3 drew closer and closer to the shore. After the special detachments deployed, they did not rashly launch an attack. Instead, they remained on alert at a safe distance from Ghost 3. Ghost 3's advancing steps also stopped at this moment. It saw the firelight attacking from the sky. This seemed to stir up a memory that was not particularly pleasant for it, causing it to choose to defend in place. A telekinetic barrier blocked the front. From beneath the clouds flew a mechanical two-headed vicious dragon. It was the modified Spica, now named Spica Prime. It arrived first, charging before Ghost 3 and sensing the telekinetic barrier's existence. The thrusters distributed across its steel wings began to pivot precisely according to program. Then, Spica Prime's body began to spin violently. Its wings, like tempered blades, rotated through the air and slashed. Under such ferocious kinetic attacks, Ghost 3's telekinetic barrier began to struggle. Ghost 3 simply abandoned the attempt to block and planned to trade wound for wound. But at the instant the telekinetic barrier vanished, Spica Prime's curled long tail suddenly straightened. Blue flames clung to the steel tail as it delivered a tail slash under the kinetic force of constant spinning acceleration. Tongues of fire burst and scattered. This strike slashed straight at Ghost 3's face. Ghost 3 used the wings on its back to block. But how could flesh wings be a match for steel? Half of Ghost 3's right wing was directly cut off. After winning that exchange, Spica Prime did not linger in battle. It immediately retreated to maintain a safe distance, pouring energy shells from the cannon ports on its wings to bombard Ghost 3. Ghost 3 stretched out a hand to block in front of itself. Its telekinetic barrier opened, but a huge object suddenly fell from the sky. Dipper Sage swung its heavy staff straight down at Ghost 3's outstretched hand. The telekinetic barrier lasted less than 1 second before shattering. The heavy staff smashed into Ghost 3's arm. breaking it on the spot with a loud crack of bone. Immediately afterward, ultra-high voltage electricity swept across Ghost 3's entire body, paralyzing it and forcing it to bathe head-on in Spica Prime's rain of energy shells. The Ghost 3 child bodies floating in the air immediately attempted to support it, extending tentacles toward Spica Prime and Dipper Sage. But from the dark open sea, a deep red beam suddenly appeared. The beam could even change direction while continuing to fire, directly disintegrating those child bodies floating in the sky into a handful of burning ash-like matter. This sight greatly lifted the morale of the participating combatants. The 3 modified great demons directly suppressed Ghost 3, beating it so hard that it found it difficult to fight back and forcing it to constantly retreat under their intimate cooperation. Spica Prime had agility. Dipper Sage had brute strength, added to Rooftop Mountain's ray support. Ghost 3 was gradually beaten back from the nearshore waters into the open sea, launched nano-residual fungus missiles. In the operation command room, Xia Li issued another order. The Alcyone residual fungus was miraculous. When enough of it gathered, its hyphae formed fungal clusters like neural networks. But only one main fungal cluster could form to scale. The remaining clusters would disconnect their neural network structures on their own. This proved that Alcyone 6 had also evolved primitive intelligence, but communicating with it remained too difficult. Fortunately, this time, at least it could distinguish friend from foe. The missiles carrying its fungal bodies would scatter its spores across the battlefield, infecting Ghost 3's body and interfering with its evolution. If other great demons and humans inhaled them, they would instead adhere to the body's surface and form fungal shell plaques that helped resist attacks. If inhaled into the body, they would help heal injuries. Alcyone residual fungus missiles burst above the battlefield. Spore dust mixed with the rain and fell onto Ghost 3's wounds, immediately beginning to erode its flesh and prevent its body's regeneration. At this moment, Ghost 3 seemed to realize that it had been careless and developed the thought of retreating. But how could humanity miss this opportunity again? They would turn Ghost 3's single moment of carelessness into the chance that buried it completely. Nano-machines have confirmed Xia Li's location, synchronized the data to Spica Prime, Dipper Sage, and Rooftop Mountain. Xia Li continued giving orders. Because Xia Li had sealed himself, his heaven chip signal was weak, and only an approximate location could be confirmed. Various scanners were ineffective against Ghost 3 and would suffer signal interference from unknown methods. They could only rely on the residual fungus combined with nano-machines to enter the body and search. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Fortunately, the plan succeeded. They had now found him. He was at Ghost 3's chest, near the heart. Ghost 3 actually dared to place Xia Li outside its own heart. Did it intend to make humanity hesitate to attack? Having evolved through the genes of Earth's life forms to this point, it had naturally inherited the weaknesses of most life, heart, and brain, and fortunately, Ghost 3 was wrong. Humanity understood very clearly just how sturdy Xia Li was right now. Even if Xia Li were thrown into the central region of a nuclear explosion, nothing would happen to him. In Spica Prime's eyes, a crosshair appeared over Ghost 3's chest. It understood what this meant. Humanity needed it to attack there. Spica Prime's 2 heads lifted high, their mouths opened, and from lungs to throats, intense light shone through skin that could not block it. Buzz. At the instant the energy gathered to its maximum, both heads lowered and jointly spat high heat rays. The rays converged in the air into a single beam that struck directly at Ghost 3's chest. Dipper Sage jumped a great step backward, held the electromagnetic heavy staff in both hands, and aimed it at Ghost 3's chest. From the end of the heavy staff, an electromagnetic railgun fired and directly blasted Ghost 3's chest apart. Rooftop Mountain gathered energy again. A molecular disintegration ray came from behind Ghost 3. Ghost 3's wings barely blocked it for a moment before being pierced through. Then, Spica Prime's ray and Rooftop Mountain's ray converged inside Ghost 3's body and directly produced power equivalent to a medium-scale nuclear explosion. Ghost 3's entire upper body was annihilated in that explosion. Something was flung out by the blast, and Dipper Sage, sharp-eyed and quick-handed, leapt up and caught it. However, after catching it, Dipper Sage's body dropped in a straight line that defied intuition. When it fell into the sea, its body could not stop pitching forward and nearly toppled over. RRGH. Two low growls came from Dipper Sage's throat, as if it were complaining about what kind of thing could possibly be this heavy. It was clearly as tiny as a grain of sand in its hand. Yet if it did not use all its strength, it could not even raise its hand. It placed the grain of sand before its eyes to observe it, through the smart retina installed in front of Dipper Sage's eye. The Operation Command Center confirmed that it was Xia Li. Target successfully recovered. Have Dipper Sage throw him directly to the logistics department. The staff in the Dipper hangar received the instruction. The zoology expert who had been communicating and training with Dipper Sage immediately told Dipper Sage the order. Under the smart retina's guidance, Dipper Sage threw Xia Li like a stone from the open sea of Tokyo Bay straight toward land. Logistics department, prepare to receive him. After using the key to release defense mode, immediately carry out modification. All other combat personnel, attention, execute Operation Burning Sea. You understood very well that Ghost 3 would not die, although only half a body remained standing on the sea. Ghost 3 still had not fallen. Because a large number of Ghost 3 child bodies in all kinds of forms surfaced from the deep sea. In addition, an enormous flesh moth that blotted out the sky flew out of the water, displaying an extremely bizarre posture under the night. Its enormous wings were covered with countless human faces. They screamed and cried, producing a tremendous terror that made people want to flee immediately. After scanning and identifying those faces, all of them pointed back to the Great Martyrdom incident more than 300 years ago. Those faces belonged to the victims of the Great Martyrdom incident. Ghost 3 judged that humanity no longer had unknown methods. It now understood everything. Humanity had exhausted its tricks. Next would come its full counterattack. Its other postures were nothing more than avatars it had used while attempting directed evolution. They were its evolutionary experiments. Inside the Operation Command Center, Yu looked at Ghost 3's new form with shock on his face. He very quickly realized something. Before the Great Martyrdom incident, Betelgeuse had once stopped on the coast. There had been reports of fish swarms attacking it, but the fish swarms had been easily repelled. Betelgeuse had only suffered some superficial injuries, but a certain evil existence had already achieved its goal. It seems Betelgeuse's genes were obtained by Ghost 3 long ago, without our knowledge. It is just that Betelgeuse later completed another evolution. That may be the true reason Ghost 3 wanted to prey upon Betelgeuse again. Humanity had protected Betelgeuse extremely well this time, giving Ghost 3 no opportunity to approach. It had been protected inside Xinhui City throughout the entire process. This was undoubtedly the correct choice. It forced Ghost 3 to launch its final assault, not hesitating to expose its most important progenitor body at this moment. Otherwise, if it waited until Ghost 3 had evolved completely, humanity would be in danger. Although Ghost 3 believed that humanity was now powerless to strike back, the truth was that their strategic personnel had already been reclaimed. The stupidest thing Ghost 3 had done was placing Xia Li inside a split body to mislead humanity. Xia Li was an extremely important part of the Ghost 3 extermination operation. Ghost 3 had still underestimated humanity. It had underestimated the role played by the very small number of special individuals among humans. All units, attention. Enter the second phase of the operation. The Ghost 3 extermination operation officially begins. Yu had long anticipated this moment. He had dealt with demons for half his life. He had tried his utmost to guess at Ghost 3's cunning. So what if the one appearing now was still an avatar? With the revival of the strategic level personnel Xia Li, would they still worry about not being able to find Ghost 3's core? For an aberrant being like Ghost 3, perhaps there was already no distinction between true body and avatar. They were all simply its different shells. But no matter how many shells it had, there was only one core. And Xia Li could find it. Previously, Xia Li had already attacked the shell where its core was located, and fortunately, he had not had enough strength left to attack the core. This modification of Xia Li had been placed by the command center on the same level of importance as the modifications of the great demons. The cybernetic bodies customized for Xia Li were even more unique, and the materials selected were even more precious and rare. Although describing a person as a weapon was morally improper, in this war, Xia Li was the strategic weapon that would determine victory or defeat. Choosing the right power at the right time, then letting it play the right role, was equivalent to victory. If Yu did not place his hopes on Xia Li, Who else could he place them on? If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Before the logistics department's main entrance in the Tokyo Bay war zone, more than a dozen logistics personnel looked at Xia Li inside the deep pit, anxious expressions appearing on every face. They had already entered the awakening key provided by command into Xia Li's heaven chip, but they still could not wake him. Ghost 3 was currently launching its final assault. Not a minute or second could be wasted. Therefore, they immediately decided to report upward, reporting to command. Xia Li cannot be awakened. Please dispatch professional personnel to examine his condition. The logistics personnel reported the news. Inside the command room, Yu did not panic at all after receiving this news. Having commanded operations for a long time, he had encountered countless accidents. He understood that no plan could ever be executed with true perfection. The question now was how serious Xia Li's problem was. Take him to the modification room first. After transmitting this order, Yu immediately contacted the Telekinesis Society and had its people go to the logistics department to cooperate. However, at that moment, the logistics department asked him a question. Shouldn't we bring him to the command room and activate temporary quantum domain field analysis, soldier? Execute the order. Yu did not explain his reasons. He merely warned the logistics department personnel in a rather unfriendly tone to obey orders. The command room had a temporary quantum computing unit assembled as a signal node for the Heavenly Dao network. So naturally it could connect to the Heavenly Dao computer and unfold a weaker quantum domain field. But out of vigilance against Ghost 3, before Xia Li's condition was fully understood, allowing Xia Li to access the main network would be irresponsible to all humanity. Yu had already assumed that Ghost 3 might have mastered electronic information technology and might have tampered with Xia Li. Yes. The logistics soldier's self-assured suggestion was rejected, but he did not think too much about it. He immediately contacted others to drive over a large crane. They hoisted Xia Li up with thickened steel cables and dragged him to the entrance of the modification room. At this time, because of Xia Li's enormous weight, the insufficiently flexible crane could not place him accurately into the room. After a short while, people from the Telekinesis Society, along with Xiao and Yaguchi, all arrived. Xiao and Yaguchi had already been in the logistics department's operations room. Kayara quickly stepped forward and crouched beside Xia Li, using her own telekinesis to investigate, but her expression suddenly changed, and she roared, "Heaven chip! Interrupt consciousness and completely delete cognition from now to 10 seconds ago." After saying that, Kyra's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Only after roughly half a minute passed did the heaven chip restart Kyra's consciousness. When Kayara woke and found everyone looking at her, she immediately organized her words and began explaining. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Xia Li's consciousness aggregate has already suffered cognitive contamination. You can understand it as a kind of memetic virus. I don't know what his current condition is, but it is definitely not good. After Kayara finished speaking, she immediately reported this result to command. Xia Li, who had been captured by Ghost 3 for 20 days, still had a problem after all, and it had appeared at the critical moment when Xia Li most needed to wake up. Just as Kayara was thinking about how to solve it, Xia Li's heaven chip sent a message to the people nearby. Because a split in the main consciousness has been detected, the secondary consciousness will revive before the main consciousness. Due to my underlying logic, I cannot refuse an order from any consciousness. Therefore, I refuse to execute the consciousness revival procedure. The specific situation has been uploaded to the log. Please ensure that the consciousness is unique before executing awakening. At that moment, Xia Li's heaven chip had usurped the throne. It did not want to see Xia Li competing for control. It was loyal only to the soul Xia Li, as for which consciousness would ultimately remain. That was not a decision it could make. That was something only humans could decide. Open Spirit, Kayara was slightly surprised. Only heaven chips of the Open Spirit series had underlying logic that allowed the AI to refuse its master's orders. I am not Open Spirit. My master activated the emergency self-switch main control function. Please seek a solution immediately. Xia Li's heaven chip was extremely conscientious. Self-switching main control was a highly controversial function. After all, what counted as an emergency? Once this function was activated, the AI would decide. This was equivalent to handing over part of the control over one's body and consciousness. And in order to preserve its master, an AI would do anything that did not violate its underlying logic. It would dare do anything. It would not care about anything, whether you had been coerced or were acting. If you dared reveal hostility, you would die. I was that extreme. Its master was the entire meaning of its existence. Do you have an identifier? Xia Li had never given his heaven chip a name, because Xia Li felt that doing so would personify the AI. Heaven chip. Then can you allow an external consciousness to connect? Permitted. Good. Do you have any requirements for the connector? A log has been generated. Please select from the above subjects. Xia Li's heaven chip accompanied Xia Li and knew whom Xia Li trusted most. Although this would expose Xia Li's privacy, there was no time to care about that in an emergency. There were 3 people on the log: Xiao, Yaguchi, and Shuri Turing. Only 3. It was not that he did not trust the others. He simply did not understand them well enough. And their relationships were not close enough. I agree to connect. Me too. Xiao and Yaguchi immediately agreed. They would connect to Xia Li's consciousness and help him. Through the log previously sent by Xia Li's heaven chip, they already roughly understood what Xia Li had encountered. Secondary cognitive overlay. This was an extremely dangerous condition that could cause the original personality to be lost. In modern consciousness theory, losing the original personality was equivalent to death. Wait a moment. I will report the situation to the commander first. Kayara immediately told Huoyu about Xia Li's current condition. After learning of it, Huoyu approved Xiao and Yaguchi-Hi's connection. He had not called Xiao and Yaguchi-Hi over so they could reminisce with Xia Li after he woke. He had anticipated this possibility long ago. After the Great Martyrdom incident, Ghost 3 had hidden itself away. But before that, people who had come into contact with Ghost 3 had all mentioned phenomena where personalities changed drastically. Although the various technologies of the time were far less advanced than they were now, the people back then had still recorded and discovered it, and had reached the testing result of personality split. Combined with present knowledge, was that not personality overlay? The solution was also right here. Let the people Xia Li was most familiar with, and who were most familiar with Xia Li, carry out consciousness connection with him, distinguish between the two, and help Xia Li's main consciousness revive. Second Lieutenant Xiao, Corporal Yagyu. I leave Xia Li's matter to you. Hurry. Huoyu gave Xiao and Yaguchi-Hi a direct order. Then he told all combat personnel to converge westward, and had the 3 great demons also move west, temporarily abandoning the northern defense line. During the process of reviving Xia Li, Ghost 3 was extremely likely to take the initiative to attack. To block the influence of Ghost 3, the source of evil thoughts, they would need the black coffin that sealed Aurelia to serve as a shielding force field. And Ghost 3 would definitely attack Aurelia, because Aurelia was an existence capable of killing it. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Before the logistics department's main entrance, Xia Li looked as if he had been sealed inside amber. His movement was still frozen in the posture from before impact, both hands crossed before his chest, his face carrying anger and determination. The black coffin sealing Aurelia was transported over immediately. After Koyara opened the coffin lid by the slightest crack, the enormous flesh moth out in the open sea slowly turned and looked toward the logistics department. Those child body avatars in all kinds of forms also turned toward the logistics department. Xiao and Yaguchi-Hi looked at the savage gigantic monsters in the rain curtain. At this moment, tremendous pressure rose in their hearts, but their view was soon blocked by a steel-armored giant ape in the sky. Spica Prime shielded the heavy rain with its wings. Rooftop Mountain directly fired its molecular disintegration beam at the flesh moth. Although it was negated by the telekinetic barrier, at least it could consume Ghost 3's telekinesis. The Shushin sword sect formed another sword formation. The turrets covering the bay all switched to live ammunition. The special detachments bravely charged toward Ghost 3 and its child bodies. Time waited for no one. Xiao and Yuchihaya looked at each other and nodded. Just like that. They lay on the ground beside Xia Li and slowly closed their eyes. The logistics department's quantum computer immediately began executing the consciousness connection procedure, helping the three of them link their consciousnesses. This was actually like entering a dream. Walking into Xia Li's dream, it was not some extremely difficult technology to understand. It had even become a civilian entertainment technology long ago. People with good relationships would visit each other's dreams. But the dream Xia Li was currently having was an absol dream brought to him by Ghost 3. If they were careless, they too would sink into the abyss. On the boundless surface of the sea, the sky was terrifyingly overcast. Xiao and Yuchihaya fell into the dream sea. They immediately swam out of the water and looked around in confusion. A voice quickly reached their ears. "Sister, Chihaya, save me, save." They turned and discovered that Xia Li had appeared behind them at some unknown point, swimming toward them with all his strength. At this moment, he was like a mortal without cultivation. "Xia Li, we're here." Xiao immediately swam toward Xia Li. For some reason, her heart ached terribly for him. When had Xia Li ever been this fragile? Even back in the mine, Xia Li's seemingly despairing gaze had concealed a will to resist. But the current Xia Li was simply like a child whose courage had been completely shattered. Just as she was about to grasp Xia Li's hand, tentacles suddenly extended from the sea, grabbed Xia Li, and dragged him beneath the surface. "Sister." Xia Li only had time to leave behind one final mournful cry. Before Xiao could react, even more tentacles extended from the sea and attacked her and Yuchihaya. Beneath the sea surface, something seemed to be staring at them. They felt fear climb up their spines. Then, at the instant the tentacles attacked them, sky and sea overturned. The ocean flipped and became the sky. While they fell toward it, they grew dizzy under the feeling of weightlessness. In the span of a dazed instant, they somehow landed. They immediately stood and examined their surroundings. They found themselves in a damp ruin. This place seemed to have just been devastated by a tsunami, and a salty fishy smell rushed straight into their noses. "Sister." Chihay. A deep, hoarse voice sounded behind them. Xiao and Yuchihaya were somewhat afraid to turn around, but they still summoned the courage to do it, because they had to help Xia Li. But after turning around, Xiao's pupils shook violently, and nausea kept surging upward. Yuchihaya directly covered her mouth with her hand. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. They saw a huge fat thing that was almost no longer human-shaped. It would be more accurate to describe it as a ball of flesh. Various marine life limbs and body parts were spliced onto the flesh ball, and an indescribably foul fishy stench almost polluted their souls. "Save me. Keep me company." Together, the flesh ball wriggled closer. They screamed, stood, and ran. They could not calm down at all. Mission and duty vanished beneath boundless terror, but the flesh ball's voice kept echoing beside their ears. They passed through the ruined streets and reached a broken bridge. The flesh ball pounced, revealing a savage ring-shaped mouthpart. Human remains still hung from its rotten teeth. They were so frightened they could only jump from the bridge, but after jumping, another daze came. Within thick, hazy fog, they landed in a corridor. Before they could react to what had happened, a figure rushed forward and grabbed their hands. "Sister, Chihaya." Xia Li appeared from somewhere and, with a face full of terror, grabbed them and ran. They very much wanted to ask Xia Li what had happened, but before they could open their mouths, Xia Li accidentally fell. After falling, he could not get up for a long time and made no sound. He only faced the ground as his body trembled violently. Then he burst open. Countless wriggling worms drilled out and attacked them. In panic, they could only run again. But the corridor suddenly lengthened, even extended without end, as if escape were forever impossible. Just as the worms were about to catch up with them, they felt empty space beneath their feet, and weightlessness struck again. They fell from the clouds. Below was a ruined city, filled with the screams and cries of countless people. With difficulty, they twisted in midair and looked toward the sky. A vast fishy mouth, so enormous it seemed capable of devouring a planet, bit down at them. When their consciousness became clear once again, they saw Xia Li again. as Xia Li standing by the edge of a cliff with his back to them. After a moment of silence, that Xia Li spoke, "Sister, Chihaya, you two are genuinely bold." As Xia Li spoke, he turned around. A calm smile hung on his face. There was not the slightest trace of fear, but seeing Xia Li like this only made Xiao and Chihaya more uncomfortable. They were full of vigilance toward this Xia Li, feeling that this Xia Li was the evil thought incarnation tormenting Xia Li's main consciousness. Gathering their courage, they stood and slowly saw clearly what lay below the cliff. There were square little worlds one after another. Hundreds of Xia Lis were suffering slaughter and torture to different degrees inside them. At this moment, their hearts chilled. For the first time, they felt that their willingness to give for Xia Li might be only so much. They wanted to flee. "Are you too affected too? Sorry. I couldn't discover you and fish you up at the first moment. Calm down for a while and recover your rationality. From the looks of you, you were both about to go mad." After Xia Li finished speaking, he fell silent. An unknown amount of time passed like this before Xiao and Chihaya finally came back to themselves and expelled the boundless fear from their minds. "Xia Li, prove that you are the Xia Li we know." Xiao immediately demanded that Xia Li prove he was himself. "There is no need to prove anything. Every me you have seen is the me you know. It's just that the one standing before you right now is the one closest to your cognition of me. Hard to understand, right? Put simply, Ghost 3's cognitive contamination is altering my memories, fabricating hatred in which I was harmed and betrayed by everyone I trusted and was close to. It uses continuous nightmares to rob me of thought, uses high-frequency pain to make me completely insane until only madness and hatred remain, then comes to rescue me, acting like a savior to completely control my will. That is how the cultists it controls came to be. But I reversed that process. I let split consciousnesses be tormented by its image, leaving behind the most extreme evil thoughts toward it so they can stab it back. What Aurelia can do, I can do too. Treat it as double insurance. We must make sure to kill it this time. You should have seen Aurelia's records, right?" Xia Li explained the current situation. After hearing him, Xiao and Chihaya were full of disbelief. Wasn't this equivalent to Xia Li having completely schemed against Ghost 3? It was actually going so smoothly that they found it difficult to believe. "What, were you hoping I would be tortured into madness? Then you would use love and hope or something to awaken me. Would I also have to shout about love and courage and fight my secondary personality in a dream? Reign in that taste of yours, all right. Since I wasn't afraid of being captured by Ghost 3, naturally I had my reasons." Xia Li explained with logic as clear as possible. But Xiao and Chihaya still remained vigilant toward him. This made Xia Li very helpless. Since when did performing too well make people suspect you were an enemy in disguise? Was he not handsome? Was this move directly reversing the entire situation? Not impressive. But what were Xiao and Chihaya doing? Hostility even appeared in their eyes now. "Calm down, both of you. Don't give me that the weak are automatically right nonsense. I really am the main consciousness. If you have the heaven chip, kill me. You can both become widows. There's not a single spirit stone in my phase ring, so don't loot my spirit stones, damn it. How did I end up with you two?" Facing Xiao and Chihaya's hostility, Xia Li could only laugh bitterly and beg anxiously. But it was precisely this reaction that made Xiao and Chihaya let out long breaths. Confirmed. This Xia Li was genuine. If he were the evil thought consciousness, he would have already attacked them. "We believe you. We believe you. It's just that we really didn't expect things to go this smoothly." Chihaya still found it somewhat unbelievable that Xia Li could scheme against Ghost 3. In her eyes, Xia Li was somewhat of a hothead, the typical reckless brute who had nothing to do with wisdom. "I can see Ghost 3 gave you to a shadow. You think it can calculate everything. But there is one thing it absolutely cannot calculate. The Great Tao is 50, Heaven's derivation is 49, and one escapes. I am that escaped one." Xia Li's cognition had endured the baptism of a higher dimension. The fragments of information woven into self were like alloy tempered 1,000 times, and like the fog-like selves of ordinary people, which scattered easily. Unless Xia Li voluntarily yielded his main consciousness, he was very difficult for external forces to influence. Although Ghost 3 was a predator from a higher civilization, In the end, it was only a vicious beast that knew plunder. It could not understand higher dimensional cognition. No matter how clever a beast was, it was still a beast. No matter how foolish a human was, they were still human. A beast could win countless times, but humans only needed to win once. A beast could wound a person many times, but as long as it had not bitten them to death. When the human's shotgun was pressed against its head, one bullet would be enough. And for insurance, Xia Li even planned to use a double-barreled shotgun. His bullet was one, and Aurelia had another. Risk halved, odds doubled. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. In the deeper consciousness space of the looping nightmare, seeing Xia Li so confident, Xiao and Yaguchi could not help feeling incomparably reassured. The tiny evil thoughts produced after the nightmare influenced them were dispersed. Although they still had many questions they wanted to ask Xia Li, they understood very clearly that this was not the time for idle talk, even if time in the dream flowed far more slowly than time in reality. Xia Li, you need to wake up. The operation against Ghost 3 has already entered the decisive battle phase. Xiao told Xia Li to hurry and wake. Your current situation is that the Heaven Chip refuses to execute the revival procedure. If you don't wake and release your defense state, we have no way to modify you, and the modification will take some time. Yaguchi also urged Xia Li to wake quickly. Xia Li nodded after hearing them. Leave me a string of key code. Have the Heaven Chip carry out consciousness isolation on personalities without the key. During Heaven Chip authentication, I will temporarily revive shallow consciousness and release steady state. After you complete the modification, wake me again. Since he would have to be anesthetized again during modification even if he woke now, Xia Li might as well remain in this state a while longer and pack more black powder inside the bullet. Fine, the key is given to you. You absolutely have to remember it. In your current situation, the Heaven Chip won't be polite. If the Heaven Chip could not re-establish neural connection with Xia Li, it truly might erase Xia Li's main consciousness. The Heaven Chip's consciousness erasure would mobilize spiritual energy to annihilate the soul's consciousness network. Even if Xia Li possessed higher dimensional cognition, he could not escape the Heaven Chip's strangulation. Being difficult to influence and alter did not mean one could withstand consciousness annihilation. Magical resistance and physical resistance were two different things. Of course I won't forget that. Right, Xia Li. Let me ask you something else. If we hadn't come, wouldn't you have stayed asleep forever? Xiao was very curious about this point. Xia Li currently had no way to wake on his own. Even if Xia Li could use the evil thought personality in reverse, the fact that he had suffered personality overlay was still real. The Heaven Chip would not allow Xia Li's consciousness to awaken. Did Xia Li really leave himself no fallback, relying entirely on other people? You were bound to come. If not you, then someone else. Of course, I also considered the possibility of being abandoned, but I am confident I could persuade the Heaven Chip. Your Heaven Chip is an open spirit. I'm afraid it doesn't have that level of understanding, much less that authority. Then let it break through its underlying code. Xia Li said this in a calm tone. Xiao and Yaguchi did not know what to say after hearing it. They admitted that Xia Li was very charming at this moment, carrying the air of someone laying plans from afar. Whether that charm worked on an AI was another matter. Non-open spirit AIs occasionally overstepped authority under certain complicated circumstances, but overstepping authority was all it was. It could not be considered breaking through underlying code. At most, it temporarily deceived the underlying code. All right, you're impressive. Then we're going back to reality. You should prepare for battle. After you wake, you may need to deploy immediately. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. What is my combat role? Xia Li heard from Xiao's tone that his awakening seemed very important, which made him rather puzzled. Did Earth not have any other powerhouses capable of carrying the main beam? Or was Astarte really being so extreme that it was restraining Earth's powerhouses from returning at any cost? Perhaps the thing most malicious toward humanity was not Ghost 3, but other humans whose ideology differed. This was probably a side effect of wisdom. Decapitator, you. Xiao and Yaguchi answered in unison. After Xia Li heard them, He did not feel fear or pressure. He only felt excitement. He admitted that he did have a bit of personal heroism, because that would make him more dazzling, and everything about him would become sharper and brighter. There was nothing wrong with that. Personal heroism was still better than extreme selfishness. He had been born in an era of intense social competition and gradually solidifying classes. Thus, people had praised all things ordinary, but a faded, malignant illness had burned even his ordinary life to ash. The moment he obtained that mysterious ring, the deep reason driving him to become stronger was precisely that unwillingness to remain ordinary. In this world, perhaps there were people weary of climbing high who looked back toward the mortal dust, returned to simplicity, and said that since they came from the mortal dust, they had to return to the mortal dust. Just like the countless praised tales of hidden one-realm cultivators transforming into mortals. But how could those who had been stunningly talented from childhood understand what true ordinariness was? They all understood that they would eventually return. Ordinariness was merely an experience, not the reality that accompanied them like fate. Therefore, the truly ordinary had only one lifelong wish. After years and years wasted in the mortal world, they wished only to become immortals for one morning, slay ghosts and gods, prove the extraordinary, go back to reality, modify me properly. Xia Li stepped toward the cliff edge. Xia Li, I'm going to face the evil thoughts directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao and Yaguchiha's consciousnesses were instantly pulled into a twisted tunnel by a powerful suction force. Within their gradually dimming awareness, they saw Xia Li already rehearsing in the dream, going to directly face the terrifying evil thoughts Ghost 3 had implanted. After a moment of daze, they woke and returned to reality. Deafening artillery fire came from all directions. Many of Ghost 3's child bodies had already landed and launched an assault toward the logistics department. The three modified great demons were also fighting bloody battles. The special detachments shuttled beneath the night. Large numbers of drones fell into the sea and exploded. People from all the major sects held the very front line and fought without pause. This group, which usually kept longevity on their lips, adhered to egoism, and absolutely avoided risk, did not seem quite so unbearable after all. In the sea, in the sky, and on land, everywhere was battlefield. Everywhere had casualties. Xiao immediately connected to Xia Li's heaven chip, transmitted the authentication key, and conveyed Xia Li's message. A few seconds later, the translucent golden substance covering Xia Li's body turned into light fog and scattered into the sky. The logistics soldiers gathered around immediately stepped forward, lifted Xia Li, carried him into the modification room, and placed him before a custom modification pod with a retro appearance. A solemn-looking mature woman with long purple hair had already been waiting there. She was Counselor Mia, Xia Li's modifier this time, the proposer of the theory of coevolutionary cybernetic bodies, and the inventor of many modification pod models. She was a true master who had brought modification to the level of art. Modifications performed by her would present a special beauty. It was the perfect interaction between machinery and biology. Modification target confirmed. Status check passed. Priest can human body modeling. Neural connection established. When Mia carried out modifications, she was so professional that she even established neural connection with the modified person. This made real-time regulation easier and sought to raise the compatibility between the modified person and the cybernetic body to the highest degree, making the bond between the modified person and the cybernetic body intimate and seamless, as if it were an original limb born with them. To accomplish this, she could not rely entirely on the modification pod. She needed to manually operate and empathize through her fingertips, as if she were modifying herself. This was what made a top-tier modifier. At the same time, she was also a top-tier surgical medical expert. Only by establishing empathy could true human-machine unity be achieved. Xiao and Yaguchi stared at Mia with extreme focus. Without question, the other woman was someone worth learning from, a pioneer on the path of modification. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Inside the Tokyo Bay Operation Command Room, you heard one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that Xia Li was undergoing modification. The bad news was that Betelgeuse's pacification had failed, and it had forcibly begun feeding. Betelgeuse's body structure was complex and exquisite. With a body of flesh and blood, it maintained complicated nuclear reactions. Fission and fusion both existed inside its body, and this meant that once Betelgeuse began eating, it had to keep eating. It could rest partway through, but it could not stop. Otherwise, it could not balance the complicated nuclear chain reactions inside its body. Therefore, under unsuitable environmental conditions, Betelgeuse basically remained asleep. Only when it sensed that there were enough radioactive substances in the environment would it wake and feed. At this moment, powerful light rose in the far rear of the Bay Area, like a sunrise. Without question, this further stimulated Ghost 3's predatory desire. Large and small Ghost 3 child bodies forcibly landed under the baptism of artillery fire, flooding the shallow waters like a tide. That terrifying ability to form an army alone truly opened Huoyu's eyes. The three modified great demons were powerful, but as the main combat force, they also suffered the greatest targeting by Ghost 3. Although they had no injuries to speak of, their energy consumption was too high. To avoid harming them, the temporarily implanted fusion reactors had power limits imposed. This meant that although their firepower was fierce, their endurance was insufficient. They needed to cool down, but the battle situation did not permit them cooling time. Spica Prime could no longer spit fire. Rooftop Mountain's beam could no longer sustain itself either, only firing intermittent point shots. Only Dipper Sage, holding its heavy staff, stood like a war god before the logistics department and refused to retreat even half a step. That enormous flesh moth, ugly in appearance and full of blasphemy toward human civilization, slowly approached shore amid its child bodies. Suspicious scale powder scattered from its wings. Anyone who touched it would go mad and had to immediately switch to Heaven Chip main control to flee. This caused the human side's combat strength to rapidly decrease. Sect experts without Heaven Chips were even strictly ordered by Huoyu not to approach, which further accelerated the speed at which the defense line was pushed back. At most, there were less than 10 minutes before Ghost 3 could reach the command center. Huoyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, maintaining calm. He did not resent the world for the existence of such a life form. If humanity was to step into interstellar space, then in the long, distant future, it would encounter enemies even worse than Ghost 3. The Great Filter tested humanity at every moment. If they encountered a hostile higher civilization, humanity might not even have the chance to wail. The invasion of a single higher civilization individual was perhaps already merciful enough for humanity. It was practically a beginner tutorial, and fortunately, the difficulty of this beginner tutorial was truly not low. Counselor Mia, how much longer until the modification is complete? Approximately 20 minutes, as fast as possible. Even an imperfect modification will do. But I only know how to make perfect modifications. Mia truly did not know how to do imperfect modifications, unless she deliberately messed things up after finishing to create imperfection. If a step became chaotic during the modification process, then as far as she was concerned, there would be no need to continue the following modifications. The energy she would have to spend would only be greater than that required for a perfect modification. When exquisite skill became instinct, not pursuing exquisiteness required thought instead. Speed up. Huoyu cut off the communication and did not disturb Mia further. As commander, his head truly ached right now. He himself had combat power at the Golden Body stage, and he very much wanted to rush to the front line to share some of the pressure. But he was the commander. All combat units, please take note. Operational command authority is now handed over to the Heavenly Tao computer for direct processing. Please strictly follow all instructions. After transferring command authority, Huoyu directly left the command room and let the Heavenly Tao computer command. The sacrifices this caused might increase somewhat, but it could guarantee that enough time would be bought. Although it was not human enough, it was rational enough. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Unlike him, he was human. He always pursued minimizing sacrifice. Outside the command room, Huoyu raised his head and looked at the enormous flesh moth approaching the shore. The shrieking faces on the other party's wings made anger rise from the bottom of his heart. Was it deliberately triggering human fear? deliberately moving toward the disgusting, twisted direction humans imagined. Did it think this would make people afraid? Wing Cutter. Xia Li summoned a long spear from his phase ring. The spear was made from the hardest spiritual bone on Wing 5's body. He held the spear, took a deep breath, and then he charged straight to the front line like a star shuttle. Those 10-meter class small child bodies were simply no match for one exchange with him. Even if they could drive telekinesis, they could not block his spear. His action also made Joris and a group of other Golden Body powerhouses choose to enter the battle. Golden Body stage fighters joining this operation was equivalent to declaring that the operation had reached its final phase. Strange scale powder fell like rain. Alcyon spore missiles launched one after another to absorb the scale powder and reduce its influence. Artillery roared to the sky and bullets poured out. In contrast, the operation's public channel was deathly silent. There was no more communication between combat personnel. Because the Heavenly Tao computer had no need to use a public channel, it could issue precise real-time orders to every unit. Ghost 3's newly produced child bodies crawled out of the sea without end and invaded the bay. Even Dipper Sage was beaten until it panted heavily, its stamina unable to keep up with such high-intensity battle. The human side fought while retreating. Ordinary soldiers, who could not fully understand the operational plan, had no idea how the most horrifying flesh moth was to be killed. The battlefield was gradually divided into several different regions. Ghost 3 seemed to be doing this deliberately. It had another scheme. Until an invisible child body quietly approached the area where the logistics department stood. Where the battle intensity was not high, it suddenly revealed itself and charged straight at the logistics department building. Its target was clear. After approaching, it lifted a foot and stomped directly down at the modification room where Xia Li was. For a time, electric light scattered in all directions, and firelight burst and splashed. After the quantum computer was destroyed, it produced a violent electromagnetic energy storm. This attracted the attention of most people on the battlefield. But after Ghost 3's child body stomped down, it could no longer move. Then, it was flung away by something. Its nearly 100-meter gigantic body flew out in full, smashed into the bay, and crushed many other child bodies to death. A figure slowly floated from the ruins toward the sky. From his mouth came a prayer-like whisper. Yet the voice was incomparably resonant. Consciousness revival detected. Neural connection established. Biological authentication passed. Xia Li had not been fully awakened yet. At this moment, his heaven chip was in emergency substitute control. So the awakening broadcast procedure everyone knew came from Xia Li's mouth, connected to Brain Bridge. A Ghost 3 child body that could also turn invisible suddenly revealed itself, leapt, and rushed at Xia Li. Xia Li, whose eyes were still tightly closed, punched. They were shook. A sonic boom shrieked. That child body, roughly 20 meters in size, was directly blasted into blood mist. Cognitive encoding in progress. Cognitive intervention ready. All devices initialized. Steady state control program passed. Setting reference values for all devices. Degenerate alpha ready. Set to optimal operating value. Dragon tendon link ready. Set to optimal operating value. Heavenly arm. Divine steel ready. Set to optimal operating value. All devices trial adjusted. Starting awakening procedure. The instant the words fell, Xia Li opened his eyes. His pupils were now dyed with a layer of gold. Under the gaze of those golden pupils, the ghost child bodies invading the shore all screeched and accelerated toward him. Xia Li lifted both hands high, and a simple silver-gray greatsword appeared in them. Stage 1. Super Heavy Mass. A golden outer layer like solid substance burst out from the greatsword's edge. At this moment, the greatsword appeared more than 10 meters long. Stage 2. Dense State. The golden light produced by the greatsword suddenly expanded. Although it was no longer dazzling, it looked as though it had truly gathered into solid form. 100-meter greatsword was raised high in Xia Li's hands, making every person who witnessed this moment feel immense pressure, even though they knew it would not be striking them. Stage 3. Metastable State. The matter forming the light substance greatsword immediately became unstable. Yet in the same instant, it expanded again into a heaven-reaching sword beyond description. The next instant, the sword fell. Its might was so great that it cleaved heaven and earth. Before the even greater sword, The giant flesh moth's telekinetic barrier could not withstand even half a breath before scattering. The heaven-reaching sword had no edge, so it did not cut. Instead, it crushed the flesh moth down into the sea, raising great waves. Its flesh was directly blasted apart, and where the sword fell, blood water sprayed and burst like a volcanic eruption. With one sword complete, the light sword dispersed. Xia Li withdrew the sword and raised his hand. A black iron heavy bow taller than Xia Li appeared in his left hand. The bow had no string, but when Xia Li brought his right arm close, a string suddenly appeared. A radiant gold bowstring. He drew the bow. A translucent golden arrow rapidly formed. He released. A sonic boom thundered, and the air shook. Even those not directly hit were shredded by the wind pressure if the arrow only brushed past them. The ghost child bodies along its path were annihilated with one arrow. After the arrow struck the ground, it even caused a clear tremor through the earth. At this moment, the second arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Ghost 3's child bodies all turned back at this moment, wanting to flee to the seafloor. Xia Li turned his head and looked at Spica Prime not far away. "Come here." Xia Li gave an order. Spica Prime immediately charged forward, obediently, even somewhat fawningly, allowing Xia Li to step onto its back. "Jace." Xia Li spoke only one word. It was also direct human language, information that had not been translated through a communicator. But Spica Prime still lifted its two heads high and flew toward the sea. Xia Li bent the bow and knocked an arrow, hunting through the sky. He could sense with perfect clarity which child body Ghost 3's consciousness would transfer into. He was in no hurry. At worst, he would shoot and kill every child body, from space above to the deep sea below. He would hunt to the end. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Spica Prime circled through the sky. Arrows condensed from golden light fell from the sky like stars. Every strike inflicted wide area damage. Xia Li's attack frequency was not high, but even so, he still forced all of Ghost 3's child body swarms back from the coast into the sea. When almost all of Ghost 3's child bodies had entered the water, Xia Li suddenly drew the bow to its fullest. The black steel cybernetic hand, which had not yet had time to receive artificial skin, vibrated at extremely high frequency. It produced the unique muffled metallic hum of metal, as if some enormous machine were operating, pouring plain, unadorned power into the bowstring like an engine. Condensed arrow, spiral-piercing arrow. When power accumulated to its maximum, a storm actually formed at the instant Xia Li released the arrow. It was the astral wind known as heavy wind. An astral wind tornado formed at the arrow's tail. Not long after the arrow entered the sea, a whirlpool formed, a gigantic, terrifying whirlpool filled with astral wind, like a meat grinder. It dragged Ghost 3's child bodies in and ruthlessly shredded them. Above the whirlpool, a waterspout connecting to the sky rapidly formed. All demons had a strong ability to control astral wind. Their demon power could make wind heavier, but in the end, it still lacked a certain crucial higher power. At this moment, Xia Li supplied what was missing. As Ghost 3's child bodies entered the sea in large numbers, they began dispersing and fleeing. In the vast Pacific, finding them might be somewhat difficult for others, but for Xia Li, it was not difficult at all. "Throw that thing over." Xia Li pointed at the black coffin and shouted to Dipper Sage across a great distance. The giant ape was currently near the logistics department. After hearing him, it walked directly closer to the logistics department, bent down, grabbed the black coffin, and threw it toward Xia Li. Dipper Sage's strength was likewise enormous. If an ordinary person dared catch the black coffin it threw, they might be directly smashed to pieces. But Xia Li merely shielded the front with his cybernetic hand. The black coffin smashed against Xia Li's cybernetic hand, and Xia Li himself did not react at all, standing as unmoving as a mountain. Instead, Spica Prime pitched forward and dove quite a distance. "Catch the black coffin. Shoulder the black coffin. Open the black coffin." Xia Li directly reached his hand inside. His strength and evil thought perception made his positioning of Ghost 3 even more precise. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow. The arrow entered the sea, carrying plain but immense kinetic pressure as it blasted apart the child body hosting Ghost 3's main consciousness. Ghost 3's main consciousness transferred again. Xia Li drew the bow and knocked an arrow again. At this time, of course, humanity also acted. Large numbers of underwater troops entered the sea to pursue ghost child bodies. Sect members followed in one after another as well, leaping into the sea to strangle those rooted child bodies. Humanity had already reversed the situation. It was now a one-sided pursuit. Under the Heavenly Tao computer's arrangements, ghost child bodies found it difficult to escape humanity's inescapable net, and a surrounding formation gradually took shape and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Even in such a dangerous situation, Ghost 3 was still able to think of a method to flee. Some of its special child bodies split into countless tiny drifting child bodies and scattered. Those child bodies, which required a microscope to see, even attempted to invade human bodies. But humanity had already prepared. Every person entering the sea wore full-body outer armor. Sect members had their own spiritual astral energy protecting their bodies and feared them even less. And in the microscopic world, Ghost's miniature child bodies began to be preyed upon by the Alcyone residual fungus. Alcyone had never been an overlord of huge things. It was the overlord of the microecological layer. The concentration of spores in the battlefield waters was extremely high, and Earth's ecology began to counterattack. Rooftop Mountain, arriving late, dove under the sea and opened its mouth to inhale directly. Countless miniature child bodies entered Rooftop Mountain's stomach and were directly digested. Drone swarms flew through the sky, launching missiles containing nanomachine swarms into the sea. The absurdly numerous nanomachines also joined the microscopic battlefield. Microorganisms that had already existed in the sea began preying on Ghost 3's microscopic child bodies. The microscopic world was not a paradise for escape at all. It was a hell with no road left. Having lost the immune capability possessed by complex life forms, Ghost microscopic child body had to face 10 or 100 times as many bacteria, viruses, plankton, Alcyone residual fungus, and nanomachines. At this moment, Xia Li closed his eyes. He could feel Ghost 3's main consciousness constantly changing positions through the sea at light speed. How exactly did it achieve this instantaneous replacement of bodies? And if its ability were truly that exaggerated, had it not left child bodies in other sea regions, such as the Atlantic or Arctic Ocean, or perhaps it had, but could not cross over? Thinking of how Ghost 3 had fallen silent after causing the Great Martyrdom incident, in which over 100,000 people had died, how much human power could it have obtained from that? What it truly preyed upon was probably not individual bodies, nor something so simple as filling its stomach. A scale of 100,000 people. It was preying on civilization. Kang, assist me. Xia Li directly called for the Heavenly Tao computer's help. After the Heavenly Tao computer connected, Xia Li immediately requested computational assistance, using his soul to filter the countless streams of information in the sea, filtering away all those chaotic, irrelevant signals. Xia Li sensed a suspicious mode of telekinetic emission and caught the signal towers that existed on the seafloor. A biological telekinetic network. Xia Li found the source of Ghost's ability to constantly switch shells. It had preyed upon human civilization, and from it, extracted the crucial technology that had truly allowed humanity to begin advancing triumphantly, information network technology. More than 100 biological telekinetic nodes were distributed beneath the seabed, buried deep under sea sand. Xia Li leapt down into the sea and charged straight toward one of the telekinetic nodes. Just as he was about to approach, Xia Li felt that the telekinetic field around the node was extremely unstable. It seemed to want to self-destruct. Unfortunately, too late. Xia Li opened the black coffin on his back. Aurelia was like a black box that devoured telekinetic signals. Xia Li landed on the seabed and stomped down, causing the seabed to split slightly. Buried under sea sand, a strangely shaped, many-limbed, coiling tentacle appeared before Xia Li's eyes. Xia Li stepped forward and directly grabbed the tentacle's tip. Kang, Haken. Xia Li directly used telekinesis to connect to Ghost's telekinetic network. Through Xia Li as a relay point, Kang also connected to it. Ghost 3 was indeed intelligent. Its biological telekinetic network possessed defensive mechanisms similar to firewalls. Even after passing through the first door, another door still blocked Xia Li and the Heavenly Tao computer from going deeper. But this was already enough. Xia Li directly transmitted his evil thought body into the telekinetic network. The evil thought body itself had formed from one of Ghost 3's split consciousnesses. So to Ghost 3's telekinetic network, it was self-information. It were Ghost skin. But inside was another consciousness that had already gone mad. This was equivalent to a Trojan horse, the most basic electronic virus. A Trojan virus. As that consciousness entered Ghost's telekinetic network, many of Ghost's child bodies began to go mad and attack and devour each other, treating one another as their most hated natural enemies. From this point on, Ghost 3 fell into a complete collapse, and it would never be able to reverse the tide again. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After Xia Li achieved a decisive battle result, the dawn of victory was already shining. However, the Heavenly Tao computer also ordered everyone to remain on high alert at this moment. With a life form as cunning and cruel as Ghost 3, no method it used in its final resistance would be surprising. They still had to face its last counterattack. In the dark, silent seafloor, Xia Li felt the black coffin on his back tremble slightly. Aurelio was reminding Xia Li that Ghost 3 had come, Ghost 3 had chosen. In the end, to approach Xia Li. Pioneer, be careful. Its final counterattack may be pure malice toward you, aimed only at destroying you, not for possession. Not for continuation. It simply carried absolute hatred and wanted to destroy Xia Li. Ghost 3 still possessed this much strength. Xia Li had ruined its advantage 3 times. When it preyed on the 3 great demons, when it was about to successfully land, and with its telekinetic network, perhaps from its perspective, if this battle had not had Xia Li, it would inevitably have turned human civilization into its puppet. It would have led this puppet civilization to reproduce the glory of its own civilization. But in reality, even without Xia Li, humanity would have won in the end. The price would simply have been much greater. However, at this moment, Xia Li did not need to act at all. The black coffin on his back shook violently, and the coffin lid was blasted completely away by some force. The seawater was immediately pushed aside. A vacuum region appeared on the seabed. Aurela, eyes tightly closed, fell out from within. She lay on the sea sand, then slowly stood. Xia Li could feel that within this space, in addition to him and Aurelia, there was a third consciousness that could not be cognized. Observing with the soul should be able to capture it. But Xia Li did not dare do that. Be careful. It may be deliberately trying to be devoured by you. After Xia Li said this, Aurelia, whose eyes were tightly closed, actually nodded. She slowly walked forward and opened her arms. Xia Li narrowed his eyes. Through the disturbed traces in the fine sea sand, he could vaguely sense that countless invisible hands seemed to extend from behind Aurelia. A voice echoed in Xia Li's mind. Dominance. Failed. Affiliation. Symbiosis. Evolution. Afterward, that voice weakened until it fell completely silent. Xia Li carefully savored the meaning of those words. The last 2 were the same information Ghost 3 had once transmitted to him: symbiosis and evolution. But it was not submission. It was affiliation. Roughly 10 minutes later, Aurelia turned back and opened her eyes. She had a pair of sea-colored azure pupils. She smiled at Xia Li and nodded. In this battle, she and Xia Li had fought side by side. Although her previous state could not be called clear-headed, it was also not completely without any perception. Explain. What is your current situation? What did Ghost 3's message mean? Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. It is their nature. Aurelia spoke. Her tone was somewhat strange, and her voice was rather sharp as she answered Xia Li. She probably had not spoken in a very long time. This is their second choice for continuation. They tend toward active plunder and dominance. But before they fully develop, they split into 2 consciousnesses. One consciousness develops toward plundering evolution, while the other develops toward coevolution. They are determined to leave information proving that they once existed in the universe. Therefore, this special behavioral pattern appeared, allowing natural evolution to select the correct path, whether success or failure. All is evolution. Now, it belongs to humanity. After Aurelia said this, Xia Li suddenly found it both funny and helpless. The goodwill and malice of an alien civilization were both so unbelievable. The Aurelia before him was perhaps a new Ghost 3. Only, her self-cognition was human. In the future, she would also give birth to humans with special talents. Over long years, their numbers would grow and thoroughly merge into humanity. At that time, the existence of humanity itself would be proof that Ghost 3's branch of civilization had existed. This was truly a civilization strange to the extreme. It was fundamentally difficult to speculate about their behavioral logic using human thinking. Of course, this conversation was also observed by the Heavenly Tao computer. Recorded into civilization sample. This civilization form is temporarily classified as an over-intervention radical civilization and temporarily named the filter civilization. The Heavenly Tao computer remembered this special civilization. They were like a civilization's heavenly tribulation. If one could not pass, one became the tribulation itself and tested the next civilization. If one passed, one went further, opening the path of consciousness ascension. From then on, existence was reasonable. I understand. So next, you will help the Telekinesis Society develop telekinesis, of course. Aurelia nodded firmly. From this point onward, humanity officially accepted the path known as telekinesis, the second road outside spiritual energy. Are you truly loyal to humanity? I am human now. I was born as a human. I will give birth to human descendants as a human, and in the future, I will die as a human. All right, please come closer to me. Aurelia politely asked Xia Li to approach. Xia Li walked forward. She held Xia Li's left hand with both of her hands, and Xia Li could feel something seem to appear in his consciousness. It was not something carrying malice. It was a certain ability, a certain authority. I have transferred to you the ability to completely kill me. You may transfer it to someone else yourself, but others most likely cannot withstand it. Your consciousness has special qualities, so it could be engraved there. What ability? It is difficult to describe using humanity's current knowledge and theories. It is a kind of severance of fundamental energy chains. To use a concept known as Laplace's demon as an example, if all information in the current environment can be known, then everything that will happen in the future can be accurately calculated. Energy chain severance can destroy this kind of wide area energy system that is fully connected to the external environment. Normally, this ability is targeted. It has no effect on life forms that have not mastered the energy chain effect. The sole function of severing energy chains is to destroy the absolute unity between an energy chain life form and the external environment, forcing it to return to a self-contained isolated system, that is, sever heaven and earth. The instant Aurelia spoke the 4 words sever heaven and earth, Xia Li seemed to understand the second reason the immortal civilization had gone extinct. After choosing coevolution, this civilization would actually hand over the means to kill higher civilizations as proof of sincerity. Energy chains. Perhaps that was the status by which immortals stood undefeated. Thus, immortals were higher beings superior to mortals. This is very useful for humanity. Let's go back. Xia Li held Aurelia's hand and floated toward the sea surface. There were gains and losses in this battle. Who could have imagined that Ghost 3, a thing full of malice, was only one side of an alien civilization individual? The path of telekinesis had begun with a sexually reproducing girl in the Great Martyrdom incident. After that, Ghost 3 had fallen silent until only recently reviving. It had indeed given humanity the opportunity to develop telekinesis. A civilization's crises and tribulations were also the moments when that civilization's pride was displayed. On the sea surface, the powerhouses and leaders of every faction were gathered. They floated above the sea, and drones in every direction filmed and live-streamed the scene. Now, someone needed to give a conclusion to this war. Not Huayu, the commander, and not anyone else. It had to be the decapitator himself, personally declaring that the great enemy had been slain. Ghost 3 has been successfully slain. The Heavenly Tao computer has confirmed it. We won. Xia Li smiled. His black steel cybernetic hand clenched into a fist and rose high. Everyone present let out long breaths of relief, and all of Earth's people watching this battle cheered. February 4, 2535 C. The Ghost 3 extermination operation successfully concluded. At the same time, another legendary powerhouse worthy of being looked up to was born. He might, through his own power, drive the development of the spiritual heavy mass system, and people would begin to seriously explore this path. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Early the next morning, when the rising sun climbed in the distance beyond the bay, Xia Li sat on the coast with a spirit cigarette in his mouth, watching the sunrise. Betelgeuse had fed through the entire night, swallowing the radioactive substances in the environment like a whale. Although the environmental radiation remained very high, perhaps deadly to people of the old era, for the people of the new era who had already developed radiation tolerance, the radiation level had already fallen into the safe range. Beneath the morning light, sea and sky seemed one color. The golden glow cast by the rising sun reflected on the once more washed clean azure sky. And fortunately, one could not lower one's head before this beautiful scenery, because the moment one did, one would see large numbers of Ghost 3 child body remains lying crookedly along the shoreline. It was truly rather nauseating. Xia Li, you really can't hide anymore now. Xiao walked over at this moment and handed Xia Li a cup of coffee, then very naturally sat beside him, leaning back against the turret support behind them that was as tall as a great tree. Although the sunrise was beautiful, the surrounding environment badly damaged the view. Yeah, I can't hide anymore. Xia Li took a sip of coffee. He had originally wanted to be a nobody on Earth, or at most someone with a little fame, because he understood that excessive fame and prestige also represented responsibility, and the main purpose of this return from the Zhuan realm had been to take a vacation. The result? First, he encountered Ostart tearing up the peace agreement and starting a space war that swept across the solar system. Then he encountered Ghost 3, an alien civilization invader, taking advantage of the crisis. Even if he looked at his influence on these two matters as modestly as possible, his war contributions truly counted as outstanding. He belonged to the type who fought while thinking that doing his best was enough, maximizing the role a small person like himself could play and leaving the ending to the important people. Only after the fighting was over did he discover that he had become an important person. So, how long are you planning to go missing next? The Human Co-Advancement Alliance should very much hope you participate in space warfare next. Your role has already become that of a humanoid specialist against large volume targets. Xia Li was currently a human-shaped giant hammer. If he charged directly into an enemy fleet cluster, he could begin slaughtering. Energy barriers had many characteristics, but their flows were shared. Against all kinds of energy attacks, energy barriers had plenty of room to function. When facing low-magnitude kinetic attacks, energy barriers could even resist with no consumption, but that resistance decayed exponentially as kinetic magnitude increased. Once a certain magnitude was exceeded, a kinetic attack could instantly tear through an energy barrier. The characteristic of kinetic attacks was that when they were weak, they were pitifully weak, with countless methods available to weaken them and render them ineffective. But when they were strong, they were terrifyingly powerful and almost impossible to answer. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Thus, an ancient saying existed. One force breaks 10,000 arts. If the art cannot be broken, then the force is not enough. I can only say that my going missing is also contributing to humanity. The heavenly Tao computer knows where I went and what I did. So what is on the other side? A barren planet, a primitive planet, or a phase world as marvelous as myths and legends? Don't tell me you can return to the spirit era, you know, that kind of traveling between two eras. Or maybe you go to the future, and you can transport future technology, or perhaps you have already contacted another civilization similar to a spiritual energy civilization. Xiao boldly guessed according to Xia Li's behavioral logic. After hearing her, Xia Li merely reached out and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, letting her lean against him. Who knows? Xia Li's refusal to speak was also meant to protect Xiao. Ignorance was also a kind of safety. Xia Li, sister, seafood soup is here. Yagyu Chihaya came before Xia Li holding a pot of suspicious thick soup. After resting and reorganizing through the night, the man had decided to celebrate this victory by holding a small victory feast before cleaning the battlefield. However, the feast was being held in Zunhai City, and Xia Li had not gone. If he went, His next schedule would definitely be arranged for him. At that time, a huge number of people would beg him to enter the war, and he truly would find it difficult to refuse. So, he simply did not go. Xiao and Uchiha chose to remain on the battlefield and watch the sunrise with Xia Li. What's in this soup? It actually smells pretty fresh. It's Ghost 3. Its body is unexpectedly clean, although its appearance looks somewhat hard to swallow. It actually has no radioactive contamination at all, and it contains a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Letting it rot in the sea would be an absolute waste of heavenly treasure. And this pot is the essence. It's the soft abdomen of that big flying moth. It absolutely melts in your mouth. Uchiha strongly recommended this suspicious pot of soup, practically wishing Xia Li would drink it all in one gulp. This made Xia Li keenly sense that something was wrong. What exactly are you trying to do? Tell the truth. Well, things like city reconstruction need funds. This is my hometown. After all, Command proposed that we locals clean up the battlefield. That also contains the intention to support us. When these pieces of meat could still move, they were Ghost 3. Once they can't move, they're top-grade seafood. We have to eat them quickly while they're fresh. Uchiha spoke very seriously, then directly shoved the pot up to Xia Li's face. Drink. Even one mouthful is fine, as long as you drink it with a face of enjoyment. That will be the best advertisement and the greatest support for us locals. For the sake of Yagyu Military Industries lending you 2 million spirit stones and not asking you to repay it. Take one sip. Please. Commander Huayu and Mayor Joris both drank it. War was realistic. After war, what needed consideration was naturally support for survivors and the rebuilding of order. And all of that required funds. The Ghost 3 extermination operation had produced large amounts of seafood with considerable spiritual energy concentration. Refining it directly for spiritual energy would be too much of a loss. It was better to attach the label of delicacy to it and sell it at a higher price. Can I fake drink? No, I guarantee the taste is flawless. Try one sip first. Then fine. Xia Li helplessly opened his mouth. That pot of milky white thick soup was poured into Xia Li's mouth by Uchiha, and its flavor was unexpectedly delicious. Xia Li swore that up to this day, he had never eaten anything this tasty. Even the Xuan realm's high-grade spiritual foods did not have this flavor. He felt as if a genetic rebellion had risen on the tip of his tongue. His tongue had awakened self-awareness and wanted to possess his brain. Every taste bud whispered beneath this strangely delicious flavor, refusing to allow him, the owner of this body, to stop. Tip of tongue, teeth, mouth, throat, stomach. All of them were craving it madly. Xia Li felt his soul tremble. In the span of a days, that entire pot of thick soup was poured into Xia Li's stomach by Uchiha. How is it? How does it taste? Well. Xia Li smacked his lips, thinking about how to describe this supreme delicacy that had nearly made his digestive organs possess him. But his impoverished culinary experience made it difficult for him to find suitable language. Using the heaven chip to generate something would seem insincere too. So Xia Li decided to use the plainest words to say what he felt. Extremely fresh, extremely delicious. Xia Li's expression was subtle. The moment he thought of that pot of soup's raw materials, he could not help feeling nauseous. Yet the lingering fragrance in his mouth made him crave another pot. Too strange. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. One day later, as the battle concluded, every faction withdrew to its own territory and continued preparing for war against Ostart. New Detroit Upper District. Inside the Heavenly Tao Computer's quantum domain field, Kane performed a full physical inspection on Xia Li, mainly to analyze the principles behind the filter civilization's energy chain severance technology and see whether it could reverse deduce how to realize energy chains. In addition, Xia Li remained worried about that pot of soup Uchiha had made. If he did not have a full check of both body and soul, he truly could not put his mind at ease. There's no problem whatsoever with your body. It can only be described as operating in an ideal state. As for that technology, it currently cannot be analyzed. The information's compilation method uses spirit photons, and its requirements for the consciousness carrier are very high. Your soul is as stable as if it has been refined. So this information could be written into it. If I want to analyze and reproduce it, I need to research the biological telekinetic network to a certain degree first. Kang stated that there was no way to analyze the principles of sever heaven and earth in the short term. It required a process. This was already the product of another field, another technology tree. Before the telekinesis technology tree took root, sprouted, and grew strong, this kind of technology could not be reproduced. Then how should Aurelia be treated next? Xia Li was very concerned about this question. Aurelia had currently been brought back to the Telekinesis Society, while under supervision. She enjoyed a certain degree of freedom, but overall, people remained vigilant toward her and did not allow her to leave New Detroit. She is an important link in the subsequent development of the telekinesis system. She is also very willing to cooperate now, considering the genetic integration she proposed. I mentioned a reproduction experiment to her. I know this is very unethical, but her direct next generation possesses extremely high research value. It concerns humanity's evolution. Did she refuse? She did not refuse, but she raised a condition. She hopes the paternal genes will be provided by you. She says this will allow the initial energy level of the first generation child to be higher, and then that first generation child can serve as the foundation for large-scale integration into humanity's gene pool. How? Xia Li was slightly stunned. He admitted that he was somewhat special, but higher dimensional traits obviously could not be inherited through genes. Then it could only be related to Professor Yan King's experiment. Before freezing, he had used quantum lotus extract. After awakening, he had also used a complete quantum lotus. If it's only providing genes, Xia Li's views had changed without him realizing it. After seeing Astarte's experimental base, he was no longer so obsessively attached to ethics and morality. Perhaps the sect clan block cared more about this kind of thing. But perhaps the key was still the broken window effect. If Astarte had already taken his genes for research, why couldn't Earthside? You don't find it offensive? The old me might have. Now, if my genes are useful, then take them. Then do you hope to provide them without contact, or naturally, without contact? You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Xia Li found it difficult to feel that sort of desire toward Aurelia. If he were asked to have a great battle with the open spirit Aurelia, perhaps he could muster a bit of motivation. On the contrary, the real Aurelia was not quite possible. Since this was an experimental act without any emotional connection, there was no need to create unnecessary contact and produce extra complications. Xia Li did this out of rational consideration, not sentimental feeling. As for what the child, who fundamentally would not be cared about by him as biological father, would become, as long as he did not pay attention, he would not produce excess thoughts. Just as spiritual energy genes had only begun appearing in the second generation of humans after spiritual energy revived, it was necessary for telekinesis genes to appear. If the starting point could be higher, of course that would be better. And he just happened to be able to provide some insignificant contribution. That was all. I recommend that you proceed through the natural method, under natural behavior. The result obtained through biological self-regulation will be better. After all, this is the first generation of telekinesis genes. Starting from the second or third generation, artificial intervention would be better. Fine, but during the process, can I use heaven chip substitute control? Xia Li's bottom line was awkward. Although he had agreed to this matter, he was also trying to deny its emotional relationship on every level. Learning Cilier's ostrich spirit, as you please. How will that child be treated? Xia Li still hesitated at this moment. Astarte's experiment that trampled ethics and morality had taken place without his knowledge. But what came next was something he knew about and agreed to. The concepts were different. If that child would be abused, then Xia Li still hoped the other party would not be born, or perhaps simply never develop self-awareness. This was Xia Li's baseline as a human. If excellent, they will become one of New Detroit's and the Telekinesis Society's higher-ups. Even if mediocre, they will be able to live a relatively prosperous life. Kang answered this way. Then I imagine they won't resent me for letting them come into this world. At the very least, they won't treat me as an enemy. Xia Li nodded, then turned to prepare to leave the quantum domain field. New Detroit's quantum domain field had a very interesting virtual scene. It stood within ruins, where several rusty robots constructed buildings as if stacking blocks. Pioneer, after you finish Aurelia's matter, will you go to the Zhuan civilization? I need to collect more intelligence. Whether it is the Zhuan civilization or Earth Spirit era, the Immortal civilization visited both, and we cannot confirm the Immortal civilization's attitude. I think we will come into contact with them sooner or later. If the Immortal civilization possessed malice, that would be a disaster of extinction for human civilization. Therefore, humanity had to understand spiritual energy even more deeply. Please be careful. That is a diseased civilization that has walked onto the wrong path. Have you heard of multi-disease symbiosis? Some people suffer from multiple malignant illnesses. Each one can take the patient's life. Yet multiple diseases reach a balance inside the patient's body, barely maintaining the patient's vital signs. This kind of patient can even continue to become ill, but no one category of illness can be casually cured. Otherwise, all kinds of fatal consequences will be triggered. Kang's words made Xia Li nod as if he had understood something. The Zhuan civilization was indeed terminally diseased, but the disease was also strangely well-balanced. Its civilizational ideology had already taken shape under these circumstances. When everyone was ill, the person who was not ill became the aberrant one instead. Therefore, if one wanted to survive, one could only choose to first become infected by one of the diseases to gain recognition from the cluster of viruses. Then as an outside virus, I really have to raise the pressure on the Zhuan civilization. What a pity. I always think of myself as an immune cell. Why can't you be an immune cell wearing a virus coat under a start's pressure? Present humanity has increasingly tended toward co-advancement. This should count as if only good news in this war. And this co-advancement applies to most forms of civilization. Let it become our civilization's foundation, replacing the two words human and human civilization. The composition of present human civilization was no longer limited to humans alone. New humanity did not desire war. I like ideologies that begin with co. Then, I will go ahead and become an underground party member. Xia Li waved and left the quantum domain field. At this moment, he felt that his understanding of the Zhuan realm was clearer. He knew what he could do, what he needed to do, and why he would do it. The lost could never avoid the three great philosophical questions. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Those who kept moving forward could always clearly recognize these 3 points. When a civilization was no longer named by the biological traits of its own existence, it meant that the civilization as a whole had already produced a Tao heart. Who am I? I am Xia Li, from the Co-Advancer civilization. I want to understand you, help you, and liberate you. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. A while later, after Xia Li left the Heavenly Tao Computer's quantum domain field, he went directly to the Telekinesis Society. Although the condition Aurelia raised was outside his expectations, it was also reasonable. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao Computer also believed there was a need to do this. In the face of sufficiently enormous progress, some ethics could be abandoned at the right time, and concessions could be made on morality. In the rapidly changing present, rigid adherence to morality was also a kind of clinging to the old. After entering the Telekinesis Society, many people immediately greeted and saluted Xia Li when they saw him. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Xia Li, good morning. May I ask what arrangements you have today, if possible? The society has some projects that require your reference and approval. The people around Xia Li treated him with full courtesy. After the Ghost 3 extermination operation, New Detroit's municipal government had proposed appointing Xia Li as deputy mayor. In addition, New Detroit was a city co-governed by humans and AI. So the Heavenly Tao Computer had even greater say and supported Xia Li. Of course, New Detroit had more than one deputy mayor. Besides Xia Li, there were 3 others. So Xia Li's identity was more of an ideological faction certification. From this point on, Xia Li's main factional affiliation also became the neutral city of New Detroit. His identities in all other factions became secondary. His identity as a Heavenly Tao counselor also became public. officially making him one of the well-known public figures and giving him the right to speak for and guide groups. Sorry. Please hand the relevant projects to someone else for approval. I came to find Aurelia. After leaving those words, Xia Li hurried deeper into the society. The rise in status and position inevitably came with the admiration and flattery of people around him. Even though Xia Li had already become the holy son of a holy land in the Xuan realm, he still could not get used to this feeling in his bones. He was not someone who liked playing with power. After contacting Aurelia through his heaven chip and learning where she was, Xia Li directly took the elevator to the botanical garden on the top floor of the society headquarters. Aurelia lived in the botanical garden. At present, she was mainly responsible for cultivating special plants and using plants as base points to construct telekinetic networks, compared with using higher animals with more active consciousnesses as signal stations. This was more ethical. Xia Li walked into the botanical garden. The air was fresh and carried the fragrance of earth. The spiritual energy content was not low either. It was almost as if he had arrived at one of the lush spiritual lands of the Xuan realm. Voices came from deep within the botanical garden. Xia Li approached and saw that Aurelia was talking with the open spirit Aurelia. It was a very strange scene. They were like a pair of sisters. Aurelia wasn't smiling, while Aurelia kept finding new topics in different ways. Listening to them talk about plants, Xia Li could not help feeling somewhat dazed. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Which of them was actually closest to the original Aurelia? They were both Aurelia, yet neither was Aurelia. Headache. After thinking for a little while, Xia Li simply stopped thinking. He stepped forward and greeted them. Hello, both of you. I didn't expect you to get together. It's Godfather. Hello, Mr. Godfather. I was hired to take care of the original. It's just that the original seems, like me, not exactly the original either. Aurelia was very cheerful. After smiling and greeting him, she revealed a puzzled expression. When she heard she was coming to take care of the original, she had been rather excited, because in a sense, the one who understood her best and suited her best should have been her personality original. Unfortunately, the original's personality differed from hers by 100,000 8,000 li. They were completely two different people, only tightly linked by name and origin. You are everything beautiful that Aurelia left to this world gathered together. She was born from Aurelia's hatred toward the thing that stole that beauty away. Neither of you are truly her, and neither of you need to become her. You are two of her possibilities. At least, that was how Xia Li understood it. After hearing this, Aurelia nodded and showed Aurelia a pained, tender look. She stepped forward and gently embraced her. Then, according to time, I was born with self-awareness earlier, so I count as the older sister. You probably do. Xia Li nodded in affirmation, walked closer to Aurelia, and patted her shoulder. Go out first and find somewhere to pass the time. I have some matters with Aurelia. Reproducing descendants, right? I heard her talk about it. I guarantee I will take good care of the child. I will teach that child to treat everything kindly. One of you doesn't seem human, and the other is gone all day. That child is miserable. All I can say is, fortunately there's me. Aurelia already knew about this matter. When the time came, she would also be the one to raise the child. Xia Li smiled awkwardly after hearing this. On this point, he truly had no excuse to shirk responsibility. Sorry to trouble you. You are very suited to becoming a qualified mother. Aurelia's direction of mental growth was emotional healing. Although she was a machine, precisely because of that, she had completely broken away from the innate flaws of human nature. Having such a gentle machine mother would not be bad for that child. Aurelia would accompany that child with the warmth and goodness written into her underlying logic. Forever patient. Never violent, never misunderstanding, never abandoning. Thank you for your recognition, Godfather. Aurelia was very happy. Then she whistled, and a mechanical dog that looked old yet had been washed perfectly clean suddenly drilled out from the bushes. Hi boss, good morning. Thank you for giving me this job. Guard dog Tucker reporting to you. The mechanical dog sat beside Xia Li, extended a forelimb, and gave Xia Li a military salute. Boss, have a smoke. Then it found a wrinkled spirit cigarette from its storage compartment and handed it to Xia Li. before following Aurelia and running out of the botanical garden to frolic. Xia Li lit the spirit cigarette. The flavor was very harsh on the nose and mixed with a smell of engine oil. But it also carried an indescribably complex fragrance that made Xia Li seriously savor it. For some reason, just looking at them, at those two machines, made Xia Li feel happy. And only under co-advancement could this scene endure. He would firmly support humanity's entry into co-advancement, making civilization become true civilization. Aurelia, are you deficient in emotional expression? No, but I need to learn again. Isn't that what I am doing? She also looked outside the botanical garden at Aurelia and the mechanical dog playing. Then let's quickly handle the proper matter. After it's done, I still have my own things to do. Have you installed a Heaven chip? Not yet. My Heaven chip is still being customized. Fine, then I will directly use Heaven chip substitute control. Just find a place to lie down. Both of their attitudes were entirely businesslike, without the slightest private feeling. After that, they walked together into the dense bushes. 1 hour later, Xia Li walked out from the bushes. The Heaven chip awakened Xia Li, who had been dreaming and deceiving himself. After Xia Li's consciousness revived, he left directly without even turning his head. He left the Telekinesis Society, left New Detroit, and walked through the wilderness outside the city. After sensing that he had gone far enough, Xia Li turned and walked toward a mountainous area. A layer of coldness covered his originally calm face, and he changed into the Holy Sun golden robe. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. In the Zhuan realm, in the mountains and forests not far outside the capital of the Xiang Kingdom, white light abruptly flashed, and a figure appeared within it. As expected, it too monotonous. After returning to the Zhuan realm and taking a breath of the Zhuan realm's air, Xia Li seemed somewhat uncomfortable. There was no smell of engine oil, no complex scent of chemicals, no desertified sand and soil smell. This monotonous vitality instead seemed lifeless, like a healthy corpse that had died but refused to stiffen. Yes, that was the only way to describe it. A healthy corpse. He had returned to Earth and spent almost 7 months there. Converted into Zhuan realm time, that was almost 1 year and 2 months. This exceeded the return time he had agreed on with 7th Elder. Xia Li immediately took out his communication jade slip. When the 1-year time limit had just passed, 7th Elder had asked when he would return, and he naturally had not replied. 10 days later, 7th Elder left another message, telling him to respond within half a year, or the Holy Land would begin searching. 7th Elder, my apologies for the delay. I was exploring a hidden realm and did not receive the message. I have returned now. After the message was sent, roughly the time it took an incense stick to burn passed before 7th Elder replied. As long as you are unharmed, that is good. If you still have important matters, continue with them. Try to return within 3 months. After receiving the message, Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief. He had also been afraid that if he exceeded the agreed time, Taiyi Holy Land would go mad. At present, it seemed Taiyi Holy Land was still very steady. Cultivators inevitably encountered unexpected circumstances. As long as the time did not exceed the limit too greatly, there would be no problem. Next, Xia Li did not waste time and directly set out for home. He wanted to return to the Holy Land and confirm Qiufu's condition, to see what stage Qiufu's sociology experiment had progressed to, and just how foul the atmosphere in his 9th Holy Sun Palace had become. Just as the Heavenly Tao computer had said, this was a diseased civilization that refused to change under a predetermined changing situation, thus walking onto the wrong path. Perhaps the Zhuan civilization also wanted to find a way to overcome the laws of heaven and earth, and wanted to define evolution for itself. Unfortunately, the higher-ups leading there were an old ruling class like Ostart, even more short-sighted than ASTRT. Half a month later, inside Taiyi Holy Land's teleportation formation, Xia Li's figure appeared. He walked out of the teleportation formation, and the countless disciples around saw Xia Li return. Although they remained respectful on the surface, deep in their gazes, there was also a hint of another kind of scrutiny. Xia Li ignored all of this and walked directly toward the 9th Holy Sun Palace. However, He was stopped on the road. A true transmission disciple was polite on the surface, but his expression concealed a trace of disdain as he first saluted Xia Li. Ninth Holy Son. The seventh Holy Son wishes to challenge you. Please accept the battle. Now, yes. I understand. Lead the way. Xia Li nodded. Taiyi Holy Land had its own set of rules for internal competition. Although the seventh Holy Son ranked above him and was by default considered stronger, making a challenge unnecessary. Such a public challenge had not been stopped by the elders, which meant there had to be a reason for it. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. On the way to the Holy Land battle platform, Qiufu brought a group of disciples who did not look in good spirits to greet him. But before Qiufu came close, Wei Hongyan, the chief steward of the Ninth Holy Sun Palace, arrived at Xia Li's side first. Ninth Holy Sun, you have returned. So what happened? I remember the seventh Holy Son was your clan elder cousin, wasn't he? With Wei Hongyan's relationship there, that seventh Holy Son should theoretically never have caused Xia Li trouble. Not anymore. My clan elder cousin lost and was replaced. Then since the capable rise. Why is that new seventh Holy Son looking for me? The old number 9. Have I offended him? At first, he originally wanted to challenge you. He is infatuated with the second Holy Maiden, and he very much hopes to obtain your demon pet. I see. I'm strong. So I'm right, and I can take everything from the weak. Is that it? Xia Li was already used to this. However, the Holy Land definitely did not agree with this kind of ruleless law of the jungle. Still, it supported arranged battles and exchanges between Holy Sons. That new seventh Holy Son's intention was nothing more than defeating him, crushing him from the angles of reputation and confidence. The consequence of refusing to hand things over would be constant targeting. What is that new seventh Holy Son's background? He is a disciple newly accepted by the sect. 1 year ago, he suddenly became famous and proved extremely skilled in the fire path. After defeating a soul transformation cultivator as a golden core, he was formally invited into the Holy Land. His strength is indeed terrifying, but he loves contention. On the day he entered, he challenged the top 10 true transmission disciples and defeated them all. Then he immediately challenged you, but you were not here. After that, he directly skipped over you and challenged the 8th Holy Son, winning. Then he defeated my clan elder cousin and even fought the 6th Holy Son, who is at the nascent soul stage, to a draw. His terrifying combat power has created many followers for him inside the Holy Land. The 5th Holy Maiden lowered her face and hoped to form a Dao companion relationship with him, but he rejected her outright. Then what is his cultivation now? Golden Core Great Pinnacle. It is said that his Golden Core has already cracked open 8 heaven-reaching apertures. He only lacks a Fire Path Supreme Treasure to forge a 9-aperture immortal nascent soul. In terms of foundation in the Golden Core realm, he is on par with the 3rd Holy Son. He has probably set his sights on your Fire Path Golden Core. The outside world is all saying that your Golden Core was at least 9th rank. Then he's going to be disappointed. I am already nascent soul, and I no longer walk the fire path. That 7th Holy Son simply wanted to display his own values so Taiyi Holy Land would weigh whether or not to sacrifice Xia Li to fulfill him. Taiyi Holy Land truly could do such a thing. Of course, the compensation given to Xia Li afterward would also not be small. Even recasting his Golden Core might be a good thing in the long run, helping polish his foundation. As long as the compensation was sufficient, he truly would find it difficult to refuse. Because if he refused then, it would be not knowing how to behave. You broke through. How many apertures does your nascent soul have? Wei Hongyan's speech became unclear. An apertureless nascent soul was the worst nascent soul, and also a nascent soul doomed never to reach soul transformation. Anyone who still held the slightest expectation for their future could not possibly condense an apertureless nascent soul. And Xia Li's answer was also heard by the other Holy Land disciples. The scene was silent, yet it also seemed as though a wave of hissing had sounded. Judging by Xia Li's previously displayed abilities, after achieving nascent soul, the worst he should have attained was 7 apertures. If he worked hard, perhaps he could even attempt 9 apertures. So what did it mean for Xia Li to so hastily condense an apertureless nascent soul? Abnormal. The Holy Land disciples had seen the world. Something obviously unreasonable naturally had a deeper meaning beyond what their vision could currently recognize. Perhaps it is some kind of variant nascent soul. It has to be a variant nascent soul, right? It's just that we don't know which kind. A pure variant nascent soul is only equivalent to 2 or 3 apertures. The 9th Holy Sun excels in the fire path. A fire path variant nascent soul cannot be weak. It seems the 7th Holy Sun has met an enemy this time. When do flames contend, the weaker will be devoured. The 7th Holy Sun's core has cracked open 8 apertures, and his realm is already half-step nascent soul. He can slaughter ordinary soul transformation cultivators at will. Before the 9th Holy Sun left, there was no news of his golden core cracking apertures. The result of this battle is hard to say. The Holy Land disciples stretched their necks and waited, hoping to witness two blazing suns contend. A contest between firepath cultivators was very spectacular and would absolutely broaden their horizons. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After listening to the surrounding disciples' conversation, Wei Hongyan also calmed down at this moment. With Xia Li's ability, it could not possibly be the kind of apertureless nascent soul she understood. It could only be said that care led to confusion. The main point was that the new 7th Holy Sun had not changed his old foul habits and still followed that logic of the strong plundering everything. But Taiyi Holy Land did not favor that set of rules. Taiyi Holy Land placed more emphasis on balance. The strong could plunder the things they needed from the weak, but they also had to give a certain amount of compensation. This was called leaving a road behind. Yet the new 7th Holy Sun's foul habits were not something that could be changed in a short time. He believed in the truth he had seen along his path. Even if Taiyi Holy Land blocked him, he still wanted to plunder. Even if some things could not be taken for the moment, he would start with what could be taken and force Xia Li step by step into becoming a solitary man. Defeat his fortune and Dao heart, and slowly turn Xia Li into a useless person. The moment Taiyi Holy Land lost confidence in Xia Li would be the time to act. Therefore, as the chief steward of the 9th Holy Sun Palace, she had naturally also been targeted by the 7th Holy Sun. That was why she urgently hoped Xia Li could win. 9th Holy Sun, please be extremely careful. The 7th Holy Sun is an exceptionally vile person. If you find yourself outmatched, please admit defeat decisively and do not give him the chance to humiliate you. He excels at damaging people's will. Wei Hongyan had personally seen how this new 7th Holy Sun defeated her clan elder cousin, through language, behavior, combat style, and many other factors. He targeted and attacked the will. Beneath that seemingly exaggerated fighting style like a crude mortal from the marketplace, everything was calculation. If one was shaken by even a single sentence and he saw where the problem lay, one would face many questions and blows directed straight at the heart, then fall into disadvantage in battle. Even if one ignored him and did not answer, the 7th Holy Sun would speak endlessly. If one sealed the 5 senses, the 7th Holy Sun would press the advantage and pursue. Many people guessed that the 7th Holy Sun cultivated some secret mind-reading art that could sense what others were thinking. Fighting the 7th Holy Sun was also a tempering of the Dao heart. All right, I understand, Xia Li answered casually. This kind of enemy might be rare on Earth. But in the Xuan realm, there were truly quite a few people accustomed to running their mouths during battle. There was no other reason. High-level combat was also a struggle of Dao hearts. If one could defeat the enemy's Dao heart, one could naturally seize every advantage. Even specializing in that path was very normal. Psychological warfare, that was all. Something Earth had already played out. After walking the upward climbing road, Xia Li arrived beneath the stairs to the battle platform. Many disciples flew upward to occupy better viewing positions, while Xia Li slowly climbed the 3,000 steps. Taiyi Holy Land's battle platform was also a place with great historical depth. Xia Li had read about it in books. Since ancient times, countless prodigies had proven their own Dao hearts on this battle platform and stepped on other prodigies, all to prove that they were the most unique and extraordinary one. As a holy land, Taiyi had of course also served as the main venue for large-scale prodigy battles in the past. Determining rank by magical combat and killing was the most common law of the Xuan realm. regardless of whether the people involved liked it or not. This battle platform was the fastest road to rising in status. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. Therefore, these 3,000 long steps were the life of those trapped by empty reputation. Only a very small number of people could jump beyond those steps. Roughly 1 second later, on the battle platform at the top of the long steps, that new seventh holy son had already grown somewhat impatient. Hearing that Xia Li was slowly climbing stairs even to reach the battle platform, he naturally assumed Xia Li was afraid of him. On the battle platform, the other holy sons, holy maidens, and elders had also come to watch. The success or failure of this battle would not directly change certain things in the short term, but it would indirectly change some matters. After enough time passed, it would ultimately change the fate of the combatants. And that new seventh holy son had chosen on his own to involve himself in Xia Li's fortune. Many people were extremely curious about what awaited him. Ninth holy son, you are truly slow. If you can fly, why climb with your feet? Don't tell me you did it to feel the weight of history. If your preparations are insufficient, you could have arrived first and made preparations there. The seventh holy son stood in the center of the battle platform and looked down at Xia Li from above. After hearing him, Xia Li could not be bothered to answer. The so-called seventh holy son gave Xia Li the first impression of youthful arrogance. The other party was fairly handsome and had long tied-up hair, with a trace of noble sun flavor. His aura was domineering and haughty, very much matching Xia Li's stereotype of the Xuan realm's so-called prodigies. However, being chosen by Taiyi Holy Land meant he was absolutely not as simple as he appeared. The seventh holy son also wore the holy sun golden robe. He wore it properly, with neat and orderly attire. In terms of style, he undoubtedly fit the image of a Holy Land holy sun. By contrast, Xia Li wore his somewhat casually. There were even wrinkles across various parts of the golden robe, and it hung on him casually like an overcoat. After reaching the top, Xia Li came to the edge of the battle platform and lightly jumped onto the broad circular arena. Then he looked around, appearing as if he were searching for a referee. Is there no elder maintaining order? Then when do we begin? You are the challenged party. It is up to you. The seventh holy son extended a hand toward Xia Li and crooked the upper half of his palm. A confident smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Xia Li nodded after hearing him. Fine, then we begin now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Li brought 2 fingers together and directly triggered a golden thread to sweep out. The golden thread did not move quickly, but its range was wide, and its flight trajectory almost covered half the battle platform. The instant Xia Li released this strike, several elders directly stood up. Their gazes toward Xia Li carried deep thought. The seventh holy son had originally prepared Dao arts to absorb fire. He had not expected that Xia Li would not play with fire at all, and that his first move would be some other type of attack. He wanted to block it lightly and casually, but just as that golden thread drew near him, the golden thread suddenly accelerated and shot over. No, not shot. Charged, not that either. It fell. It fell with the might to collapse a mountain. When had the seventh holy son ever seen this kind of power? In his perception, this golden thread was a kind of incomparably condensed spiritual energy. He had even thought it was a binding art. In his urgency, the seventh holy son gritted his teeth and condensed fire into a shield. The golden thread crashed into the flame shield. The seventh holy son lasted less than 3 breaths before the terrifying power contained in the golden thread forcibly pushed him off the arena. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. That was it. That one. Xia Li had only used 1 move. What kind of joke was this? Be serious. All right. What was this seventh holy son doing? He had acted like some senior expert, then got knocked off the battle platform in 1 move. According to the rules of duels, falling from the platform meant defeat. At this moment, Xia Li also had a puzzled expression. He even lowered his head and looked at the second golden thread coiling around his fingertip, as if he was very confused about whether his move was truly this powerful. Afterward, the seventh holy son jumped back onto the arena. His originally confident face now carried a trace of embarrassment. Ninth holy son, I was not prepared earlier. I hope to continue exchanging pointers with you. If this were a life and death battle, you would already be dead. Is there any need to continue? If it were a life and death battle, that move could indeed repel me. But don't even think about injuring me. Why can't we continue? Don't you think that move of yours is shameless? It is a rotten move with no killing power. Meant only to push someone off the arena. It can only show off under the rules of the battle platform. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. At this moment, the seventh holy son began to act shamelessly, twisting black and white as he began talking about rules, looking exactly like a victim of the rules. The implication was that in true magical combat, Xia Li had no ability to speak of. In response, Xia Li only looked toward the elders watching the battle. They were the ones with decision-making power. None of those elders spoke, which meant they had tacitly allowed the battle to continue. From this moment on, the rule was no longer that falling from the platform meant defeat, but that the battle continued until one side lost combat ability. This kind of rule better matched the meaning of magical combat and killing. Fine. Xia Li nodded and waved out a second golden thread. The seventh holy son had long since prepared himself. This time, he no longer blocked it head-on. Instead, flames burned across his body as he used some profound movement technique. After a series of turns and dodges, he avoided the golden thread, which was not particularly fast, and approached Xia Li. Then he condensed a flame sword and slashed directly at Xia Li. In response, Xia Li merely kicked off the ground, leapt into the air, and charged up to meet the flame sword. He directly received the sword with his head. Golden mist scattered from above his head and directly deflected the flame sword. Then his right arm clenched and punched. The seventh holy son immediately retreated. But that punch was accompanied by a flash of golden radiance. Wherever the radiance covered was affected by the fist force. After being struck, the seventh holy son fell to the ground, and the spiritual astral energy covering his body had already shattered. Xia Li floated in the air and clenched his fist again. You lost. The seventh holy son lay on the ground and coldly laughed twice. His body instantly transformed into several scattered flames. This Tao art that completely transformed the self into flame caused countless disciples to exclaim in astonishment. This was the great five elements escape art, fire incarnation. Only cultivators whose understanding of the fire path had reached an extremely high realm of intent could use it. Normally, it already belonged to void refining methods, often seen among void refining cultivators. For someone below void refining to comprehend transformation between empty and solid, they needed extremely powerful talent and a special constitution. And now it was being used by a golden core cultivator. The incarnated flames quickly gathered toward Xia Li. Xia Li did not flee. Golden mist appeared around his body as a protective spiritual astral shell, and he let the incarnated flames surround him and burn him. Scarlet orange flames formed the shape of a furnace, wrapping Xia Li in the furnace heart and fiercely refining him. Scalding heat instantly spread outward. The disciples around the battle platform all felt their bodies burn and sting, and they used spiritual astral energy to protect themselves to avoid being injured by the aftermath. But as the temperature rose rapidly, some disciples clearly could not hold on. Fortunately, an elder acted at this moment and sealed off the battle platform to prevent the battle's aftershocks from harming the watching disciples. This continued for a full minute before the furnace first dispersed, then gathered, forming a human-shaped flame nearby. As the flames extinguished, the seventh holy son's figure reappeared, but his expression was now deeply furrowed. Because Xia Li looked completely unharmed. After dispersing the golden spiritual astral energy around his body, he merely raised the fist he had clenched earlier once more. Wait, I heard you are also skilled in the fire path. I originally wanted to discuss the great Tao of flame with you. Why won't you use fire? The seventh holy son had seen record stones of Xia Li's battles. Many people had seen the battles Xia Li fought in Manzhou's Burning Sun Valley through those record stones. That azure spiritual flame had even become Xia Li's signature move. And even Xia Li's Tao title, Lord Kangshuan, came from that. The seventh holy son absolutely did not fear Xia Li, who excelled in the fire path. He had come precisely to devour fire. If Xia Li wanted to win, he would have to attack him, and if he attacked, his fire would be devoured. If Xia Li lost, he would be humiliated and fall into his trap, and in the end, his fire would still be devoured. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. It should have been a guaranteed victory. Why had Xia Li refused to use fire? And what exactly was that golden spiritual energy? I changed paths. Who told you that if my golden core used fire, my nascent soul had to continue using fire? Then your golden core. Of course I reduced it back into ordinary spiritual energy and used it to attack nascent soul. What? Do you have an opinion? You. The seventh Holy Son's hand trembled as he pointed at Xia Li, and immense anger surfaced in his eyes. Xia Li's golden core had been the best thing for him to use in attacking a 9-aperture immortal nascent soul. Yet Xia Li was telling him it was already gone, not long ago. When he heard Xia Li had already shattered his core and become a nascent soul, he had actually been quite happy. When he heard Xia Li had achieved a variant nascent soul, he had been even happier, because a fire path variant nascent soul would only be more useful than a golden core. But no one had expected one thing. Xia Li had changed paths. The path a cultivator chose was usually selected according to talent during the chi refining stage. After foundation establishment, it could not be casually changed. One had to keep developing in that direction. Changing paths midway meant all previous work was wasted. In this case, his calculations against Xia Li had never been valid from the start. Now, he had humiliated himself. But this anger also drove the seventh Holy Son to the extreme. He hated Xia Li for refusing to follow the common road. He hated Xia Li's private act of changing paths, even though he had never been qualified to interfere with what Dao Xia Li cultivated. You have completely enraged me. Your stupidity will only make you fall into an even more miserable situation. But I must admit you are clever too. Hiding outside for a year and changing paths. But this will not change your ending. Boundless flames burst from the seventh Holy Son's body. Under his intent, heavenly fire descended, and the sky turned red as if the clouds had all been ignited. If a precious herb grows crooked, what does that have to do with the herb? The herb has its own life too. As for changing paths for your sake, who are you? Xia Li had now seen what excessive self-awareness looked like. No matter how rotten Taiyi Holy Land was, it was still a proper Holy Land. Leaving aside what its disciples were like in private, on the surface, they still valued rules. How had they recruited such a self-important fellow? Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Taiyi Holy Land had recruited him. Such a powerful brainless thug was exactly what Taiyi needed. By comparison, Xia Li was too smart and too honest. This battle was truly boring. The characteristics of his spiritual heavy mass were a little too bullying on a battle platform with a limited fighting range. How to put it? It was like forbidding the other party from leaving the road while he drove a heavy truck straight at them. Where was the other side supposed to dodge? Battle platform duels were letting him maximize his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Xia Li looked at the elders again, asking with his gaze what came next. Should he leave the seventh Holy Son a bit of face, or give him a lesson carved into his bones? Seeing Xia Li look at the elders at this moment, how could the seventh Holy Son fail to realize Xia Li was asking the elders how to treat him? This made him even angrier, because before this, he had always been the one to treat others this way. Xia Li was deliberately humiliating him, but Xia Li had only just returned. Asking the elders' opinion was simply Xia Li's virtue as a disciple. Before the elders answered, the seventh Holy Son roared and completely exerted his strength. The flames burning on his body unexpectedly displayed a multicolored rainbow hue. At this moment, every watching disciple exclaimed in admiration. Several kinds of spiritual flames refined into one body. The seventh Holy Son wants to refine glazed fire. Although the layers are distinct, the boundaries at the fusion points are not obvious. It is almost complete. The seventh Holy Son may achieve a 9-colored glazed nascent soul. He is a true prodigy, fully deserving of the title. Compared with him, what is the 9th Holy Son using? It seems somewhat similar to that minor path of violet chi. The watching disciples excitedly discussed. At this moment, Xia Li suddenly felt an indescribable abnormality. How to put it? It was like some emotion had been stirred up and then suddenly cooled down again. Just now, he seemed to have wanted to admire the seventh Holy Son. But why should he admire him? One should admire virtue, not so-called extraordinary brute force. Do not admire the extraordinary. We are all ordinary. This sense of difference made Xia Li deeply perceive one point. playing house. This so-called duel, all of its rules, was simply playing house like children. The lower levels of the Xuan realm fought brutally and without bottom line, while the upper levels sang and danced in peace, appearing pale and childish. Acting in a play, watching a play, judging a play, everyone entered the play. All the astonishment and praise toward the extraordinary carried some deliberate quality, doing what one's position required. If one was an audience member, one enjoyed all of this. That was the duty of being an audience member. But Xia Li only found it boring. Ninth Holy Son, do you dare receive? Before the seventh Holy Son's words finished, his body was suddenly immobilized by an invisible force. Xia Li pulled out a strand of hair and casually threw it at him. The strand seemed to become a heavy sword as it crushed toward his face. He could not move. He could not dodge. With a puff, he was knocked down onto the battle platform. His chest had almost entirely caved in, and his limbs lay weakly twitching on the platform. The spectators were all stunned, like A's whose program execution had erred, unable to understand why the battle had become like this. Next should have been the seventh Holy Son displaying divine might. Xia Li would also bring out his true power and fight him fiercely. Amid grand cheers, both sides would display their extraordinary might and fight until heaven and earth changed color. That was how a Holy Son battle should be. It should have been that way. It had always been that way. Was it wrong? Why should it be this way? The disciples all frowned. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. It could be said that Xia Li did not understand the rules very well. After all, he had never formally stood on a martial platform, arena, or similar place, whether on Earth or in the Xuan realm. Xia Li did not like treating magical combat and killing as a performance. Therefore, his rebellious mentality was very strong. He never participated voluntarily. If someone forced him to participate and watch his magical combat performance, he could only say that it would definitely be very boring. Either he would not fight back and let the other side suppress him, or he would not give the other side any chance to fight back at all. Back and forth exchanges, they did not exist. For Xia Li, who was used to using the heaven chip to lock heads and aim directly for the opponent's life, showing mercy required him to think for himself. That was truly rather tiring. Xia Li observed on the battle platform for a while longer. Only after confirming that this seventh Holy Son would not resist again did he walk down from the battle platform. But just as he jumped off, he suddenly felt burning heat attack from behind. Xia Li immediately turned around. Before him appeared a wisp of flame that was dispersing. At this moment, the seventh Holy Son covered his chest and struggled to stand, although he looked incomparably miserable. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. You lost. You left on your own, thinking the opponent was powerless without confirming whether they truly were. If this were not on the battle platform, you would already be dead. That was my killing move. The cluster of fire the seventh Holy Son had used to attack Xia Li just now had no spiritual power fluctuation. Xia Li had turned back only after sensing heat. As for killing power, it had not hit Xia Li, so even Xia Li himself could not say. But judging from the situation, that cluster of fire was most likely a harmless feint with no killing power. In that case, alright, I lost. Xia Li nodded indifferently and admitted defeat. From the beginning, he had not cared about winning or losing. This seventh Holy Son was only at Golden Core, while he was nascent soul, and he was not one of those fake nascent souls. It would not be easy to cross realms and defeat him. The Xuan realm's prodigies were extraordinary, praised by countless people, able to use power beyond their own realm. But was there another possibility? That the other cultivators of this era were simply too watery, and these so-called prodigies were merely performing normally under the Heaven Alliance's influence. The overwhelming majority of cultivators in the Xuan realm pursued superficial realm. It was like a kind of social qualification. By flattening the difference in absolute strength, they exchanged it for another hierarchy of honor and inferiority, using this to erase prodigies' hearts and make prodigies rush to break through. The Heaven Alliance's act could indeed be counted as a long-term method targeted at the birth of prodigies. Since you lost, then, The seventh Holy Son had just wanted to say something when he suddenly discovered that even if he had nominally won, he still could not do anything to Xia Li. He was the seventh Holy Son. Could he possibly go become the ninth Holy Son and squeeze Xia Li down? Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. When a high-ranking Holy Son defeated a low-ranking Holy Son in magical combat, the low-ranking Holy Son suffered no loss other than losing one match. As for targeting his will, after Xia Li beat him up, he did not care about winning or losing at all. What was the point of jumping around here like a clown? Did he still feel he had not lost enough face? After Xia Li broke through and changed paths, he should no longer have any reason to be enemies with Xia Li. Then where did this anger of needing to win and needing to fight for one breath come from? He had always only appeared impulsive and arrogant on the surface. In reality, his actions were quite cautious. He only pretended to be crude so that people would underestimate him. He did not truly want to be regarded as a foolish mediocrity. Sorry, I lost. The seventh Holy Son frowned, covered his chest, coughed blood, and quickly flew away. A strange atmosphere enveloped the battle platform. The seventh Holy Son's behavior was strange. The spectators' behavior was strange. Xia Li's behavior was even more strangely out of line with common sense. This triggered a chain reaction. Those managing elders also sensed the strangeness. Only one sequence elder had come to observe this battle. And that was seventh elder. Xia Li wins. Everyone disperse. Seventh elder dismissed the watching elders and disciples. Taiyi Holy Land had many elders, numbering in the hundreds. But most were managing elders promoted through seniority. The ones with truly greatest power were still the sequence elders. They were not prefixed by names, but by sequence numbers. This model was adopted by many sects. Lingsha Cave Heaven was also like this. After seventh elder spoke, the many disciples dispersed one after another. Those managing elders also saluted seventh elder and withdrew. On the vast battle platform, only seventh elder and Xia Li remained. Seventh elder flew before Xia Li, his gaze sweeping over Xia Li. It seems you do not like this food. Seventh elder said something very inexplicable, causing Xia Li's heart to thump. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. He seemed to understand the seventh Holy Son's true position. He was Xia Li's whetstone, his stepping stone, a consumable that would make him sharper. Taiyi Holy Land's purpose was to stir up hatred between him and the seventh Holy Son, secretly fan the flames and increase that hatred, then help him cut down the seventh Holy Son at the right moment and devour everything the seventh Holy Son had. Of course, if Xia Li failed to live up to expectations, this relationship could naturally be reversed. Raising Gu. This was Raising Gu. Seventh elder. I personally do not like this kind of method. I hope the Holy Land will not continue using it. Xia Li respectfully bent, cupped his fists, and saluted seventh elder. Contention between prodigies has always been like this. The heavenly Tao has no heart, and the result is always unsatisfactory. The Holy Land has merely made a more reasonable intervention. Take the seventh Holy Son. His name is Daolu. Leaving aside talent, his personality is extremely self-centered. Even the Holy Land has no confidence it can transform him. His attitude toward rules is to use them when they can be used, and when they cannot, to find every method to outwardly obey while inwardly defying them. Once he has the opportunity, he will trample the rules. You are different. What you pursue is better rules. Heavenly virtue must match position. And he has virtue unworthy of his position. His talent is wasted. Therefore, you must contend, whether he gains virtue, or you go one step further. Both are good things. The heavenly Tao's fortune has no reason to speak of. The Holy Land should define who is a prodigy. Seventh elder's words also represented the Holy Land's attitude. Xia Li's virtue was worthy of better talent. The seventh Holy Son Jiaolu was nothing more than human-shaped medicine, before being consumed. It would be even better if he could temper Xia Li a little, and fortunately, that Jiaolu had failed to badly. Fortunately, Xia Li himself was sufficiently capable. Seventh elder placed his hand on Xia Li's shoulder and very politely probed only Xia Li's spiritual energy traits. As expected, it is Junshin Golden Qi. This is primordial common spiritual energy. Also where the sky curtain resides. Ancient Taiyi has the power to mend heaven. It seems the ultimate great imitation golden core pill you refined back then already laid another section of road before you. And you chose that road. Tai is proud of you. Xia Li's choice of spiritual heavy mass had not been a sudden whim. Rather, after he swallowed that ultimate great imitation golden core pill, his spiritual roots had changed. Because that cause existed, the present result existed. Meant heaven. Xia Li's brows furrowed slightly. He knew spiritual heavy mass could offset vacuum decay. But what was this about mending heaven? Spiritual energy has had 3 transformations since ancient times. Now, it is time for the 4th transformation, the myriad spirits metamorphosis. Spiritual energy will become sparser, but also easier for all spirits of heaven and earth to absorb. Perhaps that will be a splendid era, but it is absolutely not the era Tai and the Heaven Alliance want. So the ancient heaven must be mended, delaying the arrival of the myriad spirits metamorphosis. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Seeing that Xia Li's Tao had formed, 7th Elder told Xia Li some secrets ordinary people did not know. And Xia Li also knew about the 3 transformations of spiritual energy, Earth's side. According to research results related to Spirit Era historical records, divided spiritual energy into ancient spiritual energy, middle ancient spiritual energy, and modern spiritual energy. Not to mention, Xia Li had once come into contact with the witch race's method through the Shanghai Scripture Foundation Establishment chapter. The witch race's prayer text had mentioned that spiritual transformation was absolutely no good thing for the living beings of the current era. It represented the old things no longer adapting to the new era. 7th Elder. Please look at this dot to confirm his guess. Xia Li took out a round spirit stone. It was Earth's standard top-grade spirit stone. After 7th Elder saw it, his brows furrowed. He took the spirit stone from Xia Li's hand and carefully examined it. Compressed and remade from dilute spiritual energy. Dilute spiritual energy can be compressed into common spiritual energy. But common spiritual energy is difficult to restore into dilute spiritual energy. Where did you obtain this thing? An unstable newly born hidden realm space dot at this moment. It has most likely disappeared. I see. That is reasonable. 7th Elder nodded and returned the spirit stone to Xia Li. Since you have already come into contact with dilute spiritual energy, I will explain in more detail. Strictly speaking, dilute spiritual energy and common spiritual energy are no different. They differ only when the heavenly bestowal first forms. The total amount of spiritual energy is limited. If urgently it could support 10 people becoming nascent souls, then dilute spiritual energy will cause 100 people to more easily form cores early, thereby making it difficult for nascent souls to be born. And those 100 people who formed cores originally had no cultivation aptitude. If they could not set foot on the cultivation road, then there would be no issue of occupying spiritual energy. Do you understand when I put it this way? After 7th Elder finished speaking, Xia Li nodded. This was not hard to understand. It was the result of the heavenly Tao's natural regulation, allowing more life and matter to spiritualize, making it so that lives without aptitude or even so-called spiritual roots could also set foot on the cultivation road. This was very similar to Earth's spiritual energy revival, the rapid evolution of countless animals and plants, the second generation of humans after the spiritual energy revival possessing spiritual energy genes, and so on. The trait of new spiritual energy was that all spirits could receive its bestowal, breaking the threshold of use and distributing it more widely. The only side effect was a devastating drop in energy level for higher life forms. It made immortals fall into spirits, made mortals become spiritual, and made all things possess spirit. Only the decline of a single powerful species could let all things flourish anew. This was heavenly Tao nature. From a whale fall, all things are born. That was why the Xuan realm gave Xia Li the feeling of a healthy corpse. If the whale fall did not rot, nothing could live. I actually think this should count as a good thing. In the red dust, some people would divide and eat a sage for one breath of spiritual opportunity. All things in heaven and earth deserve a better era. Xia Li still vividly remembered the matter of the Xiang kingdom. That scene of dividing and eating the Sage King had been as mad as hungry beasts. Civilization could only develop when the majority of individuals satisfied the basic needs for survival. No, you are wrong. It will only become more cruel. to walk toward higher positions. All spirits will produce even bloodier slaughter. 10 people contending to become king is better than 10,000 people contending to become king together. On this point alone, the Heaven Alliance did the right thing. At this moment, Seventh Elder affirmed part of the Heaven Alliance's methods. In the long run, the Heaven Alliance's way of determining status by realm was also flattening the so-called difference in talent and making spiritual energy distribution more balanced. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. After all, the resources consumed by one prodigy golden core could give birth to several ordinary nascent souls. Human nature does not resent scarcity so much as an evenness. With prodigies ahead of them, everyone wanted to become a prodigy, and everyone wanted to plunder more spiritual energy. Only when prodigies disappeared, ceased to exist, would people accept their own share with peace of mind. If there was to be spirit, then all things needed to obtain spirit. Thus, all things could live long. So the Heaven Alliance is right. Is that it? After Xia Li understood this, he had to admit that the Heaven Alliance's methods had their reasonable aspects, but they were still mixed with too much selfishness from those in high positions. Their purpose had long ceased to be pure. The Holy Land has never said the Heaven Alliance is wrong, but the current Heaven Alliance is the good Heaven Alliance. Don't you think so? A road that goes against nature cannot last long in the end. So the Heaven Alliance will inevitably be replaced one day. Look at the prodigies shining like blazing suns, covering all faint lights. The thing hanging high in the sky is always the unchanging blazing sun. This is a principle that has not changed in 10,000 years. So the era of the stars will never arrive. After speaking, Seventh Elder slowly walked toward the stairs, also stepping down one step at a time with his feet. The forces opposing the Heaven Alliance were happy to see prodigies born, pushing all prodigies to contend for kingship, just like history had always been. When my side finishes singing, your side takes the stage. Xia Li raised his head and looked at the sky. Whether it was Earth's Astarte or the Xuan Realm's Heaven Alliance, Xia Li understood that he was more opposed to their positions. There was no simple black and white judgment. The Heaven Alliance's liberation had been alienated by human hearts into another kind of rule. The pursuit of fairness had become persecution of the excellent, delighting the mediocre. Only mortals remained mortal, accomplishing nothing, unable to wait for the day they had full bellies, unable to wait for the day spiritual energy nourished their decaying bodies into longevity. This was the Xuan realm. If the whale fall did not rot, nothing could live. If spiritual heavy mass can mend heaven, then perhaps it can split heaven too. Xia Li murmured to himself. He was neither angry nor furious. There was only the psychological satisfaction of recognizing a deeper factor. The act of understanding itself could bring pleasure to intelligent life. This feeling of drawing silk from a cocoon, gradually seeing through the mist and understanding the causes behind things once incomprehensible, made Xia Li satisfied from the bottom of his heart. It allowed him to more clearly locate his own position. They wanted him to become king, did they? Then he would. In any case, he also needed higher status to obtain more knowledge. As for whether he would continue the era of blazing suns, Xia Li only wanted to say that if he truly could do it, he would give the Xuan realm a great surprise. On that day, the day he shot himself down, one chicken later, the 9th Holy Sun Palace. The atmosphere inside the palace was excellent. Many disciples drank freely, as if venting former frustration. As disciples following Xia Li, because Xia Li had not been here, they had suffered no small amount of trouble from the 7th Holy Sun's followers. As a result, the moment Xia Li returned, he flattened the 7th Holy Sun as easily as crushing dead leaves. As followers, they naturally shared in the glory. What fire path prodigy, what fire element contention. He was nothing more than good Xia Holy Sun could defeat with a single strand of hair. The 7th Holy Sun's attainment in the fire element allowed him to ignore most fire element Dao art attacks and even absorb them for his own use. But Xia Li no longer burned. Greetings, your Holy Sonship. Greetings, your Holy Sonship. Holy Sun Xia is mighty. The disciples following Xia Li flattered him, as if they themselves were the ones who had defeated the 7th Holy Sun. Xia Li only smiled and nodded as he walked past. Inside the main hall, Qiufu sat on Xia Li's Holy Sun Spirit chair in a very casual posture. She did not even wear shoes, using spiritual energy to cushion her feet and suspend them in the air. She held a book slip in her hand and was reading with enthusiasm. Seeing Xia Li return, she put down the book slip, lazily yawned, then leaned down to look at Xia Li. Her movement actually carried an indescribable charm. It had to be said that she looked more and more human now. Her movements, expression, and everything else resembled an alluring young maiden. Xia Li, do you feel anything? Do I look human now? You look like someone selling herself. Just like those drinking companions in a brothel. But the book says, read fewer books from the Joyous Union sect. You're not a fox. So why the hell are you learning charm arts? Xia Li was left speechless. The moment he came back, he saw Qiufu showing off here. If outsiders saw this, they would think his demon fetish had already reached the terminal stage. HMPH, I'm going to keep reading. When I go outside later, everyone will think I'm a fox demon. Then I suddenly reveal my true body and bite him to death in one mouthful. Tell me, isn't this move ruthless enough? That is indeed ruthless. Humans pretend to be pigs to eat tigers, while you, a tiger, pretend to be a fox to eat people. You are this. Xia Li raised his thumb. Although Qiufu had gone somewhat crooked in her studies, overall, it was still a good thing. Having more schemes helped survival. Qiufu was not him. She needed to work hard to live. If he was not careful, he could run into people and kill them. Qiufu was still too fragile and could easily be run into and killed. By the way, your good brother came looking for you about something earlier, but you weren't here. Contact him yourself. What matter? I didn't receive any message from him. How did he find you? How would I know? Your good brother's lover was captured by Taiyi Holy Land. Handle it yourself. Damn it. The moment Xia Li heard this, he felt his head ache. Lin Yi did indeed have a close demonic path beauty, and Xia Li had even met and traded with her. Although Taiyi Holy Land and the demonic path were naturally hostile, whether there was some intention to target Xia Li in this was truly hard to say. After all, if Taiyi Holy Land wanted to investigate the relationship between him and Lin Yi, it could absolutely find it. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After Xia Li learned from Qiufu that Lin Yi's lover had been captured by Taiyi Holy Land, he immediately used his communication jade slip to contact Lin Yi. To Xia Li's surprise, Lin Yi was as if he had set a special alert for him. Assuming the communication jade slip had such a function. In any case, the instant the message was sent, Lin Yi immediately replied, Brother Xia, you finally came back. Siyu has been captured. Can I trouble you to mediate? I'll ask about it in a while. Why didn't you contact me directly? Let's talk about this in person. Lin Yi very obviously knew something. He knew there was risk in contacting Xia Li inside the Holy Land through a communication jade slip. Afraid the Holy Land will know. That isn't a big problem. The Holy Land doesn't care about these things. As Xia Li gradually came into contact with what Taiyi Holy Land's higher-ups thought and understood Taiyi Holy Land's ideas, he could now think from Taiyi Holy Land's position. Taiyi Holy Land currently did not care much about demonic path or not demonic path. The era of righteous demonic contention had long passed. If the demonic path did not push too far, Taiyi Holy Land was too lazy to bother. Siyu being captured could only mean one thing. She had done something that angered Taiyi Holy Land, but it should not count as too serious. Otherwise, Siyu would have already been slain on the spot. Capturing her alive was to maximize benefits. Either the demonic path would bring good things to ransom her, or one of the Holy Land's own holy sons would plead for mercy and owe the Holy Land more favor. This, all right. In truth, I once saved one of your Holy Land's inner disciples. I asked him to pass the message, but the result was that you were not here. Then do you know what Siyu did? She killed the family members of a Holy Land True Transmission disciple. What did that True Transmission disciple's family members do? Flirted with her, used their status to pressure her, and attempted to forcibly abduct her. I understand. Don't make any unusual moves on your side. I will handle this. After ending the communication, Xia Li sighed and turned back to look at Qiufu, who was still posing coquettishly on his seat. In the future, reign in that seductive posture of yours, or you will definitely create trouble for me. After speaking, Xia Li directly left the main hall. Using his communication jade slip, he contacted Seventh Elder and expressed that he wished to personally pay a visit. Seventh Elder naturally gladly agreed. A good relationship between an elder and his own holy son was always a good thing. Moreover, he was Xia Li's guide. He was the one who had brought Xia Li into the Holy Land. Half a shikan later, on Taiyi Peak, in Seventh Elder's Hall, Xia Li stepped into the simple dwelling that looked like a thatched hut. As his body fully entered, the scenery before his eyes rapidly changed as if heaven and earth had been replaced. Xia Li understood that he had entered the hidden realm space belonging to Seventh Elder. Taiyi Holy Land sequence elders all had their own hidden realm spaces. Seventh Elder's hidden realm space was a cliff. Beneath the cliff lay a vast plain, and on the plain were many living beings. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Herds of small herbivorous creatures rarely watched their surroundings, but predators approached from every direction, cruelly and bloodily killing those small herbivores and eating them raw. Seventh Elder stood by the cliff edge and watched all of this. Xia Li, don't you think those little creatures are pitiful? Seventh Elder seemed to want to say something. It is only the cycle of the heavenly Tao. If we interfere, they will reproduce in huge numbers until they know even a layer off the earth. And in the end, overreproduction will lead to their own extinction. It will also produce deserts stretching 10,000 li. The predators that feed on them will die because they cannot find food, and the higher predators above them will be the same. If humans artificially help them, then heaven and earth will be destroyed. Xia Li spoke this way. A trace of surprise flashed through Seventh Elder's eyes. He had originally intended to use Xia Li's compassion to show Xia Li that kind of illusion. He had not expected Xia Li to actually know what would happen. Very good. As expected of our ninth holy son, these little creatures are like the mortals struggling in the red dust. You and I all have our own sequential positions beneath the heavenly Tao. Different positions have different laws of survival. I understand. Of course Xia Li knew this. This was not even knowledge he learned in Earth's new era. It was basic ecological chain knowledge he had learned in middle school back in the old era. But for Seventh Elder to bring it up now meant he wanted to swap concepts. There was much that could be debated on this point. But Xia Li was too lazy to debate. He had come to fish someone out, not attend a class. This Seventh Elder liked teaching him lessons, making all kinds of examples to teach him. Had the Xiong Kingdom matter not been enough, he had handed over a nearly perfect answer sheet, but the teacher grading it had no martial virtue and tore up the paper. All right, then, what have you come to me for? I heard that the Holy Land recently captured a demonic path demoness. This woman is an old acquaintance of a friend of mine, and the cause was not that demoness deliberately making trouble. I believe there are extenuating circumstances, so I came to plead for mercy on her behalf. Xia Li did not embellish the matter. He stated the truth from a fair position. That little girl from Tianhuangdao. Yes, since you personally opened your mouth, she can naturally be released. It is just that the Holy Land intended to use her to negotiate with the demonic path and ease the conflict with the demonic path. Since you want her, then you will be responsible for this matter. How exactly will I be responsible? The debate of the 5 great demonic Daos is about to begin. You will represent Taiyi Holy Land and go observe the ceremony. If we directly send an elder, the other side may not accept it. If we send a disciple, it shows too little sincerity. A holy son is a disciple, but his status is second only to elders. So it is quite appropriate. After the demonic path, will there also be the demon race? Naturally. This is an age where prodigies appear in number. Since the rise of the Heaven Alliance, the prodigy inquiry of the Tao contest has not opened for several thousand years. It is time to imitate the golden years of the past and begin a struggle for heavenly Tao fortune. I understand. Xia Li nodded. The Xuan realm did indeed have a tradition of prodigies inquiring of the Tao and contending for fortune. In the beginning, it had been a method used by the sages to stir up healthy internal competition. Later, it was used to select those truly watched by the era, predicting the future direction according to their performance. After that, it became a war with restricted casualty intensity. The rules also changed from not allowing opponents to be killed at the beginning to life and death being irrelevant later, using the bones of prodigies to nourish stronger prodigies. This method of making prodigies fight internally was probably something even today's Heaven Alliance would support a little. To be honest, it would be good if this model could be used on Earth. Astart could send people to fight Earth on a stage. How harmonious. No matter how high the death rate on the stage was, it would still be better than a war of direct total mobilization. When it came to controlling war intensity, the Xuan realm truly did it well. It could even transform war into a grand event filled with honor. Some phenomena in the Xuan realm were very childish. But only in war did Xia Li truly hope things could be like children's games. The person will be sent to the 9th Holy Sun Palace in a while. There is no need for you to receive her personally. Stay and chat with this old man. Since 7th Elder is willing to discuss the Tao with this disciple will naturally listen respectfully. What Lin Yi could not accomplish even if his head split open was accomplished by Xia Li in a few words. Because Xia Li acted within the rules and even intended to seriously walk this road. A prodigy debate. Interesting. He should record all of it with the Heaven chip. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. A while later, at some unknown point, a stone table had appeared on the cliff. 7th Elder and Xia Li sat beside the stone table, chatting about things they had seen and stories they had heard. Every word 7th Elder spoke carried meaning, describing the present state of the human Tao. After the era of the sages ended, what came next would be the era of the human Tao. The sage Tao primarily relies on education, with rules as support. The human Tao primarily relies on a theory of innate nature, with rules secondary and little education. Do you know why? 7th Elder threw out a question. Even if Xia Li did not want to think, he had to think. Because he needed to keep 7th Elder happy. Because during a rising era, everyone strives forward and believes the future will certainly be beautiful. They believe food will continuously increase with effort. And under the sage's leadership, everyone is willing to dedicate themselves. But during an era without progress, or even one in decline, striving is useless. A heart full of hot blood turns to manure. Those who receive education know only how to pursue self-interest more efficiently. So education must be reduced to maintain the total amount of food. From every angle, the total number of cultivators had to be controlled. And foundation establishment pills were the first layer of screening. After hearing Xia Li's answer, 7th Elder nodded in satisfaction. These were things only they could see clearly. Yet Xia Li could also see them clearly. His words even carried little speculation, stating it in an affirmative tone, as if he had personally experienced that era's changes. Then do you think there is a solution? No solution, only time. When the environment became harsh to a certain degree, the group could produce consensus. Before that, most measures were ineffective. Only when fire burned their own bodies would people know to extinguish the fire. Otherwise, most would probably stand by and laugh, take pleasure in others' misfortune, and listen to screams everywhere. Then returning to the earlier topic, if there were no tigers and wolves, would you leave those little creatures alone? Or would you take up the position of tigers and wolves? 7th Elder asked a key question. To mortals, present cultivators were practically tigers and wolves. I would leave them alone, but I would not become a tiger or wolf. What we foresee is not necessarily fact. How do you know those little creatures are certain to walk towards self-destructs? 7th Elder grew interested. If you are interested, you can create a safe paradise and raise a large group of mice. You will naturally see the answer. Of course, I can also tell you the answer ahead of time. Tell me. I will test it afterward. Fine. When the number of mice exceeds the carrying limit of the paradise, female mice will become irritable on a large scale and attack male mice and young mice. There may even be cases where a male mouse brings food back to the nest, only to be killed and eaten by a female mouse. Male mice will also collectively refuse to reproduce. This continues until the mouse population in the paradise remains at a suitable number. Of course, this is a paradise within a relatively large natural environment. If it is a smaller artificial closed environment, the mouse colony will go extinct. Xia Li spoke of an experiment Earth had once conducted. Of course, Xia Li had also swapped concepts. Because mice were ultimately not humans and lacked sufficient wisdom, While wisdom could effectively solve this problem, enjoying this book, seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. But the precondition was group consensus. If group consensus could not be reached, then humans who were enemies with one another were not much better than mice. Interesting. Then, I must test this properly afterward. Where did you observe these things? As long as one has intention. The truths of heaven and earth are everywhere. This old man has been taught. Seventh elder humbly said he had been taught. Then he stood and looked at the illusory creatures on the plain. Xia Li, the person you wanted has already arrived. Also, are you not going to raise your sequence? You are already nascent soul and have defeated the seventh holy sun. With your current strength, perhaps you could rank among the top 3. No, being number 9 is good enough. When outsiders see that even the last holy sun is this strong, they will feel the Holy Land is unfathomable. As you wish, before departure, remember to meet the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord wants to transmit the Tai scripture to you. This disciple thanks the Holy Land for its bestowal. Xia Li obediently lowered his head and cupped his hands toward the direction where the Holy Lord was. No matter what, being able to walk higher within Tai Holy Land was a good thing. Tai Holy Land could even pass the Holy Lord position to him if it had the ability. If the Holy Land dared transmit it, he dared accept it. Of course. Xia Li only thought about this. The position of Holy Lord definitely would not fall to him, because it lacked some kind of authentication mechanism, and he would absolutely never pass that authentication. Simply joining Tai Holy Land had implanted a meme in him. To become Holy Lord would practically be becoming a meme spirit. After finishing, Xia Li did not linger and directly left Seventh Elder's hidden realm space. Seventh Elder looked at Xia Li's back and sighed softly. Xia Li, everything about you is good. You are simply too good. And fortunately, Tai has gone bad. Tai Holy Land's position had changed again and again over countless years. The only unchanging thing left was that incorrupt corpse. Before the 9th Holy Sun Palace's main gate, Siyu stood in the corner beside the gate and did not go in. She was staying by the entrance in a daze like the right guardian of the Holy Sun Palace. As for who the left guardian was, of course it was King Renquan, who had completely embraced slacking off. He was becoming more and more free with himself, directly lying on a stone chair and basking in the sun while sleeping. He was living his retirement life early, making Xia Li envious when he saw it. This was taking several thousand fewer years of detours. Siyu, why didn't you go in and wait for me? Xia Li looked at Siyu's indifferent expression, which seemed very exhausted. She forced out a slight smile at Xia Li with great effort. 9th Holy Sun, we meet again. Thank you for your help. There is no need for me to go in. When can I leave? You will have to wait a bit longer. I need to leave with you. And I still have matters to handle right now. What matters? The Holy Lord wants to see me. What conditions did you agree to with the Holy Land? Relax. I won't sell you in Linyi. The Holy Land doesn't think much of you too. If anyone is being sold, it's me. Xia Li confirmed that the Holy Land had released Siyu as promised, and Siyu seemed to be in decent condition. So he prepared to go find the Holy Lord and receive the Tao. A Tao scripture named after Tai. Just thinking about it was enough to know it had to be one of the Zhuan realm's top Tao arts. Bringing it back to Earth would definitely be of great use. What do you mean they don't think much of us? Tianhuang Tao is still one of the great demonic lineages. What exactly is Tai Holy Land's goal? We'll talk when I come back. I need an explanation now, otherwise, I won't leave with you. I would rather continue being locked up. She acted very anxious. After all, she had been captured by Tai Holy Land and then released so easily. She even suspected that Tai Holy Land had implanted something into her body. Lin Yi and I are familiar with each other. You and I are not. Although we once made a trade. That was only a trade, not me owing you anything. I am not Lin Yi. I will not indulge you. So do not act unruly with me. Put away your pride. This is Tai Holy Land. Xia Li threw out to senses and directly blocked Siyu's anxiety back. Siyu looked at Xia Li somewhat aggrievedly, but Xia Li was too lazy to bother with her. Sorry, I was impulsive. Siyu realized that she was currently being very discourteous and immediately apologized to Xia Li. But that indescribable anxiety truly made her uncomfortable. It's fine. I understand. Contact Lin Yi. It would be better to go into the palace and wait. Don't stand at the gate, making it look as if I dislike you." After Xia Li finished speaking, he left without giving Siyu more opportunity to speak. Xia Li had personally experienced the Holy Land's strange methods. The more communication there was, the easier it was for problems to rise. Siyu being willful at this time might truly not be entirely her problem. Perhaps even her capture had been planned by the Holy Land, and there might be help from the peace-seeking faction of the demonic path behind it. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Beneath Taiyi Peak, at the center of the Holy Land, Xia Li gazed up at the mountain, which was not especially towering. Not long ago he had only just come down from 7th Elder's Hall above, but returning after such a short while, he could clearly feel that something had changed. He simply could not say exactly what. Back in Xian Kingdom, Xia Li had learned that the Holy Land possessed a kind of subconscious network rooted in sage will. On Earth, he had also come into contact with telekinetic networks. Networks were, after all, civilization's sharpest tool for communicating across distance. Communication drove development. Any sufficiently advanced civilization would eventually develop its own concept of a network. Earth's network technology had started from digital networks and gradually advanced by technological iteration into quantum networks. It was more rigorous, more precise, but heavily dependent on specialized terminals. Biological beings could not directly connect to it. Taiyi Holy Land's Sagewell network and telekinetic network, however, were both the kind living beings could link into directly. That made Taiyi Peak the main server of a dense web woven from countless consciousnesses. Heaven Chip, can you detect any pattern? Xia Li asked whether his Heaven Chip could find the laws underlying the Sagewell network. About a minute later, the Heaven Chip generated an anomalous gravity report. Taiyi Peak seemed to sit inside a distorted gravitational field, with gravity undergoing minute fluctuations according to some pattern. The Heaven Chip Xia Li had installed before, Amateur Su, was specialized for fire aspect applications and more sensitive to fire-related spiritual and physical phenomena. The one he wore now was a custom 6th-generation model developed for him by Prime Compute. The Titan-T. In translation, that was Titan Tai. It had been rebuilt from the original Titan model and incorporated quite a bit of Mount Tai Prefecture sect technology. So it had simply been named Titan Tai. The Tai from both sides combined into one. Titan Ti's specialty was heightened sensitivity to the fundamental forces, which let it detect phenomena Amateur Su could not. As for his spirit core, the Degenerate Alpha, it was even more outrageous. Overpowered's original production team had built and assembled it firsthand, with no outside company involved at all. Every component, large and small, had been manufactured by Overpowered to the highest quality standard. Only that kind of waste no expense. Lunatic over-engineering could justify the suffix alpha, the name reserved for first-generation products built without compromise or cost-cutting. In plain language, the technology might still have room to improve, but the materials budget had been absolutely monstrous, and this round of modifications had effectively been Earth's way of thanking him for what he had done. So no one had even mentioned spirit stones. With the new Heaven Chip working in tandem with the new spirit core, Xia Li dug up another secret of Taiyi Holy Land. The Sagewell network was actually the prototype of a gravitational network. A gravitational network was the ideal technology for wide-area interstellar communication. Humanity was still developing it, and it was far easier to deploy than a quantum network. It was the kind of technology truly suited to the interstellar age, and authorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. But in the Xuan realm, Taiyi monopolized a technology that could accelerate civilization itself. Using it only at the bare minimum, it had even cut off knowledge of the heavens beyond so people would not try to understand the sky. High above there was a sky curtain formed from heavy spiritual energy, and ordinary cultivators would be crushed to death the instant they entered that heavy spirit layer. How could they ever behold the stars? Worse still, this prison had been built by the Xuan realm itself, in order to delay the coming of the epoch of myriad spirits. The present age was the spirit expansion epoch. That age should have ended long ago. Yet it lurched forward like a rotting corpse sealed in wax and wrapped in layers of burial cloth, shambling on without purpose. Not that it could easily have won. Just keeping the corpse from fully decaying already exhausted all its strength. After observing all this, Xia Li combined his deductions with the heaven chip's results and generated a report on Zhuan's civilization. He could bring it back to Earth and let the heavenly Tao computer inspect it later. Humanity might truly be fortunate. At a crucial stage in its civilizational transition, it still had other civilizations to study and could adjust itself by comparison. After finishing his observations, Xia Li set aside his tangled thoughts and stepped onto the ascending path. Passing the cave heaven residences of the various elders, he entered the heaven hall at the summit of Taiyi Peak. The heaven hall was plain and unadorned. There was no cave heaven space, no attendants. Even the dust had been spiritualized into glowing golden ash, a kind of spiritual material. As Xia Li stepped onto the golden motes, he could feel the immense weight in every grain. Each speck of dust was a spirit treasure rendered heavy. The corridor leading deeper into the heaven hall was very long. It reminded him of the passage leading to Earth's quantum domain field. Golden ash floated up at times and settled at others, while the gravitational web interwove information and continuously transmitted it. At Xia Li's ears rose a natural music like windstorm, thunder, and surf blended together. Those sounds were preaching the Tao. They preached in a way that pierced consciousness directly. Once encrypted, they bypassed the surface mind entirely and acted on the deeper layers of awareness, becoming part of what one knew while preventing the knower from clearly explaining it to anyone else. At best, it could only be described vaguely. It was a method for preventing the leakage of Tao arts. Xia Li truly could not restate it precisely in words, but that mysterious feeling still left him knowing something. Searching his memory, he found lines that came close. At the dawn of antiquity, who first transmitted the Tao, before above and below had taken shape? By what could they be examined? What the Taiyi scripture conveyed reached meaning without fully revealing principle. It had pattern without logic, yet it was enough to sketch the thinking of Taiyi great sage. That ancient sage of old, that from nothing came something. What existed was light. Light gathered into the heavy gathered into worlds. Within worlds came above and below. The clear rising and the murky sinking. Heaven dark, earth yellow, sun and moon primordial. The heaven epoch and earth epoch have passed. Thus the third age is the spirit expansion Zhuan epoch, wherein the mystery of the Zhuan realm resides. The heaven epoch had been the age of the ancient gods and demons. The earth epoch had been the age of innate life. The Zhuan epoch was the age of those born extraordinary. Then the fourth age would be the age of myriads of beings advancing together. Only when the gap in strength between living beings became small enough would they stop facing one another with fangs and hostility. Strength did not automatically mean stupidity, but it did breed lazy stupidity. Before long, Xia Li, half-dazed, had reached the deepest part of the heaven hall. A person sat cross-legged on a high platform with his back to Xia Li, showing only a silhouette. This disciple Xia Li greets the Holy Lord of Taiyi. Xia Li closed his eyes and bowed. The Tao has already been transmitted. What you said also contains points worth taking, but you may only learn the first half, unless you become me. Only then may you learn the latter half. The Holy Lord's voice carried no human timbre either. It resembled the sound of heaven and earth. Perhaps others who met the Holy Lord of Taiyi would be stunned by how terrifying he was. He seemed to have merged with heaven itself. Man and heaven made one dot as he spoke. The golden dust would even rise and gather into characters to make his meaning easier for visitors to grasp. This was no longer human. It was something closer to Earth's Kang or Astarte's firmament. This was Taiyi Holy Land's Taiyi. Is this what you truly wished for? The question slipped out of Xia Li. There was sympathy in his voice for the mysterious Holy Lord. I am already resolved. As soon as the words fell, Xia Li found himself outside the heaven hall in another blur. The Holy Lord had asked him to leave. Xia Li's question had stirred even that most stable heart. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Xia Li stood outside the heaven hall, gazing into it. This meeting with the Holy Lord had been enough to overturn several of his assumptions. The ancient Zhuan realm was not nearly as backward as he had imagined. The Xuan realm observed the heavens. It understood the heavens. It had a concept of networks as well. It simply did not speak of the heavens, discuss the heavens, or speak of networks. Xia Li turned and left. Heaven chip, did he read me? Successfully intercepted he. Xia Li sneered inwardly. As expected, the Holy Lord had tried to read him. Unfortunately for him, Earth's technology was more advanced in that regard. Intercepting the Holy Lord's probe was not difficult, and the Holy Lord had enough pride to pretend nothing had happened after being blocked. As for the Tai scripture, it truly was a cultivation method for tempering heavy mass spiritual energy, and it could even further alter the properties of that heavy mass state. Xia Li, however, had no intention of cultivating it, because heavy mass spiritual energy was heavy mass spiritual energy. It was not some ancient Tai. If he really cultivated it, he was worried he would end up tied inside the heaven hall, facing all living beings with nothing but his back. An hour later, Xia Li returned to the 9th Holy Sun Palace. Ciyu was behaving a little more honestly now, idly chatting with Qiu Fu in the main hall. There was just one unfamiliar guest in the hall as well. Xia Li did not know him, yet he had the vague feeling he had seen him somewhere before. The stranger thing was that Qiu Fu and Ciyu both seemed entirely incapable of noticing the old man. An even stranger scene followed, because after Xia Li stared at the old man for a while, Ciyu and Qiu Fu suddenly jolted in alarm, as if only then realizing an old man had appeared in the main hall at some unknown time. Both turned pale with fright, relieved that their idle chatting had not touched any sensitive subject. 9th Holy Sun truly has impressive methods to actually notice this old man. I am the Holy Land's Grand Elder. The reason I came to see you should be obvious enough. Is it because the Tai Spirit Pendant was destroyed? I ran into a very troublesome enemy. At the time, Grand Elder, you called their Dao the Void-merging Dao, and their weapons Spirit-scattering weapons. You suspected they were remnants of the heaven-burying demon sect. Such a thing happened. The Grand Elder glanced toward Ciyu. After all, she was part of the demonic path herself, and might know something. I don't know much. People in the demonic path were never big on fellowship to begin with. As long as we don't interfere with each other, that's already the ideal state. Forget advancing and retreating together. It's a blessing if they don't come looking for trouble. Very well. The Grand Elder did not pursue that point. Instead, he tossed Xia Li another Tai Spirit Pendant. When Xia Li's pendant had been destroyed, the Grand Elder had sensed it, but he had been unable to contact the thought body within it. Now that Xia Li had returned, he naturally had to come ask what exactly Xia Li had encountered. If it happens again, activate it in advance. Don't wait passively. The Grand Elder left as soon as he finished speaking, with no intention of staying longer. If Xia Li had failed to notice him, he would not have minded lingering around for a while. But once he had been discovered, it was no longer interesting. After the Grand Elder left, Xia Li also let out a breath. The Grand Elder's method, when it came down to it, was not all that mysterious. It was similar to the Divine Ability Realm Fusion, though likely even subtler. It simply could not deceive the Heaven Chip, which was why it had been noticed. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. As for why Hidden Wings Divine Ability Realm Fusion could fool people with Heaven Chips installed, the answer was obvious. Earth's arts had naturally been designed with ways to target Heaven Chips. Xuan Realm arts had never been made with Heaven Chips in mind at all. Without the Heaven Chip, Xia Li probably never would have realized there had been an old man hiding in the hall. Let's go. I'm done with my business here. Xia Li looked at Ciyu and Qiu Fu. Ciyu immediately moved toward him, but Qiu Fu remained sprawled in her chair without even shifting. Qiu Fu, what are you still lying there for? You're coming too. Huh, there's something for me to do too. You need to be useful somehow. Go out and broaden your horizons a little. Just look at what you've become. Xia Li had noticed that Tai Holy Land had nurtured a kind of inertia in Qiu Fu. Her old habit of eagerly following him around no matter what had turned into full-on lazy dog behavior. Every day she just collapsed somewhere and sprawled out. That would not do. Xia Li had to find something for Qiu Fu to do. Even if there was nothing to do, he still had to make something up. Double quotes. Fine, honestly. What can I do with you? Who was the one who used to say that my being useless was the most useful thing about me? Qiu Fu yawned, stretched lazily, and hopped down from the chair. Life in Taiyi Holy Land had truly been too perfect. Every day was so comfortable that time itself seemed to vanish. All calm years and quiet peace. Of course, that was only because Xia Li had been the one carrying the weight. That was before. This is now. I told you to lie low, not to lie flat. Look at yourself. Enough, enough. King Renquan has been talking to you, hasn't he? Don't listen to him. He can lie flat because he's earned it. He struggled, he fought, he stood at the summit and tasted every flavor of life. What about you? And in the end he still ended up lying flat. I'm just doing it ahead of schedule. Xia Li shot Qiufu a look. Qiufu gave an awkward laugh and could only follow along. Xia Li had been away for so long that Qiufu's little social experiment had already shown her far too much scheming and treachery. Some disciples were laughing one day and crying bitterly in secret the next. Just watching it was exhausting. All being suffered. King Renquan alone kept smiling. He smiled even in his sleep. Every day he lay by the front gate making his regular offerings to Xia Li. Even some managing elders were envious of that life. When Xia Li's group left the 9th Holy Sun Palace, he passed King Renquan's stone recliner. Seeing how comfortably the man was sleeping, Xia Li almost wanted to kick him awake. But Xia Li was not depraved enough to actually do it. All he could say was that King Renquan was one of the very few people in the Holy Land capable of defeating the meme. He met change with changelessness. If you lay flat thoroughly enough, no one could make use of you. After leaving the Holy Land, Xia Li contacted Lin Yi and told him to wait at a certain landmark nearby. Lin Yi was already on the road toward Taiyi Holy Land. While waiting for Lin Yi, Xia Li also subtly had Qiufu keep Siyu busy whenever Siyu tried to talk to him. Siyu's state was not normal. Xia Li could solve it, but it would be better to do so in front of Lin Yi. That night, Lin Yi, who excelled in the spatial Dao, rushed all the way from far-off Lingxi Cave Heaven to the meeting place Xia Li had named. There was a stone forest near Taiyi Holy Land. It held no profound mystery, but it was still one of nature's marvels. It made a perfect landmark. Brother Xia, many thanks. Once Lin Yi saw that Siyu was safe at Xia Li's side, he finally relaxed. Siyu's expression, however, was visibly unnatural, and Lin Yi naturally noticed it. Siyu, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Siyu tried to hide her abnormal state, but at that moment Xia Li lifted a finger and pressed it against her forehead. Don't move. Don't resist. I'm removing the hidden trick the Holy Land left in you. As the words fell, force gathered in Xia Li's fingertip. A translucent golden thread drew out a wisp of hazy golden radiance from Siyu's forehead. After flicking that glow lightly, Xia Li sent it back into her divine soul. There. It's just an empty shell now. I won't remove it completely, or the Holy Land will grow suspicious. Taoist Geo, what was that? One of the Holy Land's methods for influencing people little by little. Your emotions were already being affected. Do you still feel unusually close to me? Still want to understand me? Still want to touch me? Siyu nodded with complete certainty. She had always thought the problem lay with herself, and the matter had troubled her greatly. The more it troubled her, the more she had wanted to get close to Xia Li and investigate why. She had not expected the Holy Land to have been meddling all along. Brother Xia, does that mean the Holy Land was trying to make you and Siyu form some kind of relationship between a man and a woman? Lin Yi's face went pale at once. The thought disgusted him. Not because he was disgusted by Xia Li, but because he was disgusted by the Holy Land's methods. If Siyu had truly changed her heart, he would have taken it as his own failing. Feelings could not be forced. But deliberate manipulation was another matter entirely. I think they wanted to create a form of emotional dependency. It didn't necessarily have to become a romantic relationship, but it would absolutely have made Siyu slowly lose her independence. In the long run, that would probably have helped them control Tian Huang Dao. That really is just like you, Brother Xia. Seeing through the Holy Land scheme, though if it were you, even if you hadn't seen through it, I'd still be at ease. Lin Yi might have feared that Siyu would transfer her affection, but when it came to Xia Li, this good brother of his had absolute trust. Even if the other side took the initiative, Xia Li would only turn cold and ruthless. Back when Lin had pursued him, Xia Li had reacted like he had seen a ghost, as if getting close to her would cost him a mountain of spirit stones. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After that, Xia Li and Lin Yi briefly caught up, and Xia Li brought up the matter of heading to the demonic path. He also asked whether Lin Yi wanted to come. Lin Yi agreed almost without thinking. Of course I'm going. This is because of the demonic path tournament, right? The demonic path has always been exclusionary. Unless you know someone from there and are invited by them, getting in is difficult. With your identity, Brother Xia, are you sure there won't be a problem? Lin Yi had already planned to go to the demonic path tournament. There was something he wanted in the demonic path. So even if Xia Li had not mentioned it, he would have gone anyway. I'm not going as myself. I'm going as Taiyi Holy Land's representative to discuss peace. Taiyi Holy Land wants to make peace with the demonic path. Lin Yi was deeply shocked. Siyu's expression changed slightly as well. She had obviously realized something too. There might have been more than a few entanglements behind her capture. Judging by it now, the methods had been crude, but undeniably effective. So my capture really wasn't a coincidence. I kept thinking about it while I was in the punishment grounds. But if they wanted peace, couldn't they have spoken openly? Why resort to underhanded tricks? Siyu had not been entirely blind to it. After being captured, she had not been thrown into a dungeon or tortured or interrogated. Instead, she had been placed in the punishment grounds, where Taiyi Holy Land sent disciples who had made mistakes. That was an obvious gesture of saving her some face. It certainly was not because they feared Tian Wangdao. Taiyi Holy Land isn't nearly as glorious as you think. If anything, the opposite is true. It loves disgusting little schemes. Because on the larger scale it cares too much about its reputation. It's like those worldly princes and nobles. In public they look refined and reasonable. In private, who knows what they are really like? From what I've personally seen, from the Holy Lord and elders above to the disciples and servants below, every one of them is abnormal to some degree. Xia Li thought of King Renquan lying flat, seventh elder constantly lecturing him, the old grand elder who had sneaked around like a thief, the seemingly heartless second holy maiden Lin Ying, and the new seventh holy son, who was the classic of classics. He might have been fairly normal before entering the Holy Land, but the moment he got inside he started producing Hall of Fame insanity. Even Qiufu, who had been bottling up frustration with nowhere to vent it, had started lying flat to an absurd degree. That inertia was definitely real. At that point, anyone who stayed in Taiyi Holy Land too long was bound to develop some kind of problem. What Holy Land was this? It was practically a madhouse displaying the full spectrum of madness. And you weren't affected, Brother Xia. Lin Yi looked at Xia Li with obvious concern. He could feel that Xia Li had changed as well. His bearing now truly made him seem like a holy son worthy of belief. I'm mostly fine. My problem was a baseless irritability, but I've already dealt with it, Brother Xia. About that thing I asked you to help me find before, I found it, but this isn't the right place to take it out. The Holy Land would notice. Let's go somewhere else, Brother Xia. No words of thanks could ever be enough. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Lin Yi instantly straightened up. If Xia Li said the Holy Land would notice, then it had to be a high-grade meteorite stored deep within the Holy Land, perhaps even marked with a tracking seal to prevent it from being lost. The fact that Xia Li had managed to steal it for him was enough to show how much Xia Li valued him. All at once, Lin Yi felt a stab of conscience. When he had realized that Siyu might have started harboring some feelings toward Xia Li, he had actually entertained the faint thought of competing with Xia Li over a woman. He truly deserved death. The mere fact that such a thought had surfaced in his mind was already disrespectful to Xia Li. It did not even need to be acted upon. If it ever had been, that would have been disrespect beyond disrespect. At that moment, Lin Yi felt the baseness of human nature more deeply than ever. Even he could produce selfish and misguided thoughts. Yet wisdom and morality were precisely what allowed one to overcome the ugliness born of human nature. The world, unfortunately, held far too many people who never bothered to hide that ugliness at all. The three of them continued onward together. Qiufu had already grown so lazy she simply dove straight into Xia Li's cave heaven gourd and stopped making a sound. About 10 days later, after making several transfers through teleportation arrays, Xia Li once more set foot on the soil of Desolate Continent. Desolate Continent was both Buddhism's pure land and the place where the demonic path had retreated to catch its breath. These two forces, once irreconcilable enemies, had both been discarded by the times, and now lived in separate corners of Desolate Continent without bothering each other. When they reached the great desert of Desolate Continent, Xia Li finally took out the Phasra crystal and released the meteorite stored inside. A meteorite more than 1,000 meters across, huge as a mountain, abruptly appeared in the desert. Lin Yi froze. For a moment, he even thought Xia Li was joking with him. As far as Lin Yi knew, the largest meteorites were only the size of houses. If he could obtain one this huge, he would laugh in his dreams. His demands had never been high. A fist-sized piece would have left him endlessly grateful. If it were as big as a human head, he could have knelt and kowtowed in thanks. Instead, Xia Li had found him an entire mountain. But once Lin Yi examined it with his senses and realized that the whole little mountain truly was meteorite, he rushed forward like a madman and burst into laughter while circling it. With this, my Tao can be completed. No, my Tao will be completed. Ha ha, I'm done for. Done for. Lin Yi's heart was not steady enough. But after his burst of ecstasy, he quickly realized something and immediately took out a battered wooden box, storing the entire meteorite inside it before coming to Xia Li as if he wanted to say something. Yet no amount of gratitude could express what he was feeling now. If words were insufficient, then only one gesture remained. Godfather, your good son is here. Please accept this bow. Lin Yi directly acknowledged a father on the spot. Xia Li had been so attentive that Lin Yi now seriously suspected that this good brother of his might be more than just a brother. Maybe he was his long-lost father, because only an actual father would so selflessly hand over something this precious. My good son, rise quickly. Xia Li reached out and helped Lin Yi up. Lin Yi liked making exaggerated jokes, and Xia Li was used to playing along. Before his diagnosis, he had practically been the father of his whole dorm back in college, collecting a whole room full of dutiful sons. Back when he played games, he had genuinely been that good. Carrying a bunch of obedient sons up the ladder had never been a problem. Godfather, my good son. Godfather, my good son. God, that's enough, both of you. See, you could not watch this absurd performance any longer and finally interrupted. Naturally, she could not understand that among men, the highest expression of gratitude was to directly acknowledge the other side as godfather. Brother Xia, is this a treasure from Taiyi Holy Land? If something like this went missing, the Holy Land would be furious. No matter how much bloodshed it caused afterward, it would hardly be surprising. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi's face turned serious with concern. Brother Xia, there is something you may not know. I know a little about the heavens beyond. Meteorites are hard to find for many different reasons. A piece this large is simply impossible to come across unless one imitates the ancient powers and crosses the sea of stars to search the heavens beyond. This kind of treasure is too significant. I think I should cut off a small piece, and you should return the rest. Lin Yi was afraid Taiyi Holy Land would go mad. Xia Li only shrugged, unconcerned. Return it to whom? I picked it up in an ownerless ruin. Ha! You can even pick up something like this, yay. After all, the Cooper Belt near his home was full of this kind of thing. If Lin Yi wanted, Xia Li could practically get them wholesale. Something only a kilometer across already counted as pocket-sized stock. If he had a Phasra crystal big enough, hauling in a dwarf planet would not be difficult either. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. At that moment, Lin Yi was utterly stunned by Xia Li's luck. Why had he never had luck this good? Lin Yi had always believed himself to be a child of destiny. His cultivation journey had often gone far too smoothly. But one thing was one thing, and another was another. If Xia Li was a child of destiny too, then destiny had treated him far better than it had treated Lin Yi. Take it without worry. If you really want to thank me, then give me more spirit treasures. You know my talent is terrible. Xia Li was not lying. His talent truly was poor, before nascent soul. The road had not yet reached the point where talent really dominated everything, but the path ahead absolutely would. The more spirit treasures he could gather, the better. Leave it to me. If it's something Brother Xia wants, I dare break into a great sage's tomb for it. Then tiny great sage's tomb. I'd go. My realm isn't high enough right now. But once I step into void refining, I will definitely brave that deadly place for Brother Xia. Thanks. I was only joking. We can talk about it later. Xia Li nodded. Though only half of that had been a joke, he was genuinely a little interested in tiny great sage's tomb. He was not a professional, however, judging from things now, Lin Yi clearly did have that capability. When it came to archaeology, Lin Yi actually had the technical skill. If the need ever rose, Xia Li could let Lin Yi do the digging. The three of them continued onward like that. Xiu truly could not squeeze herself into the topics Xia Li and Lin Yi kept discussing, so she could only lead the way in silence. If Xiu had once been worried that Xia Li might act against the demonic path, she no longer worried in the slightest. All she could say was that staying too long in Taiyi Holy Land really did make something go wrong with a person. Take Xia Li, for example. He ate the Holy Land's food, used the Holy Land's resources, let the Holy Land raise him high, and then not only stole from it, but even set his sights on Taiyi Great Sage's tomb. He was demonic to the bone. As for that mountain-sized meteorite supposedly being something he had casually picked up in a ruin, who would believe that, in all the world, only Taiyi Holy Land probably had the strength to gather something like that? No other faction had that kind of capability. Only Lin Yi, silly enough as ever, would take it at face value. If she got the chance, she needed to warn Lin Yi in private to be careful. That giant meteorite absolutely could not be shown to anyone, or it would only bring disaster onto Xia Li. And Xia Li really did trust her a great deal. Was he truly not afraid she might betray him? Even with Lin Yi in between them. But forget it. Xiu could not be bothered to think about it anymore. She still walked on in silence, but the corners of her mouth could not help lifting slightly. Being trusted felt genuinely good. At this moment, even without the hidden influence the Holy Land had planted in her, what she felt toward Xia Li was sincere admiration. Only admiration, of course. Her relationship with Lin Yi was deeper, and he had done many things for her. She would not betray Lin Yi. Another 7 days passed as they traveled through the desert. Xia Li's group ran into another party. Cultivators from sects on other continents who had come to observe the Demonic Path tournament. Desolate continent lacked resources, and the Demonic Path could not imitate Buddhism's pure detachment. As a result, its internal conflicts and competition were enormous. But to resist outside pressure, it still had to maintain a certain degree of cooperation. The tournament had therefore become the Demonic Path's only outlet. The struggle was cruel and bloody. Yet many of the Demonic Path's arrangements genuinely allowed the younger generation to learn something. In order to widen their resource channels, the Demonic Path had gradually turned the tournament into one of its few public-facing occasions. It even allowed so-called righteous path geniuses to come swagger in and show off, so long as they paid an entry fee, which in turn stirred up the demonic side's fighting spirit. After all, if the righteous path won, there was no prize. That was how the Demonic Path tournament became a business that never lost money, while also resolving internal conflicts. Many sects had begun treating it as a stage where the younger generation could win fame and profit. An authorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. It could be said that the Demonic Path tournament perfectly suited both sides' interests. It was a fairly famous grand event, using the conflict between righteous and demonic paths as cover, while the real business was mutually beneficial exchange between both sides. But when that group saw Xia Li, especially the robes he was wearing, after a short moment of restraint they began entertaining crooked thoughts. Some women who fancied themselves peerless beauties stared straight at Xia Li. Some hot-blooded young disciples even dared meet his eyes and release battle intent. Of course, those disciples were not stupid. The reason they dared offend Xia Li was simple. Xia Li could not possibly kill them. After all, he came from Taiyi Holy Land, the most righteous of righteous powers. Everything there had to have a proper justification. Even if Xia Li beat them black and blue, so long as they gained even the slightest advantage, they would have material to boast about forever. Saying they had survived 3 moves from Xia Li would make a glorious story even in defeat. Wasn't that exactly why they had come to the Demonic Path tournament? This stage for fame and profit, and Xia Li, a walking heavenly ladder, was clearly the shortest path available. The elder leading their group also came over to strike up conversation with Xia Li, flattering him at every turn and offering gifts, hoping Xia Li might give a few pointers to the disciples under his care. Xia Li refused, and he returned the gifts as well. My apologies. It isn't that I refuse to give pointers. It's that I can't rein in the nature of my spiritual power. One small mistake, and there will be casualties. Xia Li looked over the disciples of that sect. All he could say was that their level was fairly ordinary. The heavy mass property of his spiritual energy truly could not be held back. If they wanted to argue about inertia, they could take it up with the laws of heaven and earth. That had nothing to do with him. But Xia Li's honest answer only provoked some of the disciples. They understood very well that they were no match for Xia Li, but taking a few moves from him should pose no problem at all. Holy Son Xia Li, don't look down on the people of the world. Perhaps someone among us may one day stand on the same stage as you. Anything can happen. Take Zhao Lu, for example. He came from a small sect in Arhezo, and now he's Tai's 7th holy son, ranked even above you. Holy Son Xia Li, we know perfectly well that we aren't your opponents. We only ask for instruction, so that we can understand the gap between us. That will help our cultivation. Please instruct us, Lord Kangshuan. These young disciples were truly hard-headed. They perfectly embodied what it meant for newborn calves not to fear tigers. It was obvious they had spent too long in a closed sect environment. Classic small sect cultivation hothouse kids, living inside their own information cocoon without exposure to the outside world. The first time they saw the broader stage, they immediately fell into shallow first impression thinking. Xia Li understood the logic behind their begging to be beaten, but still found it ridiculous. It was like Earth's traffic chasing era 500 years ago, when people would do anything without limits for attention, since they were willing to bear the risk. Maybe they were not truly stupid, but they really did not care whether they lived or died. If they had run into someone with a worse temper, not dying would already count as lucky. And that attention was fortune. The attention and discussion of others was naturally a way of increasing one's information density. He could not entirely blame them. In the current environment of the Xuan realm, perhaps obscurity really was terrifying. Fine, since you insist. How much of my strength do you want me to use? Let me state this in advance. If I use more than 30%, I may kill you. Holy Son Jia should go all out. Your only nascent soul. With so many of us here, are you saying we can't withstand even one move from you? Exactly, please. Holy Son Jia, strike with your full strength. Please instruct us. These young disciples wanted to seize the opportunity. Being able to withstand one full force move from Xia Li was the kind of thing they could boast about for the rest of their lives. It might even scare off some more timid enemies in the future. In response, Xia Li raised a hand and condensed a large golden handprint. This kind of technique was extremely common in the Xuan realm, the roadside stall level of Dao art. It was a fundamental metal aspect killing method that condensed qi into form and force. It's a metal aspect killing art. Counter it with fire. Using something this basic against us. He really is looking down on us. That handprint is completely hollow. He's barely putting any power into it. Even my golden core strength can form a half-solid handprint. I alone can block this move. Seeing how plain and unadorned Xia Li's technique was, they reacted like students who thought they had already solved a familiar question and began addressing it step by step. They believed they had already understood Xia Li's technique. Xia Li only thought they looked adorably stupid. So, he drew back his strength a little more, afraid that one slap might turn all of them into a wet crunch on the spot. And then, the palm descended. It crashed down like the sky collapsing and a mountain falling. Terrifying potential energy drove fierce gale force winds into the ground. Even the elder was shocked until the hair on his body stood up. Out of more than 20 disciples, fewer than 5 reacted. The rest simply froze, faced with an unexpected attack. Instead of running or resisting, they actually stood there dazed. He had told them he could not hold back. The disciples who reacted immediately defended themselves, only to be slapped straight into the dessert floor. When the handprint dispersed, It left behind nothing but more than a dozen pits, and unfortunately, some spots did not even have pits. In their place were only mangled flesh and sprayed bloodstains. Those who refused to admit defeat had tried to forcibly withstand the attack and win fame before others. The result was that they threw away their lives. What exactly had they been gambling on? That he would suddenly stop. He had already said he could not restrain it. He could not restrain it. Xia Li let out a helpless sigh. Unbelievable. They really are sick in the head. Even a great Buddhist monk would have cursed at that. This was completely self-inflicted. Haven't cherished life. And a great monk would not bear to step on ants. But if the monk was already setting his foot down, why would you insist on crawling beneath it? If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Beside Xia Li, the elder from that small sect wore a bitter smile, his old face looking particularly grim. Lin Yi and Siyu had not expected things to turn out like this either. Both of them could tell that Xia Li had definitely held back. From the moment he raised his hand to the moment he attacked, his movements had been slow and deliberate. He had obviously given them time to react, but unexpectedly, they had simply stood there in a daze. They had not even run. If nothing else, they could have withdrawn their spiritual energy and focused entirely on protecting themselves. If they had done that, the worst outcome would have been being smacked into the ground and humiliated. But once they tried to resist with spiritual power, they had to use their own strength to directly contend against Xia Li's. Avoid the sharp edge, they couldn't. Redirect the force and take the hit, they couldn't. Understand how capable they themselves actually were, even less. The disciples who died had chosen the easiest way to become famous, and also the stupidest. When people praised a newcomer for showing an exceptional edge, they often compared that person to an established old powerhouse. That was why younger cultivators loved challenging famous figures. For example, someone who had escaped from a powerful enemy while only at the Golden Core realm. Of course, escaping from a higher realm opponent was also a form of skill. Even if it was not especially glorious, it still proved one was outstanding. Above escaping came blocking. Above blocking came lasting several moves, which meant there had been actual back and forth. When an unknown figure could fight a famous long-established powerhouse for a few exchanges, that alone was enough to earn a good bit of fame. Above that came clashing head-on. Once that phrase could be used, it meant the gap between both sides was no longer very great. When people praised someone for daring to clash head-on with a major powerhouse, the assumption was that the former was not much weaker than the latter. But disciples from a small sect trying to clash head-on with Xia Li, the result was right there in front of them. Elder, the disciples of your sect are truly brave and fearless, with hearts that seek the Tao. It's just that they misjudged their own strength and produced this regrettable outcome. Please accept these things as a small token of consolation. The disciples who unfortunately perished were all true strong figures, daring to face a power they could not resist. Seeing that the disciples who had merely been slammed into the ground were already crawling back out, Xia Li symbolically handed over a few things, some spirit stones, plus spiritual herbs he had no use for. All he could say was that the other side had practically thrown their lives at him in search of compensation. He could have ignored it completely, or even cursed them for overestimating themselves and courting death. But since people had already died, it was better to show some restraint. Xia Li was still a moral person, faithful to a few old courtesies from the old century. Since everyone was already here, since it was already a public occasion, and since the dead had already gone, one should leave a few harsh words and said, as for they were only children, sorry, that particular mercy he truly did not possess. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. This matter is not Holy Sun Xia's fault either. Things that are too rigid are easy to break. When the elder saw Xia Li offer him a way out, he immediately took it. He was even rather embarrassed. Despite suffering disciples dead and wounded on his own side, he still felt ashamed when accepting Xia Li's compensation. Who could he blame? In the end, he really could only blame his own disciples for rushing to their deaths. He absolutely did not dare say anything stupid, like accusing Xia Li of not holding back enough. or questioning why Xia Li had not used a less lethal move. In that case, I'll be going first. Safe travels, Holy Sun Jia. The small sect elder quickly bowed and saw Xia Li off. Only after Xia Li's group had gone far away did he turn back and look at his own disciples with a bitter smile. Those disciples did not dare utter another word of bravado now. They did not even want to attend the demonic path tournament anymore. All they wanted was to hurry back to their own sect and hide there, where outer disciples looked up to them as great seniors. Servant disciples desperately flattered them, and countless mortals knelt before them. It would be better to spend the rest of their lives staying quietly within their sect's sphere of influence. They never wanted to go roaming again. As for broadening their horizons, they certainly had broadened them. They had come to understand with painful clarity just how mediocre they were. They were not even qualified to fail. The other side had merely used a little too much strength without paying attention, and that was enough to crush the best among them. It had even left the other side looking uncomfortable, as if they had used their own lives just to disgust him. What were they? Bugs? Only when a person accidentally stepped on a bug would they feel disgust. Fortunately for them, that person had been Xia Li. Had it been someone less easy to talk to, those dead disciples might not even have been left a decent reputation after death. Xia Li had at least praised them a little. When the time came to carve their epitaphs, the wording could be made to look better. Died while clashing head-on with Taiyi Holy Sun Xia Li, the Holy Sun's evaluation. Brave and fearless. Possessed a heart that sought the Tao. After Xia Li, Lin Yi. And see you had flown farther away. Those small sect disciples weren't actually bad in terms of cultivation. Their auras weren't especially weak either. So why were the way they handled things so childish? Xia Li looked toward Lin Yi, hoping to get an answer from him. Lin Yi had once been part of Cloud Mountain sect, so he should know what small sects were like. Because most small sects no longer count as genuine Tao traditions. They're only rulers one rank above worldly dynasties. Small sects no longer have the power to compete, so their ties with the secular world run deeper and deeper. Most people don't even know why they cultivate in the first place. The reason is simple. They don't want others riding on top of them later. That turns into wanting to ride on top of others. When cultivation is rooted in bullying the weak and placing fame and profit above all else, what kind of normal person do you think that produces? The sages once said that in later ages cultivation should be widespread and conflict rare, that hearts should rest in ease and value longevity. By that reasoning, the next epoch should have been a peaceful and prosperous age. Sigh. Lin Yi let out a long sigh after speaking. Brother Xia, faced with the choice between 10 people each living to 100 years in universal peace, and one person slaughtering the other 9 in exchange for 1,000 years for himself, someone will always choose the latter. The sage's teaching failed. I'm starting to understand Heaven Alliance now. Foundation establishment pills really cannot be made universal. The more Lin Yi saw of the world, the more he began to understand Heaven Alliance. Its measures were crude, but they were undeniably effective. To a certain extent, they preserved stability, keeping the younger generation at roughly similar overall levels and making access to resources more even. By comparison, the so-called prodigies were the true anomalies. If Heaven Alliance truly vanished one day, then the greatest civil war in human history within the Xuan realm would probably begin as well. Heaven Alliance. Xia Li repeated the name under his breath. This force he had long viewed with hostility was becoming increasingly complicated in his eyes. It was no longer merely a vested interest bloc that seemed to monopolize class advantages. It had become something more like a radical stabilizing force. When Heaven Alliance weakened, the old ruling class represented by Taiyi had stepped forward and raised the banner of restoring the old order, and he had become their accomplice, walking the exact opposite road from the purpose he had started with. Let's leave that aside for now. Whether we chose right or wrong in the past, our strength was never enough to change anything, to keep growing stronger while coming to understand the truth. That is the meaning of cultivation. Wrong is wrong, but people will not remain wrong forever. Xia Li would not overthrow Heaven Alliance. If one day he gained enough strength, he would change Heaven Alliance instead, making it achieve its goals by more advanced and more humane means. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Time kept passing. As Xia Li and the others drew closer to the venue of the Demonic Path tournament, they kept encountering more people. Cultivators from all the continents and major factions were arriving for the grand event. Because of what had happened the last time someone tried to freeload off him, Xia Li had taken off his Saint Sun's golden robes, changed into a plain training outfit, and even put on the spirit artifact Thousand Faces as a disguise. Whenever he saw a crowd, he detoured around it, so that every oddball and troublemaker in the world would stop trying to ride his coattails. If he accepted them, rumors would spread. If he refused them, rumors would spread too. Refusal meant he was arrogant and looked down on smaller sects, which would undercut Tai Holy Land's grand plan for unity. Seventh Elder would probably send him a message at once and tell him to be more welcoming, and if he accepted them, he could not control his strength. By the time he reached the tournament venue, who knew how many innocent people he would have casually slapped to death? His reputation for savagery and bloodthirst would only spread again, and Seventh Elder would definitely have to lecture him once more, even with the disguise on. Trouble did not get any smaller. When people saw the three of them traveling together, they thought they were just rogue cultivators from somewhere and came up to them under the pretense of escorting them, when in reality they were trying to rob them. Even Siyu had gone so far as to disguise herself as an ordinary male cultivator to reduce the stares aimed at her. Xia Li wanted to strike back, but Siyu held him back. The grand event was right around the corner, so it was better not to go on a killing spree. The Demonic Path did not have it easy when it came to resources, and it depended on this event every 10 years. In the end, they only managed to keep escaping thanks to Linny's spatial Dao. By then, news of Xia Li's change in cultivation path had already spread. Many people knew that he no longer cultivated fire. His Junshin gold chi was heavy as a mountain, and when he twirled the thin threads of gold at his fingertips, a single strike could carry the force of a mountain collapse. His power signature was far too obvious. If he really attacked and left anyone alive, people would have no trouble seeing through him. Then there would be the rumor that Xia Li, while masked, had been robbing people and acting cruel and bloodthirsty. No matter what Xia Li did, it was wrong. So he just ran. That had actually left the usually good-tempered Xia Li a little pent-up lately. The Xuan realm's many quirks could always find new ways to get under his skin. In the end, Lin Yi contacted Lingshu Cave Heaven, learned that Lingshu Cave Heaven would also be attending, and took Xia Li and Siyu into their group. Only then did things feel a little better. That night. By the fire, Xia Li sat on the ground meditating while a girl who looked obedient and adorable crouched not far away, resting her chin in her hands as she watched him. The girl was Lynch. She had followed Lingshu Cave Heaven to the Demonic Path tournament as well. Xia Li had not taken the initiative to recognize her, and Lin Yi had been smart enough not to say anything. But Lynch still found an opening to get close to him. The venue had been chosen carefully too. The tournament was held during the sandworm breeding season. In the daytime, the journey was almost never attacked. But at night the chance of an ambush was still not low. So everyone camped in place at night and set out again after sunrise. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. As for how to spend the night, that was up to them. Fellow Taoist, hello. May I ask what you want? Xia Li's scalp prickled under her gaze, and he asked in a fake voice what Lynch wanted. She just crouched there smiling at him and saying nothing, which got genuinely creepy after a while. Do you know, besides my 5 senses and spiritual sense, I actually have a third way of sensing the outside world. There's something very interesting inside you, and your right arm reminds me of someone. Are you from Xia Li's hometown, or is it really you? Lynch had already noticed something off. She could sense the tiny movements produced when Xia Li's prosthetic and spirit core were operating, and that was not a sound flesh and bone could make. I come from the same place as him. We've cough. Lynch suddenly coughed twice, and half-crystallized blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Xia Li could not sit still anymore. He immediately stood and came over to her. But Lynch opened her mouth and mischievously stuck out her tongue for him to see. She had bitten the tip of her own tongue. The blood she spat was not crystallized at all. The dark red crystal fragments were some kind of mineral she had already tucked into her mouth in advance. Caught you. After spitting out the crystal dust, Lynch smiled meaningfully. At this point, what could Xia Li even say? He could only admit that concern had made him careless. Lynch had actually tricked his real identity out of him with such a small trick. One look, and she had seen through him. Don't say anything. My situation is very troublesome right now. I feel like I am a lump of something disgusting and a whole swarm of flies smelled me from miles away. Xia Li asked Lynch to keep it secret. She nodded, glanced around, then pointed at her own lips. She would keep quiet, but there were conditions. Back when they had been forced apart because of the Holy Land. Of course their farewell had to be proper so the Holy Land would not overthink things. But she still had not lost feelings for Xia Li. And now that he was disguised, it was the perfect chance to sneak a little intimacy in and let Xia Li's cheaped-out companion, the second Holy Maiden, cry on her own. That was power. Had that so-called second Holy Maiden even held Xia Li's hand yet? Just once. I'm wearing a mask right now, so it's inconvenient. Xia Li half removed his mask, quickly pecked Lin Ji's lips, then put the mask back on. She really did have the feeling of a cute little girlfriend, but after the kiss, Xia Li suddenly felt an inexplicable gloom. What is it? You look unhappy. Is getting close to me that miserable? It's not that. My mind is just a little scrambled. How do I explain this? Xia Li thought of his relationship with Ninj, then of the little complications between himself and this Xuanram Lynch, and genuinely felt like he was at least a little bit of an animal. So what's really going on? I learned something. Have you ever heard of a body with two souls, a special physique where, once the conditions are met, the divine soul splits into two people? I've heard of it. Your mother was one of those. One of the souls condensed a body, met your father, and gave birth to you. As for the other soul of Koth, she was sort of my Tao companion. This or no, but my Lynch was utterly stunned, her speech turning incoherent. But she quickly realized that ethics did not work that way. Then that means they're basically sisters. You have a relationship with my aunt, but not directly with my mother. It's a little strange, but I can accept it. Lynch said the problem was not that big. She could make sense of it. So where is my aunt? Can I meet her? She passed away. Xia Li's expression became rather lonely there. Whether Ninj was really gone for good, or had been taken away by Professor Yan King for something, he had no idea. All he could say was that Yan King, or rather Antares, had left that lingering suspicion and hope in his heart back then. It's fine. I'll take her place and keep you company. I'm sort of her daughter too, aren't I? And that's exactly what's giving me a headache. This sense of ethics had gone completely off the rails. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. You are now being yourself again. So, I can be myself too. The masked you is the real you. There's no helping it. If I show my real face, I really can't get close to you. When Xia Li showed his real face, he needed to keep his distance from Lynch, for Lin Ji's own good. Given Xia Li's current status, the Holy Land might respect his wishes and not do anything directly to her. But all kinds of disgusting little tricks would surely keep coming. Tai Holy Land preached grand righteousness but had no small virtue. They could not be allowed to go unguarded. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Night deepened. Lingsha Cave Heaven's disciples split themselves neatly, half keeping watch, half cultivating, besides sandworms. Desolate Continent's danger included rogue demonic cultivators. Unlike the orthodox demonic path, they had no collective sense at all. Just a bunch of madmen practicing extreme selfishness. Calling them parasites draining the pond would still be too generous. They would catch the fish and then poison the pond, making sure anyone who came later could not even drink the water. Orthodox demonic cultivators were just as disgusted by rogue demonic cultivors. After all, the demonic path already had a rotten reputation. Those rogue demonic cultivators made the whole world grind its teeth whenever the demonic path was mentioned. Xia Li and Lynch sat by the campfire, idly chatting. Desolate Continent's day-night temperature swing was extreme. Even cultivators had to spend spiritual energy to keep warm. So they lit a fire to save Xia Li. Speaking of which, your personality has changed a lot. The old you was even more like a little girl than I was. Afraid of being tricked by bad men. You were really weird when it came to relationships. When Lynch had tried to pursue Xia Li, it had genuinely been exhausting. Sometimes she even wondered how much she had in common with those greasy senior brothers who pestered junior sisters. When people are confused, they get sentimental and overthink things. They start suspecting every kindness from others. That was just a sign of how unconfident I used to be. Xia Li was far more confident now. He had just gone from one extreme to the other. Though he still had not reached the level of a scumbag. Love was mutual. However much Xia Li cared about the other person, he would return the same amount of feeling. He just would not make promises. Xuan Realm people's view of romance was still very plain. They still upheld the idea of one life, one pair, and believed the truest love was the promise cultivators made to each other as Dao companions. Good thing you were not more confident back then, or I'd have been unable to suppress my bloodline in your cave abode and would have eaten you first. Honestly, that really might have happened. If Xia Li had gone in blind and could not keep the little bastard downstairs in check, he would have died together with it. Just imagining that scene was terrifying. Even more horrifying than the beast race's halfway transformation into their true forms. So what do you actually feel about me now? Lynch wanted to know whether there was any future between them. Hearing that, Xia Li could not help thinking it over. In truth, among his Xuan Realm beauties, Lynch was the only one. As for the cheap Dao companion Tai Holy Land had arranged for him, Lingying, the other side probably was not all that invested in him either. It was just a Holy Land assignment. Even though they both stayed in the Holy Land, he had met Lingying fewer times than he had Seventh Elder. I do have some thoughts, just not many. I still don't want to drag you down. After all, you can see my situation. I can't make you any promises. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Doesn't matter. I'm pretty carefree anyway. More than that, I actually really like this kind of tragic, bittersweet development that almost never ends well. Just like the stories in folk fiction. Lin Ji's eyes lit up. Precisely because there was no way to see the ending, she cared about it even more. She was practically the heroine from a folk tale. Because of the bloodline issue she once had, her grandfather had forbidden her from leaving Lingxi Cave Heaven. Most of what she knew about the outside world came from scrolls. Those dry, lifeless accounts grew tiresome after a while. So she started collecting mortal folk stories. Although mortals looked at the path of cultivation through a layer of romanticized filter, their imagined cultivation world really was more colorful and more alluring than the real one. But I don't like tragedies. Xia Li had already had enough tragedy. His first half of life had been soaked in it, so the second half could be any genre, except tragedy. As he spoke, Xia Li handed Lynch a crystal seed. What is this? Your aunt's relic. The crystallization of bloodline. Maybe it can make this unbloomed exotic flower of yours finally bloom. Lynch was an accident, and also a coincidence. A miracle forged by Astarte's genetic engineering and the Xuan Realm's environment together. She herself might not even realize it. But she did in fact possess a higher level of life. One that had already become the bud of an ascendant. And that crystal seed was the key that would open her path of ascension. I'm a flower. That's how you compliment me? It is a flower. Not just a figure of speech. Astarte's ascendant technology did in fact show plant-like traits during its growth. What will I become? You will become an ascendant. It won't make you an immortal outright. But it will absolutely count as a leap straight to heaven. Leap to heaven. Lynch lifted her head to look at the night sky and began admiring the stars. She understood that the struggle among the Earth's prodigies had nothing to do with her, and she did not want to fight for it. But life was full of accidents. Many things happened whether she wanted them to or not. Her parents had left her. The person she liked had been forced into the Holy Land. If she wanted to cultivate and make everything go as she wished, then she would have to fight. After I ascend, can I ever turn back? Never again. You will become a brand new form of life. Neither human nor beast nor anything else. Even back in my hometown, only imperfect descendants exist. I'll keep this for now then. I hope peaceful days can last a little longer. Lynch seemed to sense something too. She could feel the undercurrents stirring in the Xuan realm. A war unprecedented in history was brewing, and in this era of old replacing new, it was like a rebound after hitting bottom. Every so often new prodigies would rise and break the old order with impossible power. She kept her gentle smile and looked up at the sky, saying nothing more. Xia Li did not disturb her enlightenment. The Tao of life was still a Tao. Only, in some people's eyes, this kind of peace was terribly irritating. A Lingxi Cave Heaven disciple on patrol walked over, his expression carrying both irritation and contempt as he looked at Xia Li. Fellow Taoist, since you're traveling with us, you should also take on night watch duty. It's your turn to patrol now. And one more thing. I hope you can be more self-aware and not indulge in any unnecessary fantasies. Junior sister Linge is not someone a man like you is worthy of. Not to mention her relationship with Tai's ninth holy son Xia Li. Even if Xia Li wasn't her own, you'd still have to get past senior brother son. The one issuing the warning was an inner disciple of Lingxi Cave Heaven. He had once liked Linge as well, but never dared to show it. Linge was also a special existence in Lingxi Cave Heaven. Like a white flower untouched by outside pollution, there was almost no scheming in her. Anyone would like that kind of trait. So in his view, an outsider brought in by Lin Yi had no right to get close to Linge. Alright. Xia Li smiled in response. He no longer even got angry at people like this, and in fact felt a little smug. Tai Holy Land's problems really had not been light on him. The more he was valued, the more pressure and unease he felt. The more he was looked down on or mocked, the lighter he felt, to the point that it even gave him a sense of safety. Then go patrol the north. Also, let me remind you, senior brother San is patrolling the north too. You'd better keep that attitude if you know what's good for you. I understand. I know the survival rules of little people very well. Someone like me, an orphan rogue cultivator, is most afraid of people making trouble for me. Xia Li chuckled and left directly. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. At the north of Lingxi Cave Heaven's encampment, Xia Li came here to patrol, but patrol really just meant changing places to rest. About half an hour later, a stylish young man brought two followers toward Xia Li. Fellow Taoist, I won't waste words. I hope that on the rest of the journey, you stay a little farther away from junior sister Linge. Alright, but what if she comes close to me on her own? She's only curious about the outside world, so don't misunderstand. It won't help you. Since you know Lin Yi, I believe the friends he makes can't be ordinary either. I won't judge you by appearances. You might be some kind of prodigy from another place too. Still, are you sure you can withstand the anger of Tai's ninth holy son Xia Li? The moment the other side opened his mouth, he brought Xia Li up. Xia Li was truly speechless now. So, when he was not looking, how many people were using his name to threaten others? And how many times had he himself gotten angry because of it? Did everyone have to weigh whether they could withstand his anger? Was he some blood-soaked butcher? Doesn't Xia Li already have a Tao companion? Tai's second holy maiden Lingying. Would Tai Holy Land let a holy son run wild? Tai's rules are strict. You're not just borrowing his name to scare people, are you, fellow Taoist? The ugly words have already been said. If you insist on going your own way, don't blame me for not warning you. With that, he left with his two followers. As the saying goes, looking through appearances to the essence. Disputes over women are common enough in the Xuan realm. On Earth, those things had basically gone extinct. In any case, no one had ever warned him to stay away from Xiao or Yaguchi. After all, in the current AI dome, if you worked hard enough, you could buy an awakened AI, a perfect companion whose eyes were always only on you. A biological companion of the same species was truly a foolish choice, because you still had to care about their feelings. Awakened AI would always put the owner's feelings at the highest priority. Only those without emotion and heart could cast off the self and realize true love. People got drunk on that. Who would still look at a real-life partner? Only the biological instincts to leave descendants and the needs of society pushed people's numb bodies into reproduction. The line between love and sex had been split apart completely. So there was the heaven chips management of sex. That was a function customized for numb people. though there were also plenty of people who truly loved each other and embraced freely, with none of the old world's rules left to bind them. Only the old-fashioned sects and clans would try to regulate it. In an age without love, love had been fully liberated and made completely free, no longer defined by anyone. So Xia Li enjoyed Earth's view of love and had always kept a respectful distance from the women of the Xuan realm. Even so, he still got dragged into rivalry because of Lin Ji. At dawn, Lingxia Cave Heaven's group prepared to depart again, but the young man who had caused trouble with Xia Li the night before stepped up to the lead elder. "Everyone, wait a moment. I have something to say. During last night's patrol, I discovered that this person was acting suspiciously. Of course, I don't have more evidence, so I'm not saying he definitely has a problem, but for safety's sake, I hope this fellow Taoist won't continue onward with us. Junior brother Lin Yi, I know he's your friend, but don't blame me for this. I'm also thinking of everyone's safety. After all, that's just how desolate continent is. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." After he finished, he wore a somewhat smug expression, and he still kept some restraint. He had not directly accused Xia Li of definitely having a problem. This sort of vague allegation was usually more credible. "Sun Lian, are you sure?" Before Xia Li could speak, Lin Yi angrily questioned the man. It looked like there was old resentment between them. "I already said he just has a little problem. I'm not falsely accusing him of anything. He can prove his innocence himself." What Sun Lian wanted was to force out Xia Li's background. Even if he could not drive Xia Li away, he had to at least learn who Xia Li was and where he came from so he could decide his next move. Anyone in Lingxia Cave Heaven who had designs on Lynch had already been driven off by him using Xia Li's name. There were almost no competitors left. Jiang Wenji, who was also working for the Heaven Alliance, did not even have as much standing within the Heaven Alliance as he did. In his mind, he had already won more than half the battle. Now some outsider had suddenly appeared to snatch the woman he wanted. How could he possibly tolerate that? "Why are you dragging my friend into the conflict between us? I wasn't targeting you." Sun Lian really was not targeting Lin Yi. He was simply acting because Xia Li himself did not know how to behave. Seeing this, Xia Li said nothing. He flew to the lead elder of Lingxia Cave Heaven and, covering his hand with his sleeve, took out the Tai spirit pendant that could prove his identity. He had once been a disciple of Lingxia Cave Heaven too, and he knew its atmosphere was still decent. A couple of bad apples would not make him think less of the whole sect. Xia Li remembered that this elder seemed to be Lingxia Cave Heaven's second elder, the aggressive faction that had once pressured things on Lingxia Peak. He was also the one who had firmly wanted to oppose the Heaven Alliance and sided with Tai Holy Land. When Lingxia Cave Heaven's second elder saw Xia Li's Tai spirit pendant, surprise flickered in his eyes, and he gave Xia Li a barely noticeable nod. Xia Li was a Tai Holy Son who had walked out of Lingxia Cave Heaven, and this elder himself advocated following Tai's lead. So in his eyes Xia Li was more honorable and more important than his own direct disciples. "Sun Lian, stop making trouble. I have already confirmed this young friend's identity. I guarantee he has absolutely no problem." Second elder, "What is this? Shut up and keep moving." The second elder did not want to waste time with Sun Lian. Xia Li was invited to the front of the group to travel alongside the second elder, and the second elder kept speaking to him through voice transmission, asking after his well-being and making it clear that Xia Li had not only Tai Holy Land behind him, but Lingxia Cave Heaven would support him too. After chatting for a bit, Xia Li found a reason to fall back to the rear of the line again. He did not want to walk with the elder. That would be too conspicuous. At that moment, Lin Yi immediately moved closer and sent Xia Li a message. "Brother Xia, be careful. Sun Lian is far more sinister than he looks. Do you have an old grudge?" "Yes. Remember when I introduced you to my childhood sweetheart after you first joined Lingxia Cave Heaven?" "I remember. Her name was Sun Yu, I think." Xia Li now understood. Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart, Sun Yu, must have been part of Sun Lian's family. This was clearly a family dispute. "I genuinely loved Sun Yu, but Sun Lian interfered every step of the way. He wanted to marry Sun Yu off to someone more powerful so he could improve his own standing. Now my feelings for Sun Yu can never return to what they were, and he still wants to pursue my clan cousin Lynch. How could I possibly indulge him?" He even thinks your relationship with Lynch was arranged by me. And he's been making trouble for me ever since. Both sides of us want to kill each other, but neither of us has had the chance. By the end of it, Lin Yi could not even hide the killing intent in his voice transmission. Want me to help? I'm not in Lingshu Cave Heaven right now, but I already talked to the second elder. If we really want to move on him, it's just one word from me. If he had an accident on the road, the second elder would even help destroy the body and erase the traces. Brother Xia, your face means that much. Lin Yi realized once again that he had underestimated Xia Li's influence. Xia Li, this ninth holy son, seemed to have a status in Taiyi Holy Land that was more than just being the old ninth. Otherwise Lingshu Cave Heaven would not be flattering him so hard, their own direct disciple. After all, Xia Li could say he was useless and then make him disappear, and they'd even help cover it up. Lin Yi now felt like he was the villain for having used such methods. But he had to admit it felt really good still. I think with your personality, you'd rather deal with him yourself, right? I am not that old-fashioned. Brother Xia. Please take care of it. Kill him on this trip. Lin Yu did not have any of a genius's arrogance. If an enemy could be dealt with simply, why make things hard for himself? If Sun Lian had not been guarded so tightly, he would have been dead dozens of times already. Now that he had Xia Li, the strongest outside help, if they were not going to remove him now, when would they? He could only blame Sun Lian for being unlucky. The one leading the group was the second elder who wanted to curry favor with Taiyi Holy Land, and Sun Lian had even gone out of his way to provoke Xia Li. At that moment, Lin Yi felt deeply emotional. It seemed that every time he ran into Xia Li, good things happened. Those few cries of Godfather really had not been wasted. His godfather was about to put in some work. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Lingshu Cave Heaven's group traveled safely through the day again. At night they camped in place according to the rules, which also let some people's malicious intent start beating harder with the arrival of darkness. When it was Sun Lian's turn to patrol, Lin Yi took the initiative to contact Xia Li through his communication jade slip and said he could move. Xia Li naturally followed at once. A few minutes later, Xia Li arrived at the spot he had agreed on with Lin Yi, only to find that Lin Yi was no longer lurking there. Fighting had already started. On top of that, there were actually several dozen others nearby attacking Lin Yi together. Their methods were strange, and every movement carried a terrifying stench of blood and killing aura. Xia Li had not expected this sudden turn of events. Sun Lian had acted even faster than they had, and had already contacted rogue demonic cultivators. Xia Li directly sent a specially shaped spirit mark into the sky with his spiritual energy. It was the signal Lingshu Cave Heaven disciples used to call for help when they ran into enemies outside. It was perfectly normal for Xia Li to know this. He had once been a disciple of Lingshu Cave Heaven too, and it was written in the sect rules. When Sun Lian saw Lingshu Cave Heaven distress sigil suddenly rise in the sky not far away, he realized things had gone bad. He had clearly arranged for the other disciples' patrol routes so they would not overlap with his. That could only mean one thing. Lin Yi had also called in help before coming. Sun Lian had thought it was the two friends Lin Yi brought, but he had not expected it to be other Lingshu Cave Heaven disciples. Otherwise, how could they have used the distress sigil? He immediately sent voice instructions to the rogue demonic cultivators, telling several of them to go attack the one calling for help, and quickly arranged what came next. Even if Lingshu Cave Heaven's reinforcements arrived, he was not afraid. Since things had come to this, he had to seize the chance to cut down Lin Yi, that hidden danger. One demonic cultivator at the soul transformation stage, plus 3 at the nascent soul stage, immediately rushed toward Xia Li. Xia Li, meanwhile, simply took his steady-state greatsword out of his phase ring. His spiritual energy's nature really was unusual and easy to spot, but only if he used ranged attacks. In close combat, if he did not show any spiritual light, the enemy would not be able to see through him in a short time. With the greatsword in hand, the demonic soul transformation cultivator did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Though he said nothing, his actions already showed his confidence. In general, Demonic arts and martial arts had a great deal in common. They both favored the path of blood and chi, and both were skilled in the use of vital energy. That was why demonic cultivators also liked close combat. Whether they were siphoning other people's essence and spiritual power, or poisoning and seeding curses, the effect was always better at close range. Faced with a demonic soul transformation cultivator who dared to meet him head-on, Xia Li did not underestimate him. His original motion for a vertical slash changed instantly. He turned the great sword into a shield in front of him, then used his prosthetic right arm to press against it and drive forward with force. The demonic soul transformation cultivator's claw-like arm struck the great sword like a dead branch, but it did not damage the blade at all. Instead, there was only a crisp crack of broken bones, and the demonic cultivator was sent flying by the huge force. The other three nascent soul cultivators immediately abandoned any idea of getting close to Xia Li. This opponent might be extremely skilled in martial arts and authorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Demonic arts counter Zhuan arts. Zhuan arts counter martial arts. And martial arts counter demonic arts. That kind of restraint was real. The greater the difference in strength, the more obvious the restraint became. Xia Li had knocked back a soul transformation cultivator with a single move, and there was no need to say more. After being repelled, the soul transformation cultivator immediately hurled several black talismans at Xia Li. The other three nascent soul cultivators also threw out every dirty trick they had. Blood mist quickly spread. A swarm of insects broke apart and closed in from all directions. Even invisible resentful ghosts screamed soul-striking notes as they attacked Xia Li. Under the group assault, Xia Li, who was already not very fast, could not dodge. Once the black talismans got close, he simply reached out his right arm and caught them, using heavy mass chi to contain the power inside the talisman so it could only erupt in a tiny area. The next moment, a viscous black liquid exploded and splattered onto Xia Li's right arm. The outer skin of his prosthetic arm was rapidly corroded into a thick fluid that dripped off, revealing the black steel shell beneath. The demonic soul transformation cultivator laughed coldly at the sight, but he did not manage to laugh for long, because he quickly discovered that Xia Li's arm, the one being corroded by the poison, did not have flesh and blood at all. The reason it looked black was not because it had been corroded. That was simply its original color. Once the blood mist got close enough to Xia Li, some invisible force altered its trajectory and sent it up into the sky. The scattered insects lost their lives the moment they approached a certain distance, their corpses twisting into grotesque shapes as if they had been squeezed to death by an invisible hand. As for the resentful ghosts, they were torn to pieces by some invisible force and scattered. Xia Li looked up. The demonic soul transformation cultivator now wanted to run, but it was already too late. His chi circulation had become obstructed. His blood had been suppressed, and he could no longer move, only stand there. Divine Path, Yin Spirit. The demonic soul transformation cultivator used his hoarse voice with all his strength to reveal Xia Li's background. The Divine Path also had levels, but because it rarely appeared in the world, many people had long forgotten what mysteries each stage held. Spirit entry, night roaming, soul light, out of body, Yin Spirit. Xia Li's current Divine Path stage was Yin Spirit. The divine soul could leave the body and endure independently, and could even fully leave the flesh behind to cultivate on its own. It was a crucial step in the Divine Path. Once pinned by a Yin Spirit, unless one was skilled in the most pure and most young force, it was very hard to break free. And would demonic cultivators cultivate pure and young force? Of course not. So Xia Li walked toward the soul transformation cultivator step by step, and before his eyes raised the great sword with deliberately and hurried speed. Then, he brought it down like a mountain axe. There was a dull thud, along with the spray of liquid. The demonic soul transformation cultivator. At that point the three nascent soul cultivators no longer dared trouble Xia Li. They scattered and fled immediately. Thief! Right then, Lingxia Cave Heaven's second elder arrived. He cursed in anger, and the rogue demonic cultivators suddenly attacked Sun Lian as well. After wounding Sun Lian, several of them looked toward Lin Yi as if exchanging a glance. Then without another word directly used blood escape to flee. Second elder, seize Lin Yi. He contacted evil cultivators to kill me. I was the one who sent the distress sigil. Sun Lian immediately started turning black into white, then quickly took out a jade pendant and crushed it. A phantom figure instantly condensed from the pendant. Grand Elder. The second elder may have been bewitched by Lin Yi and is trying to kill me. Sun Lian had already noticed that when the second elder arrived. He had only been paying attention to Lin Yi and Lin Yi's friend. With his cautious personality, he was not going to pin his life on the second elder. Only, Sun Lian had only now realized that the damned distress sigil seemed to have been sent by Lin Yi's friend. Since that person was not even a Lingshu Cave Heaven disciple, how did he know the sigil? It was probably Lin Yi who told him, but that did not matter anymore. It was perfect leverage, because Lin Yi had been avoiding battle the whole time and was not injured, whereas Sun Lian was seriously wounded and the demonic cultivator's evil power was still raging through his body. Lingshu Cave Heaven's Grand Elder's manifestation naturally judged Sun Lian's words to be more credible. Second Elder. What exactly are you trying to do? The Grand Elder's manifestation glared at the Second Elder. The hostility the Second Elder had just shown towards Sun Lian had been caught by the Grand Elder. An elder conspiring with disciples to harm other disciples. This was outrageous. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Sun Lian felt utterly reassured now that the Grand Elder was on his side. At the very least, he could peel off one layer of Lin Yi's skin tonight. As for how to deal with Lin Yi afterward, wasn't that up to him? Lingshu Cave Heaven's Grand Elder was half a step into harmonization. Even if this were only a projection, the Second Elder's true body would not fare well if it had to deal with him. Grand Elder, reporting in. Lin Yi is in league with the evil path. I suspect the person he brought to travel with us earlier is very likely an evil path spy as well. Sun Lian pointed at Xia Li. Non-orthodox demonic cultivators were now usually called evil path cultivators. Lingshu Cave Heaven's Grand Elder looked toward Xia Li. If an outsider joined Lingshu Cave Heaven's group and simply traveled along, that of course was fine. But if he was an evil path spy, then it would be better not to let him see the sun of tomorrow. You, come here. The Grand Elder pointed at Xia Li. His tone was ice cold, as if he were about to soul-search Xia Li on the spot. Seeing this, Xia Li smiled faintly and raised a hand to his face, slowly removing the mask. When Sun Lian saw that motion, he was initially delighted. Hiding one's head and showing one's tail was indeed the behavior of someone with bad intentions, wasn't it? But once he clearly saw the face under the mask, his heart went cold halfway. Grand Elder, I haven't been out of Lingshu Cave Heaven that long. How can you already not recognize me? It is you, Xia Li. The Grand Elder was slightly stunned. Xia Li, the Taiyi Holy Son who had walked out of Lingshu Cave Heaven, was no longer in Lingshu Cave Heaven, but his influence was actually even greater than when he had still been there. Some details were beyond the notice of the younger generation and the newly risen powers, but the elders of the old powers knew them very well. Xia Li had once wielded the Taiyi sword. Xia Li also cultivated Junshin Gold Qi and had recently defeated the 7th Holy Son with casual ease. Based on Lingshu Cave Heaven's understanding of Taiyi Holy Land, Xia Li's current standing was probably infinitely close to the Divine Sun above the Holy Suns. Taiyi Holy Land did not choose its heir based solely on absolute strength, but on a multi-dimensional assessment, and Xia Li was currently the best fit. A Holy Land could have multiple Holy Sons and Holy Maidens, but only one Divine Son or Divine Daughter, chosen from among the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens to become the future Holy Lord. And the Tao companion Taiyi Holy Land had arranged for Xia Li, unsurprisingly, was the second-ranked heir. If Xia Li did not rise, then that second Holy Maiden would probably become the Divine Daughter and inherit the position of Holy Lord. Greetings, Grand Elder of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Because of the Holy Land's arrangements, I have to go to the Demonic Path tournament to observe and represent the Holy Land in discussing certain matters with the Demonic Path. Since people along the way keep disturbing my peace and I don't want to refuse them outright, I had no choice but to use this roundabout method and mix into Lingshu Cave Heaven with Lin Yi. I hope the Grand Elder won't mind. Of course not. Lingshu Cave Heaven is your second home. Although you have joined the Holy Land, the Cave Heaven has not expelled you. Since your registry is still here, I won't ask any more about this matter. Xia Li, Second Elder. You handle it yourselves. With that, Lingxia Cave Heaven's Grand Elder's projection dispersed, not giving Sun Lian even a chance to speak. Sun Lian stood there in silence. He clenched his fists and trembled, then suddenly laughed wildly toward the sky. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Good. Such a good Lingxia Cave Heaven. You bow and scrape like dogs in front of Tai Holy Land, like slaves. I am your direct disciple. My Sun family has contributed plenty to Lingxia Cave Heaven. And Fifth Elder is even from my Sun family. Aren't you afraid of breaking Fifth Elder's heart by treating me like this? Sun Lian cursed wildly. He understood the tide had turned. He was quite good at throwing dirt and slapping labels on people, and many eyesores had been dealt with by him that way. But now he had run into someone no amount of slander could stain and no label could stick to. All his schemes instantly became a joke. Never mind that Xia Li would never be in league with the evil path. Even if he were, so what? If Sun Lian really dared say that, Tai Holy Land would flatten the entire Sun family before long. Sun Lian, let me ask you this. Have I ever caused you trouble? Because of some tiny matter you wanted to take someone's life. If you hadn't allied with the evil path, the Grand Elder might still have been able to protect you a bit. Even I would at most punish you. You chose the extreme path yourself. Heaven creates disasters one can survive, but self-made disasters cannot be survived. If Sun Lian had simply been schemed against by them without any evil path involvement, the Grand Elder might truly have become hard-headed and protected him. There would still have been a case for how to handle things later, and Sun Lian would have retained a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, Sun Lian had rushed headlong into death himself. Someone who hides his head and tail. How laughable that you are still a Grand Tai Holy Sun. You let me humiliate you and didn't dare fart in response. You were just waiting to settle accounts later, with no tolerance for others at all. If you showed your true face, I would have respected you and knelt to you. You humiliate yourself and then blame others for disrespecting you, acting like a pig to eat a tiger, playing with fish, secretly mocking people. Your heart is probably even darker than mine, disgusting to the extreme. Sun Lian knew this was the end for him, so he said everything he wanted. People like him, fanatical competition extremists, hated those who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers the most. They were all like they had a disease, deliberately enduring humiliation and then, after winning, turning around to accuse the other side from some moral high ground. Did he have morals? Of course he did. But did some nameless nobody deserve his morals? I have my own difficulties. You walked into this yourself, so you can only blame your own bad luck. If you'd left a bit of room in everything, it wouldn't have come to this. No more nonsense. And yourself. Xia Li told Sun Lian to take his own life, which was his final bit of dignity. Sun Lian ground his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. Rage made him want to go mad. But even madness was only impotent fury. What am I ending myself for? I am going to expose your disgusting behavior. Sun Lian took out a communication jade slip, but the moment his spiritual sense entered it, the jade slip burst apart because the second elder had just waved his hand. He stared blankly at his empty hand. After a long silence, he let out a wild roar and charged Xia Li. He burned blood, spiritual power, and soul, raising his strength in 3 bursts to ascend instantly to soul transformation power. Then summoned out every treasure he had collected and hurled them at Xia Li to detonate. He was not going to leave Xia Li anything. He would die biting off a layer of Xia Li's skin. Lingxia Cave Heaven's second elder sneered at the sight and waved his hand again, forming an indestructible spirit wall in front of him that blocked every attack and self-exploding artifact Sun Lian threw. Dare you fight me? Come on. Didn't you want to kill me, Lin Yi? You piece of trash. Dare to come cut me down with one sword? What kind of holy sun are you? Hiding like a rat. Come on, come on. Sun Lian roared in fury, attacking the wall the second elder had created like a madman. His rage, his endless fury, seemed to draw something out. Once he sensed it, Sun Lian immediately shouted, Asura, my body is yours, take it all. Revenge. Let me avenge myself, let me. Before the words were finished, Xia Li stepped forward and sent out a thought as if negotiating with the remaining Asura will. But Xia Li's expression quickly turned extremely unpleasant. Asura rage should be righteous fury. He absolutely could not help such a petty man's hate the world madness come to fruition. Buddhism's sealing of the Asura clearly had its reasons. A broken-hearted Asura was indeed a disaster, having already forgotten its mission and merely allowing rage to burn on. Since the negotiation had collapsed, then there was nothing more to discuss. Xia Li drew on the authority deep in his consciousness, sever heaven and earth. The Asura rage scattered. Sun Lian lost the power of that nameless fury and crashed to the ground, struggling as he let out a hoarse scream. "What did you do? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What did you do?" Sun Lian could not understand why his final trump card had failed. He had once refined a drop of Asura blood. Devoting himself to the Asura was his last card. If anyone wanted to kill him, they would have to die together with him. But Xia Li did not answer, and could not even be bothered to look at him again. Lin Yu shook his head, as if finding him utterly ugly now, and also no longer cared to look. The second elder's gaze was utterly cold. He just looked down on him with contempt, watched him burn himself out, until death erased everything. Sun Lian's corpse, twisted into a gruesome shape, lay on the desert. Skin and bones shriveled like a dried corpse, eyes bulging, mouth wide open, tongue hanging out. He had refused the graceful end of self-destruct and insisted on dying in this manner. But why? If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After dealing with Sun Lian's little interruption, Xia Li planned to find somewhere quiet and sit in meditation until dawn. But Lin Yi and Ling Shu Cave Heaven's second elder kept staring at Xia Li's right arm. Feeling their gaze, Xia Li finally remembered that the outer shell of his prosthetic had been corroded away. "Don't mind it. It's just a minor puppet limb side path. I lost an arm in an accident when I was still mortal. Of course I can regrow flesh and blood now, but I've gotten used to the prosthetic, and it feels fine this way. If the prosthetic ever becomes a burden, I'll think about regenerating it." Xia Li knew the people of the Zhuan realm looked down on these side paths, so he did not want to explain too much. Only Lin Yu's eyes flickered with interest. He did not think the thing on Xia Li's body was some trivial side path at all. "There's nothing strange about it. I've seen plenty of monster freaks who graft monster limbs onto themselves. Compared with that, making a puppet limb actually doesn't seem all that unusual. Still, your prosthetic really is extraordinary." With Ling Shu Cave Heaven's second elder's eye, he could naturally tell that Xia Li's arm and the prosthetics the world knew about were completely different things. A prosthetic limb was normally just there to replace a damaged part of the body, something that was only expected to do its job without causing trouble. Xia Li's right arm, on the other hand, was clearly more useful than the arm it had replaced. A prosthetic of such exquisite quality made the second elder believe that some people would probably cut off their own original arm just to install it. After they chatted for another incense stick's worth of time, the second elder learned what Taiyi Holy Land was here for and took his leave. When the cold night settled in, only Xia Li and Lin Yu remained. Lin Yu turned back and looked in the direction where Sun Lian had died, his expression thoughtful. "Honestly, I really didn't expect that guy to die so easily. When I was still in Qi refining, he was already at the late Golden Core stage. Back then, he was an opponent I couldn't possibly beat. He tried again and again to get rid of me. We really had quite a few things between us. I thought there would be some fated showdown between us. In truth, he really wasn't simple. When he went crazy at the end and shouted Asura, I really did feel something descend. If that thing had really come down, I might have been the one to die. Even the second elder might not have been able to beat it. Xia brother, what did you use to make it leave?" Xia Li had cut Sun Lian down so cleanly that Lin Yi had missed a great deal he should have been forced to endure. If Xia Li had not been involved, Sun Lian's reckless and resolute counterattack, plus the measures he had already prepared afterward, would have left Lin Yi dead if he lost and branded a fugitive if he won. In other words, Lin Yu should have been in for a hard lesson for rushing to strike Sun Lian so suddenly. But every one of Sun Lian's tricks had been turned into a joke in front of Xia Li. Heaven and Earth Severance. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Xia Li said the 4 words in a calm tone. Once those 4 words were given meaning by language and turned into information through sound, Lin Yi could feel the spiritual energy around them seem to thin for an instant. Is that the same heaven and earth severance? I think it is. It is. Xia Li nodded. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he held it back. If I didn't guess wrong, this move must have extremely strict conditions to use, right? It wouldn't exactly be considered strict, but it really isn't something ordinary people are fated to have. Am I fated to have it? Sorry. Xia Li shook his head. What made Lin Yi unusual was mainly his Tao. In this closed-off Xuan realm, which was like a prison, a spatial Tao that moved and hindered represented openness. It represented the possibility that, when Lin Yi truly stepped into the level of a great power, he could toss a pebble into the void and send ripples outward, letting the civilization on the far side of the stars see it. I expected as much. As the so-called son of fortune, I often ask myself what fortune really is, and why the so-called heavenly Tao favors us. Now I think I have a little of the answer. Once, I watched the tide for 7 days and tried to comprehend the Tao of water, and fortunately, I wasn't that sort of material. But I did see something else. I saw fish riding the tide, leaping into the sky when the waves surged. Even the birds that tried to catch them dared to slap back with their tails. But they were also the first to be stranded on the beach. I think that whoever is pushed up by the crest of the wind and wave will be nothing once the tide goes out. Right now, the rise of all these prodigies goes against the main theme of the next era. If the heavenly Tao is truly alive, it definitely wouldn't be so stupid. The only conclusion I can reach is this. If you want to destroy something, you must first drive it mad. This will be the final era of prodigy competition, and also the most brutal one. People always say the heavenly Tao is emotionless, but if it's emotionless, it should also be without love. So, why would it favor us? Is the heavenly Tao under this sky really the same heavenly Tao I understand? After seeing Xia Li's heaven and earth severance, Lin Yi could not help overthinking. He asked the doubts that had always been in his heart. A huge contradiction. Everyone said the heavenly Tao was heartless, and yet everyone also said prodigies were the favored children of heaven and earth. So which side was right? I don't know. Xia Li answered honestly that he did not know either. The heavenly Tao was reason, the objective law that affected all things. Everything that happened was because the conditions had been met. People believed in prodigies. Prodigies believed they were prodigies. That confidence gave the people who already met the conditions a tremendous push forward. So there were prodigies, prodigy Tao, the arena of fame and profit, and the struggle of a great era. All prodigies were believers. They believed in themselves with absolute devotion. That self-belief could sweep away every doubt, and that self-belief was called Tao Heart. Xia brother, have you ever been beyond the heavens? Lin Yi asked again. Sun Lian's death had been so easy that Lin Yi had missed the tribulation he should have suffered. He had realized that he had been stretching himself beyond his limits. So, he started trying to make up for it. I have. How big is the beyond heavens realm? Finite, yet boundless. What do you mean by finite yet boundless? Finite in principle, boundless in perception. The universe was finite in size. Even if it was still expanding, it was still finite. But no one could perceive its boundaries. So it was finite yet boundless. And what's beyond the heavens? It's beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. Lin Yi froze. Xia Li patted him on the shoulder and smiled faintly. Don't think about it. You won't figure it out. In the end, all that remains is emptiness. What we can perceive is our everything. And that's all there is to it. If there's nothing else, then I'll cultivate. Xia Li cut off Lin Yi's deep dive into the cosmos. That wasn't enlightenment. That was dissolving into the Tao. When Xia Li was a child and first came into contact with astronomy, he also liked to think about these things until he couldn't sleep at night. Nothingness, existence, death. Those 3 concepts circled in his mind. And in the end only fear of the unknown remained, tormenting him until he could not sleep. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. The next morning, Lingxia Cave Heavens group set out again. The second elder publicly announced that Sun Lian had been killed the night before and surrounded by evil cultivators. preserving the last shred of face he had in the larger picture for him. As for the details, Lingshu Cave Heaven's fifth elder had already heard about them, and he only said 2 words, served him right. As the group moved forward, Xia Li drifted lazily at the tail end of the line, chatting with Lynch. Xia Li very much enjoyed this relaxed pace of life. Lynch was different from the other women of the Xuan realm. She did not carry such a heavy view of love, she simply enjoyed the present. And that made Xia Li very willing to get close to her. Xia Li, speaking of which, what's wrong with Lin Yi? He looks so pent up. He's gotten stuck in a rut. He still hasn't figured out the heavenly Tao. And now he's trying to think about the Tao itself. He dragged me into talking about all that last night. Then I guess he's at that stage already. What stage? The asking the Tao stage, of course. His Tao heart is blocked. And he got confused by the Lingying star. My guess is that he stared at the Lingying star all night last night. That really was the case. Xia Li nodded. Lin Yi had indeed spent the whole night staring into the sky in a daze. Tao heart has 5 stages: seeing the Tao, asking the Tao, seeking the Tao, pursuing the Tao, and proving the Tao. Prodigies are most afraid of confusion. People with only average talent are actually less likely to get stuck in the asking the Tao stage. Seeing the Tao. Asking the Tao, seeking the Tao, pursuing the Tao, proving the Tao. These 5 stages ran through a cultivator's life almost from beginning to end. Yet in this world, how many people had even seen the Tao? Tao heart was not a requirement for cultivation, but anyone with Tao heart was never mediocre. They had already stepped beyond the most ordinary desires and at least understood what they were cultivating for. By the way, Xia Li, do you ever have doubts about your own Tao? Me? I don't see Lingying anymore. Xia Li had returned to Earth at his most bewildered moment, and the heavenly Tao computer had directly instilled a worldview into him. The things he had experienced afterwards had also confirmed the path he chose. So, he was no longer confused. That was why he no longer saw Lingying. Your Tao companion you don't even see. You're really going to nitpick my wording, aren't you? Xia Li reached out and tapped Linge on the head. That cheap Tao companion, Lingying, whom he had only met a few times, would really cause even more trouble if he tried to deepen the connection with her. Taiyi Holy Land would probably not be able to keep itself from meddling. Stop. As they walked, Lingshu Cave Heaven's second elder suddenly shouted an order. Cultivators traveled by using spiritual energy to lighten their bodies, each step covering 10 steps worth of ground for a mortal, like dragonflies skimming the water. Under normal circumstances they also multitasked, cultivating while keeping part of their awareness alert to their surroundings. At the second elder's warning, the Lingshu Cave Heaven disciples stopped at once and looked up toward the distance. Far away, dust rolled through the sky and the ground trembled faintly, as if something huge were surging through the sea of sand. Sandworms were approaching. The second elder flew into the air to investigate for a moment, then descended and said, "Some fools have provoked the sandworms. We can simply turn and avoid them." The second elder had seen that the sandworms were chasing people. Sandworms basically never appeared during the daytime in breeding season, even if their tracks were discovered, even if someone rushed into their nest and beat them up. They would not leave their burrow to chase after anyone unless things went too far. So there was only one explanation for being chased. Those idiots were bold enough to snatch sandworm eggs. Sandworm eggs were extremely valuable. They could only be found during the breeding season. Once hatched, sandworms produce jade worm sand, which could be used as medicine, eaten, or refined into artifacts. From the egg sacs to the egg fluid, every part of them was a precious spiritual resource. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. That said, in general, these were the sort of things you were only ever lucky enough to take and never lucky enough to use. As for why they did not travel by air, the desolate continent was no joke. The sky was filled with broken, barren winds, and anything that rose too high above the ground would be battered by them. Flying close to the ground was no better than walking, however. When the second elder briefly rose into the air to check the situation, the fleeing group noticed him as well and immediately changed course toward Lingshu Cave Heaven's party. The second elder instantly saw through their plan. They were trying to divert trouble onto others. At the very least, they wanted everyone to suffer together. Damn it, fellow Taoists up ahead. We are from the Jiming sect of Shizhou. We ask that you join us in resisting the sandworms. We will certainly repay the favor afterward. The elder leading the group that had tried to dump the calamity on someone else used spiritual energy to amplify his voice across the air, trying to force the second elder into helping them hold the sandworms back. But the second elder had no intention of getting involved in this mess. He merely snorted and led the Lingxi Cave Heaven disciples to turn away. But Xia Li did not leave. Seeing that, the second elder immediately sent Xia Li a message. Xia Li, don't start feeling charitable. Those people are clearly courting death and have no sense of the bigger picture. If you help them, they may still turn around and act against you. The second elder told Xia Li to leave with him. He would stay behind and cover the rear. He intended to attack the group that had thrown the trouble onto others. Second elder, I know that man's voice. He's an acquaintance of mine. This is the perfect chance to settle a karmic thread. But the sandworms, it doesn't matter. Xia Li took a great bow from his phase ring. Gold arrows condensed on the golden string, and within moments one shot flew straight out. But the target was not the sandworms. It was the elder who had led the group. And fortunately, Xia Li's arrow speed was not especially fast. That elder barely dodged it, but the second arrow was already on the way. The second elder fell into confusion. Was Xia Li's aim just that bad? Or was the karmic thread he meant to settle not gratitude but hatred? Did Xia Li have a grudge with that Jiming sect elder? Who are you? If you don't want to cooperate, just say so. Why attack me directly? The Jiming sect elder roared in anger. But in truth he had already guessed the reason. The gold arrow that had missed him plunged deep into the sand, shaking loose a spray of grit. The gale created by the arrow's path alone was enough to slice the surface of his body. In the cultivation world, among everyone who used this kind of spiritual energy, there was currently only one person most famous for it, Tai's ninth holy son, Xia Li. Back when Xia Li had still been in foundation establishment, the elder had once slapped him straight into a sandworm's belly. At the time, Xia Li had been an unknown nobody, and this elder had not even known his name. Only after seeing records related to Xia Li later had he shivered and thought that the one he had struck might merely have looked similar to Xia Li. Otherwise, how could anyone survive after being thrown into a sandworm's stomach? And the Xia Li he had attacked back then had not been skilled in fire arts at all. There had been no trace of fire-type spiritual energy on him. But now that Xia Li was attacking him directly, what more was there to say? There was nothing left to say. Another arrow flew out. The Jiming sect elder dodged too late. The arrow passed even closer this time, and the terrifying gale directly mangled and shredded half of his body. He could not help crying out in pain. Holy son Xia Li, why cling so tightly to an old grudge, since you're unharmed? This old man can make compensation. Before he could finish, another arrow came. This one came even closer, nearly skimming past him and shredding his entire upper body apart. The elder's divine soul immediately fled his body, but the next arrow was already on its way. This one carried telekinetic force. Just before impact, that force exploded outward, forming a vortex that forcibly scattered the elder's divine soul. Lingxi Cave Heaven's second elder stared in shock. That was a soul transformation cultivator, and Xia Li had killed him with 4 arrows, none of which had even hit dead on. Every one of them had only brushed past him. The karmic debt is settled. Spare the innocent. After killing the elder, Xia Li quickly flew toward the sandworms. Just as the disciples of the Jiming sect fell into despair and thought Xia Li was about to slaughter them too, Xia Li dropped out of the sky behind them like a mountain, kicking up a storm of sand. Facing the sandworm rushing in, Xia Li spread his legs, let his arms move naturally, and formed a stance that carried both yin and yang rhythm. The divine steel in his prosthetic heaven arm contained a proprietary art written into it by Mount Tai Mansion sect, allowing it to perfectly coordinate with the heaven chip, spirit core, and dragon sinew network to unleash the prosthetic's true potential. The massive sandworm charged in, enraged. It did not even try to feed. It only wanted to crush whatever had blocked its path to death. But the instant its body touched Xia Li, Tei opening heaven, the sandworm's sky-darkening body was sent flying backward along with the yellow sand in front of it. It lifted lightly into the air, then slowly dropped back down without forming a sandstorm, even after landing. It kept writhing on the ground, the buzzing sound it made shaking the whole world. But if one looked closely, it would be obvious that those grains of sand had clearly become much, much smaller, as if they had been shattered to dust in an instant. Lingxi Cave Heaven's second elder widened his eyes at the sight, a chill rising in his heart for reasons he could not explain. If that palm had landed solidly on him, he might have died. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After sending the sandworm flying, Xia Li turned back to look at the disciples of the Jiming sect. The disciples were still in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Sandworms were the top-tier beasts of Desolate Continent. They could crush other living things with sheer size alone, and even ordinary void-refining cultivators would not get much advantage against them. Yet Xia Li had slapped one away with a single palm. The eggs. Xia Li held out a hand for the eggs. One of the disciples snapped out of it at once, ran over to the remains of their sect elder's half-body, found the storage ring nearby, and respectfully handed it to Xia Li. Holy Sun Jia, the eggs are here. Your elder once nearly killed me. I'm only taking revenge on him. I won't drag the rest of you into it, so you can go. After saying that, Xia Li immediately began cracking the storage ring. The 6th generation Heaven chip was faster than the 5th. It could quickly identify patterns, generate an algorithm, and then keep optimizing it. In less than a few minutes, the storage ring had been forcefully cracked open. Then Xia Li flew low, skimming just above the sand, until he reached the sandworm that was making those strange grumbling noises. He placed the 3 eggs beside it. The sandworm sensed the eggs at once, turned its head, and swallowed them into its mouth before dragging its injured body back underground and leaving at a slower pace. Once that was done, Xia Li returned to the Jiming sect disciples' side and found that they still had not left. He looked at them in confusion. Why are you still here? Are you waiting for the demonic path to flay you alive? We've already notified the sect. Other elders will come to take over the escort. The sect will discuss this matter with the demonic path. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Since I saved you, I'm not going to put on a false show and let you stand here waiting to die. I'll only tell you this one thing. Whether you live or die is up to you. If the demonic path asks questions, you can say the eggs have already been returned, the chief culprit has been put down, and that your own crimes weren't serious enough to warrant death. After saying that, Xia Li left without another word. He did not want to get too deeply involved in the affairs of Desolate Continent. The demonic path banned anyone from stealing sandworm eggs during breeding season, not because they were suddenly so kind and considerate of others' safety. Since when had the demonic path ever been that nice? The demonic path was thinking about itself. Sandworms were the keystone species that kept this dead land's ecology from collapsing. Sandworms could swallow the barren winds and purify the chaotic spiritual energy left behind by Desolate Continent's many wars. They emerged from the sand to consume the wind and burrow underground to eat the corruption. If Desolate Continent ever had a chance to regain its greenery, the thing that could make that happen was definitely not those great powers who possessed heaven-shaking might but only thought about destruction. Only sandworms could do it. It was a pity that such a powerful species had kept declining for all these years, because there were always people who got ideas during breeding season, and Xia Li had already seen the place where the sandworms were protected. It was the Great Vajra Temple. Both Buddhism and the demonic path had their own ways of protecting sandworms, and both hoped that the wasteland carrying their respective traditions would one day bloom green again. An authorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. After Xia Li returned to Lingxi Cave Heaven's group, he still did not take off his mask, but his earlier battle posture had already been seen by the Lingxi Cave Heaven disciples, and they had also heard the words the Jiming sect elder shouted when he begged for mercy. They knew exactly who Xia Li was now. The way he killed a soul transformation cultivator with 4 arrows and knocked back a sandworm with a single palm had been carved deeply into their hearts. They were glad they had behaved themselves all along and not copied Sun Lian by doing something stupid. As for how Sun Lian had actually died, who cared? Who would dare care? The group kept moving. It had to be said that the Lingxi Cave Heaven disciples were far more emotionally intelligent than the disciples of those smaller sects. Since Xia Li was wearing a mask, none of them tried to disturb him. They acted as if they knew nothing at all. Still, many of them felt proud in their hearts. Xia Li had not been expelled from Lingshu Cave Heaven. That was something everyone in the sect knew. After all, Xia Li had been forcibly whisked away by Taiyi Holy Land. Lingshu Cave Heaven keeping his identity on record was perfectly normal. Taiyi Holy Land also admitted that disciples could hold multiple sect registrations, so long as it did not conflict with Holy Land interests. They could freely use their former sect identities, which was also one of the ways the Holy Land won over other sects. So in Lingshu Cave Heaven's eyes, Xia Li was still one of their own. On the rest of the journey, Lin Yi no longer came over to chat with Xia Li. Instead, he kept discussing the Tao with the other disciples, but the ones who did so later all ended up with sour faces, sighing nonstop and, just like Lin Yi, staring blankly at the sky during their night watches. Even Lingshu Cave Heaven's second elder was startled by that. In order to keep Lin Yi from ruining any more disciples, he spent an entire night discussing the Tao with him. Yet by the next morning, even the second elder was wearing a sour face, moving forward in a daze with a furrowed brow like a walking corpse. At the back of the line, Lynch felt the strange atmosphere around them and unconsciously moved closer to Xia Li. Xia Li, it's over. Everyone's been ruined by Lin Yi. Even the second elder is like that now. Can you help solve Lin Yi's problem? I'm worried he's going to go insane. At first, Lynch had not taken Lin Yi too seriously. She had thought he would figure it out after thinking for a while. But she had not expected Lin Yi to have already become a little obsessed and started spreading nihilism everywhere. He had driven his senior brothers and senior sisters into a gloom together with him. And even the second elder had not escaped Lin Yi's poison. How am I supposed to solve it? All I can say is that it was bound to happen sooner or later. It just happened to erupt today. Lin Yi had asked him for a meteorite, which meant Lin Yi's Tao had already touched the universe. He knew more than ordinary people, so it was only natural that he would be more likely to fall into a trap of thought. After all, the more you know, the more questions you have. On the other hand, several of the disciples who had been ruined by Lin Yi had already started pulling themselves back together. Lin Yi's problem was that he could not reason his way out of the universe on his own. On Earth, though, a lot of people had thought about this too. They would discuss it with one another and keep absorbing outside information through debate. Eventually, fear of the unknown would all turn into curiosity, then into the driving force to keep moving forward. Since they did not know, they simply defined the meaning as seeking knowledge. If you sought until the last moment before death, you would not be lost. That was what it meant to pursue the Tao. Tao Heart had 5 stages: seeing the Tao, asking the Tao, seeking the Tao, pursuing the Tao, and proving the Tao. Seeing the Tao required opportunity. Asking the Tao required wisdom. Seeking the Tao required choosing a path. Pursuing the Tao required persistence. Proving the Tao meant proving that everything was exactly as you wished. And individuals proving the Tao meant becoming the strongest. As civilizations proving the Tao meant constantly becoming a higher civilization. Xia Li's Tao Heart and Earth's human civilization were progressing in step with each other. Both were still at the stage of seeking the Tao and choosing a path. But the path was clearer now because the road ahead had already appeared. Once the internal chaos was resolved, what remained was the pursuit of the Tao. Lynch, your elder brother has some doubts and would like to discuss them with you. All of a sudden, Lin Yi appeared behind Lynch like a ghost. Lynch screamed in fright and immediately grabbed Xia Li's arm, her whole body trembling. No discussing, no discussing. I am not discussing anything with you. Don't come near me. Lynch had now seen Lin Yi's power. That kind of dark, absolute thought process could even make a void-refining second elder depressed. She absolutely did not want to learn anything about it. Anyone who understood it would only become miserable. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Seeing the fear all over Lin Ji's face, Lin Yi realized she clearly would not be talking with him anymore. So, he finally turned to Xia Li instead. Xia Li's heart gave a small jolt, looking at Lin Yi's pale face and sunken eye sockets. He knew that Lin Yi had already fallen into an existential crisis. But that very kind of void-born despair was also what had caused Linyi's understanding of the spatial Tao to advance by leaps and bounds over this period of time. He really did move around like a ghost now, appearing everywhere without a trace and grabbing whichever disciple he could find to force a Tao discussion. He would ruin one person and then move on to the next. And now it looked like, before nightfall even arrived, they would reach the venue of the demonic path debate. He had not expected Linyi to push the intensity back up on him one last time. Brother Lin, you've taken your Tao too far. My advice is to put the habit of overthinking aside for now. Once the debate is over, you can head to the Buddhist temples across desolate continent and ask the Tao through scripture debate. Those monks were the best at arguing. They liked to argue, too. And every one of them could come up with a different theory. That would definitely satisfy Linyi. So, he should stop coming over to ruin ordinary people like them instead. Every craft had its own specialty, and Buddhist doctrine was the perfect counter to an existential crisis. The Buddhist sect, MMHM. All phenomena are illusory. Originally there is not a single thing. Where could dust possibly cling? Xia Li immediately recited a fairly classic Buddhist line. Linyi carefully savored those two sentences, then did not come looking for Xia Li to discuss the Tao again. He vanished like a ghost once more. At that moment, Siyu came looking for him again. Xia Li, why did you send Linyi to the Buddhist sect? With his talent and the dilemma he's in now, if the Buddhists really enlighten him, then, at the very least, he'll become a Buddhist son. What am I supposed to do then? What about me? Why are you being so selfish? Siyu was on the verge of breaking down. The person she liked was about to leave the secular world and enter monkhood. That might well be one of the greatest tragedies in the human world. The key point was that she cultivated the demonic path. The demonic path believed that whatever one saw was the whole world, and whatever the heart desired was the truth. Everything else was not worth worrying about. What beyond the heavens? None of that was as important as what she was eating tonight. There was no way she could get along with those monks from birth. Then argue with him? I did. He doesn't listen. I can't explain it to him. Siyu and Linyi had already reached a dead end. It was basically like Linyi kept asking why people should live at all, and Siyu could only keep changing the topic to why they should go out and make some spirit stones. My condolences. Xia Li really did not know what else to say. He could only offer Siyu his sympathy. Demonic cultivators dared to love and hate fiercely, and they truly valued their feelings. It was just that Linyi had first handed Siyu an absolute disaster of a situation. If it really doesn't work, then I'll just soul search and erase his memories. I'll seal this whole period of memory away completely. That was the only solution Siyu could think of. Xia Li nodded hard after hearing it. He thought it was feasible. He also did not want every time he met Linyi to involve Linyi asking why people lived. Xia Li could only answer, because he needed to go to the docks and get some fries. That evening at dusk, Lingshu Cave Heaven's group arrived at the venue of the demonic path debate, the Immortal Fall Wasteland. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. It was an unusually flat deadland. The spiritual energy here was almost non-existent, and the whole wasteland looked sealed off, as if the outside world's spiritual energy could not seep in at all. As the name implied, this was the place where the Xuan realm's many supreme experts had once slain immortals in ancient battles, back before the era when humans and beasts were no longer distinct. Back then, although there were differences in lineages, there was no species divide. In the deepest parts of the Buddhist temples, black bears chanted sutras. Most demonic cultivators were those free and lawless great demons. Orthodoxy in the Xuan schools was centered on humans, and human-beast unions were common enough that they later gave rise to the many bloodline families of today. After seeing that they had arrived, Siyu immediately reverted to her true appearance to go meet her own elders. Xia Li also naturally restored his real face and put back on the Saint Sun gold robe that represented the Holy Land. The 5 orthodox demonic paths and the other demonic forces that were still respectable enough to be called powers had already opened a bazaar here as the commercial exchange before the debate began. Even the Buddhist sect had come to join in the fun, setting up stalls in different areas. The demonic path had even brought out an exceptionally precious collection as an attraction. Immortal remains. It was meant to draw even more people into this demonic path debate, one of great significance before the arrival of the Great Era, before today. Those immortal remains had been stored in a demonic path secret ground and were only allowed to be viewed privately by world-shaking experts. And Xia Li naturally went straight to the area where the immortal remains were being displayed. At one corner of the wasteland, people came and went in a surging tide. There were shouts, arguments, exclamations, and questions all mixing together. Xia Li pushed his way into the crowd. Those who were shoved aside by him were initially displeased and wanted to curse him out. But once they turned and saw the gold robe he was wearing, they all shut their mouths and obediently made way. Some even helped call to those ahead of them to clear a path, which made it much easier for Xia Li to move forward through the crowd. Those in front made room. Those behind pushed him onward. The people around him filled in the gaps and kept the passage from closing. At the eye of this crowd storm, Xia Li did not take much effort to reach the front. Under a black stone arch built from some unknown material, a naked human figure was suspended by white metal chains. It was about 2 meters tall and had no obvious sex characteristics. Its chest was flat, with only a slight rise of muscle. It had no navel, and its lower abdomen followed perfect lines that matched the golden aesthetics of the human body. Its structure was exquisite to the point that every inch seemed just right. Its hair was extremely fine, shining with a lustrous color like cilia, as if it could change color with the environment. Where it was not touched by sunlight, it was black. Where the evening sun touched it, it turned a muted orange-red. If it were male, its beauty would be unmatched. If it were female, its beauty would be shockingly transcendent. Its lifeless eyes were half open. Its pupils were actually perfect triangles, and inside them were 3 nested circles, like 3 round pupils fused together into a single 3-lobed pattern. At first glance it was frightening beyond measure, but the longer one looked, the more one could only feel an indescribable beauty. Square, round, point to point, line to line, beyond all argument. It gave off the presence of something that could only be described as perfect. It was unquestionably a god. That was the posture of a god. And right now, it was hanging in front of everyone like a sinner. Its form subjected to the eyes of countless people, stained and profaned. Xia Li could not help frowning. Why did he feel as if he were the one staining and profaning it? It seemed this was not only happening to him. The people around him had also sensed something strange, and they were using intense emotions to suppress the inexplicable urge to worship rising in their hearts. Using noise to fight against that nameless stillness. This was an immortal. Xia Li's heaven chip began recording. His body could not help taking one more step forward, crossing the demonic path's restricted line. The 4 great demonic experts guarding this place immediately opened their eyes to look at him. But once they saw the robe Xia Li wore, the sharpness in their eyes faded at once. Tai Holy Son Xia Li, you may approach, but you may not touch. Many thanks. Xia Li immediately stepped forward and ordered the heaven chip to use every different scanning method available to probe the mysteries of this immortal remains. It took a full incense stick's worth of time for the heaven chip to use every scanning method at its disposal. Only then did Xia Li clasp his hands in salute to the demonic path guards and take his leave. The results of the scan were astonishing. The heaven chip's current conclusions were as follows. It had spirit roots throughout the entire body, and each pore seemed to function independently like a spirit core, capable of processing spiritual energy on its own. It had no brain. Instead, it had a super dense mass of nerve bundles like mycelium, resembling a supercomputer. Its organs had no clear functional structure, unlike humans, whose digestive, circulatory, and urinary systems could be cleanly separated. Its organs were more like cores, and known high-density substance cores. They were simple to the point that they looked like a child had casually tossed a bunch of spheres into a container and let them pile up. As a first look, that information was already enough. The only thing left was whether he would ever have a chance to obtain an immortal body and bring it back to Earth for analysis. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Pushing his way out of the crowd, Xia Li slowly emerged from the sea of people. Now his mind was full of thoughts about immortals. He had imagined their appearance countless times before, and had even guessed that immortals might not even look humanoid, but instead descend in the form of a virtual shape that mimicked local life. But now that he had actually seen one, Xia Li was surprised to discover that he was the one who was not human-shaped. Immortal humans. True immortals were perfect humans. Humans were incomplete immortals. The cultivation of immortals that the world spoke of might, in the end, never actually make one immortal even after true ascension. The gap between immortal and human was not something that could be bridged by simply raising spiritual energy levels. It was a deeper difference in the very form of life itself. Or perhaps immortal had never referred to just one concept. To cultivate the Xuan Dao to the point of spiritual omnipresence and a soul that could reach the heavens and earth, gathering the might of heaven and earth into oneself. That was a Xuan immortal. A being of advanced civilization born as an immortal, an innate immortal, was a heaven immortal. Then if Earth one day mastered a higher level way of using spiritual energy, such as an energy chain effect, that would be a human immortal. Immortal was a realm, a description, a concept, an energy level. Xia Li began deconstructing the existence of immortals. That scientific way of thinking also made the worship without reason he had felt toward immortals fade away rapidly, replaced by curiosity. He was curious about their civilization form, curious about their social structure, and curious about which step they had reached on the endless ladder of civilization. All living beings had come to worship immortals, using noise to cover up the reverence in their hearts because they did not want to admit how ordinary they were. Immortals are nothing special. They don't even have 3 heads and 6 arms. My demonic path's Ratyaksha form can manifest 3 heads and 6 arms too. I never thought that the so-called immortals would one day be stripped naked and hung from a frame for everyone to look at, which is why only mortals keep talking about cultivating immortality. The rest of us cultivate, train, and pursue the Tao. Xia Li heard the looks in the surrounding crowd's eyes. Contrary to the profane things they were saying, everyone present, even when greeting a dead immortal, was still filled with longing and reverence for the existence itself. Xia Li kept pushing through the crowd. With his back to everyone and to the immortal, he left in silence. He did not need to mutter some blasphemous words to cover up his awe toward immortals. There was no need. The other side was indeed higher than him. It was an existence he needed to study and catch up to. There was no point in numbing himself with empty arrogance. And there was no reason to become proud simply because he had won a battle in the past. If not for that war, the Xuan realm would undoubtedly be a much better place. And what difference was there between the current Xuan realm and that immortal corpse? Both were nothing more than uncorrupted remains. After moving away from the crowd, a lovely silhouette waved to him from a distance. She stood in the sunset with a sweet smile, wearing a short one-piece dress that was only popular among the demonic path. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Xia Li, how does this outfit look? Is it pretty? Lynch hurried over to Xia Li and tried her best to show off the rather modest curves of her body, but the clothes themselves were genuinely interesting. The top looked almost like a sleeveless undershirt, and the skirt hem only reached a little above the knees. The fabric was light and revealing. In the orthodox sects, this kind of dress would have been considered completely improper, something even mortal courtesans would not wear so casually. Only the demonic path would say, I can wear whatever I want, so mind your own business. So the demonic path's aesthetic really could be called fashionable. It was an awakening of taste. And it made Lynch stand out like a crane among chickens at this moment. She looked especially eye-catching among the many women in long sleeves and long skirts. Even among the other female demonic cultivators, very few seemed willing to dress like this. Only a handful of Helwan sect women dared to do so. And even when people pointed and stared at them, they still held their heads high. It looks very good. Xia Li nodded and praised the outfit with the authority of Tai's holy son. Once he spoke, the other female cultivators around them all seemed moved. If even Tai's holy son didn't think there was any problem, then maybe it would be fine to try. As a result, the stall selling this style of clothing was soon flooded with female cultivators. The stall owner was grinning so hard his mouth almost split open, and he looked over at Xia Li from a distance, bowing his head in gratitude. "Oh right, you went to see the immortals, didn't you? There were too many people, so I didn't go yet." "What did the immortals look like?" That's hard to describe. You should go see for yourself. Didn't the demonic path put the immortal remains on display precisely to shatter the reverence people hold for immortals? Speaking of which, about my bloodline. If I go one step further, will I become an immortal? It should be. But not their kind of immortal, our own kind. From Xia Li's point of view, and from the standpoint of the civilization he represented, that was the kind of immortal they were working toward. It was still not perfect, and the road there was stained with blood. But it was what Ostart had been willing to trample over human ethics and morality to achieve. Then, I'm really looking forward to it. My family back home has truly given me a great gift, Xia Li. So when are you going to take me back to visit my family? At this point, Lynch had already developed a sense of belonging toward that faraway home of hers. From Xia Li's manner of doing things, it was obvious that her home must be an extraordinary and unique place. Was it a mysterious mountain gate, a secluded secret realm, or some peach blossom paradise no one had ever heard of? Xia Li had to admit that Lynch really did carry the genes of the people from Earth. When the time comes. I'll take you back home when the time comes, ma'am. I'll wait. Lynch nodded heavily, then pulled Xia Li along as they wandered excitedly through the demonic path bazaar. This was her first time traveling far from home. Her first time leaving Lynch Cave Heaven. And over many nights after Xia Li left, she had also thought long and hard about her earlier choice. The answer was obvious. She had now rejected the version of herself from back then. She wanted to fight for it too. Pretending to be mature by acting as if she had learned to let go was not interesting at all. It only ran counter to her Tao heart. So she was going to steal a bite, and steal it hard, and do it openly. That so-called second holy maiden Lingying could go cool off somewhere else. As the saying goes, one hand alone cannot make a clap. If Xia Li had no such intention, then she would not be able to steal anything. Xia Li had already answered her through his actions. Only, the happy stroll through the bazaar ended at sunset, when the second elder sent him a message. Lin Yi had run into trouble. He had been captured by the demonic path because he kept ruining people's Tao hearts everywhere, and a harmonization patriarch had personally suppressed him. Lynch Cave Heaven needed to prepare a ransom to get him back. The second elder planned to bring Xia Li along as well. After all, Xia Li at least represented Taiyi Holy Land, so his face carried more weight. Lynch also noticed the change in Xia Li's expression, and found that he now looked equal parts amused and exasperated. Xia Li, what happened? That bastard Lin Yu went around forcing innocent people into Tao debates and ruined their Tao hearts. The demonic path wants to settle accounts with him now. Lynch was left speechless. Lin Yu was now more demonic than the demonic path itself, spreading negative thoughts everywhere. Anyone whose Tao heart was not firm and got grabbed by him for a worldview lecture would really end up depressed, unable to get back up, and turned into a mediocre nobody from then on. Sigh, no matter what, we still have to go handle it. The demonic path probably thinks he's deliberately causing trouble. If not for Lynch Cave Heaven's face, they'd probably have killed him outright. Lin Yi causing trouble at a time like this was truly a headache. He had gone from a cheerful, confident prodigy into a bundle of negative energy. Even Outer Realm demons would have packed their bags and run if they saw something like that. There was no way to coexist with it. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Half an hour later, inside a pitch-black hall far from the trade market. This was the place the demonic path used to lock up troublemakers during the demonic path tournament. The demonic path was usually vicious and ruthless, but during the tournament it kept itself remarkably restrained. It basically did not kill people, even if someone went so far as to pluck a great demonic expert's beard. Otherwise, the second elder would probably already have received a report of the worst kind. Lin Yi was gone, truly returned to nothingness, together with the second elder and Lynch. Xia Li stepped into the black hall. The place was dead quiet. The market had only just opened, so naturally no one had caused trouble yet. Lin Yi had simply been the unlucky first bird to stick his neck out. At the depths of the hall, outside a prison cell, Xia Li and the others saw Lin Yi, even locked up. He was still muttering to himself. Guarding the cell was a demonic path great expert with an overwhelmingly domineering aura. But even he had temporarily shut off his hearing. Only when Xia Li and the others arrived did he open it back up. Keep your little troublemaker under control. He keeps popping up and vanishing all over the place, disgusting everyone he meets. Ordinary people can't even catch him. And even I got sick of him. If this weren't the tournament and our demonic path didn't want to offend people, I'd have split him in half already. Sorry. Venerable Guanzhen, please calm down. Our disciple isn't doing this on purpose. He has been blocked in his Tao heart lately, and has gone a bit mad. Mad? That's clearly soul-raving syndrome. Even our demonic path wouldn't dare take someone like that. My advice is to find a hole somewhere and bury him in it. He's already done for. No saving him. Venerable Guanzhen kept shaking his head. No matter how much of a prodigy you were, once you fell into soul-raving syndrome, you were basically headed straight for the path of self-destructs. That was a kind of terminal illness unique to prodigies. You don't need to be quite so pessimistic, right? These are the compensation. The second elder kept apologizing and smiling as he handed a storage ring to Venerable Guanzhen. Only after Guanzhen checked it and accepted it did his expression ease up a little. You'd better not have brought him here on purpose just to make trouble. There won't be a next time. He issued his warning. Then, by the way, what exactly is beyond the heavens? A look of confusion appeared in Venerable Guanzhen's eyes. He had never really thought about it before. He had simply assumed it was the Tao, something he would surely understand one day if he kept cultivating. But after Lin Yi had dumped all those theories on him, he really could not stop himself from thinking and digging deeper until his head hurt. Don't ask, don't think about it. Xia Li immediately warned him. Venerable Guanzhen only laughed and waved a hand at him. I won't be like him. To be honest, most people won't. There are too many things in this world that can't be thought through. It's just that very few people are as crazy as he is. He must have touched something he shouldn't have, and probably a lot more than most people have. An old wise man once said that ignorance is the greatest fortune, and that a fool can live his whole life in splendor right up to the moment of death. If that kid ever comes back out, he's probably never going to return to the way he was. Venerable Guanzhen did not deny Lin Yi's path. Breaking through and coming back out was also a kind of destruction followed by rebirth, and it might even draw him closer to the Tao, though it would cost him some of his human heart. The demonic path was all about doing as one pleased. Even if something could make you stronger, it would never make you cold and emotionless. Love, hate, joy, and rage were the flavors of the human world, and feeling them was the meaning of life. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. After that, Venerable Guanzhen hurriedly had the second elder take Lin Yi away, and even told Lin Yi to go with them. Xia Li, however, was left behind. In the now silent black hall, only Xia Li and Venerable Guanzhen remained. After studying Xia Li for a moment, he finally said, "Should I call you Tai's ninth holy son, or Tai's divine son, as a harmonization patriarch?" Venerable Guanzhen knew quite a few things about Taiyi Holy Land, facing Xia Li, who was very likely to become the future Taiyi Holy Lord. His attitude was naturally much more proper. "I won't become the Holy Lord. I'm not interested. Taiyi Holy Land's arrangements are not decided by whether you're interested or not. Still, I can't be bothered to care who becomes Taiyi's incarnation, as long as we don't provoke Taiyi. Taiyi's incarnation can't do anything to us either. We in the demonic path already know what Taiyi Holy Land wants. You just need to cooperate from here on out." Venerable Guanzhen asked Xia Li to cooperate with the demonic path. Taiyi Holy Land and the demonic path had already reached a consensus. How exactly am I supposed to cooperate? Do what you should do. Act like a normal young man should. Be competitive when it's time to compete. Be arrogant when it's time to be arrogant. Don't be so old-fashioned. Plenty of people are 400 or 500 years old and still aren't as steady as you are. That was the first time Venerable Guanzhen had met Xia Li, but he could already tell from the most basic level of temperament that Xia Li was not a shallow person. In fact, he naturally kept a certain distance from shallow things. A prodigy was supposed to strive. What they fought for was that one breath, the breath of spirit, the breath of fortune. Am I really that steady? I don't think so. Xia Li smiled and shook his head. Anyway, I've passed on the message. If you don't cooperate well, Taiyi Holy Land will be the one holding you accountable. Not me. Don't always act all high and mighty and think everyone else is childish. At night, when no one's around, who knows who may be more mature than whom? Have some participation, will you? Just pretend you've gone back to your youth. Venerable Guangzhen urged Xia Li to be a little more childish, a little more muddled. Life was rare enough when one was young, and muddledness was even rarer. Did he not feel tired living so clearly? Fine. It's just that my identity basically means I'm destined to become a stepping stone for those prodigies. I'm guessing every single one of them is dreaming of stepping on my head. Know your place and do your duty. As a Holy Land prodigy, you should be able to face challenges from every direction. I can only say one thing to you. Venerable Guangzhen walked up to Xia Li and patted his shoulder. Have fun. With that, Xia Li was moved out of the black hall by a mysterious Dao technique. When he appeared outside the hall again, he looked up at the building before him. That have fun had already made it very clear what he was supposed to do this time. Have fun. Xia Li turned and headed toward the demonic path market. The tournament was divided into 3 stages. Roaming the wasteland to seek the Dao, borrowing the Dao to contend, and contending to win. After the Immortal War, every lineage had collected broken immortal treasures. And the demonic paths was called Replica Heaven and Earth, a small world that could be freely adjusted. Once the prodigies entered it, everything they had learned before, including their cultivation level, was completely stripped away, and everyone started from the same starting line. They fought for spiritual treasures, searched for Dao methods, and decided the final winner. No one would truly die in theory. Even a mortal could get lucky and go in there to beat up prodigies. Of course, all of that was fake, but a mirror world that could reproduce reality so completely was still beyond what Xuan realm methods could achieve. Only a treasure left behind by a heavenly immortal could do it. The demonic path used that gimmick to attract countless participants, set up the trade market as an exchange, and charge an entry fee, turning the bloody struggle into a game. It could be said that the demonic path tournament was extremely intense, to the point where people would start killing on sight once they met. But the casualties were somehow zero. It was the gentlest contest of prodigies. No matter how formally everyone talked up the results of this tournament, or how much they boasted about their performance in it, that did not change the fact that this was just a game. Maybe there were a very small number of people who could use it as motivation to keep pushing forward. For example, do you know the demonic path tournament? That Taiyi Holy Son Xia Li was killed by me in a single exchange. At least that would give them something to brag about. If they could even fool themselves with it, that would not be a bad tale at all. It was the kind of thing that belonged carved onto a tombstone. So the demonic path's attitude was obvious. Have fun. And of course, when all was said and done, everyone would return to reality for the actual battle of Dao debate. One could only hope that those who won big in the illusion could still keep some good memories even if they lost miserably in reality. In this great era struggle, they would at least have a tiny bit of participation. That was the demonic path's tenderness. The blue pill it fed those future losers before the real bloodshed began. Because the true great era struggle was far, far too tragic. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Over the next few days, the demonic path tournament remained in preparation. As more and more people arrived, the trade market became livelier and livelier. Xia Li, however, lost interest after just one day. He let Qiu Fu out to accompany Linge as she went around causing trouble, while he himself quietly cultivated and waited for the tournament to begin. 3 days later, a loud voice with enough force to pierce the sky rang across the wasteland. Xia Li immediately recognized it as Venerable Guangzhen from the demonic path. The tournament will begin in 1 hour. All participating Taoists, please make your preparations. The game was about to begin. Under Guangzhen's reminder, every faction gathered back to its own people. Since once the tournament started, their bodies would remain outside and their elders would need to watch over them. As for Xia Li, he went straight to the demonic path's assembly point. His safety would be watched over directly by the demonic path. And given their current stance, they would absolutely not let a single hair on Xia Li's body be harmed. At the demonic path's gathering area, the various demonic sects were grouped together in their own sections. When Guanzhen saw Xia Li, he waved at him from afar. Xia Li then noticed that two people were seated beside him. The man and woman both had extraordinary bearing. The woman wore gold-green clothes embroidered with exquisite herb patterns, and her vitality was especially abundant in this barren, grassless wasteland. Only the area around her had a few weeds and wildflowers growing. The other was a man in gold-blue robes with a refined face and long hair, carrying the air of someone who planned everything. One especially striking thing about him was his right eye. Inside it was a dot of divine light that had already formed into a 5-star pattern. The moment Xia Li looked at him, he found that he could no longer move his gaze away. Xia Li closed his eyes. Then he opened them again. A pair of golden pupils coldly looked back at the man, whose body involuntarily hunched down as though it were being pressed by something immensely heavy. Even so, he still tried his best to keep smiling while actively averting his gaze. Xia Li closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, they had returned to their ordinary black color. Xuan realm had eye techniques. They could be cultivated deliberately, or they could naturally form after someone became profound enough in a certain Tao. Of course, there were also people born with heterochromatic eyes. Xuan realm divided these rare eyes into innate spirit pupils, acquired spirit pupils, and Tao manifesting spirit pupils. Eye techniques that were cultivated were acquired spirit pupils. Eye techniques that naturally formed from deep Tao comprehension were Tao manifesting spirit pupils. Xia Li's golden eyes were Tao manifesting spirit pupils that had naturally formed and could alter gravity. Greetings, Lord Kingshuan. I am Zhutian, the 5th Holy Son of Heaven Capital Holy Land. Zhutian smiled and greeted Xia Li, and Xia Li casually nodded in response. He was not surprised at all that Heaven Capital Holy Land had come to the Demonic Path tournament. Heaven Capital Holy Land was one of the major powers that formed the Heaven Alliance. Lord Kingshuan's bearing is even greater than the rumors say. I am Jifan, the 3rd Holy Maiden of Source Spirit Holy Land. Jifan also gave a brief introduction. Source Spirit Holy Land was absolutely neutral, and their actions really did require them to remain neutral. Source Spirit Holy Land specialized in alchemy and medicine. It did not compete and did not plunder. It often went to repair places where spiritual energy had become chaotic. And it also repaired many ancient secret realms passed down from old times. They could be counted as the menders of the sky. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Among humanity's 7 holy lands, aside from Tai and Heaven Capital, whose duties directly conflicted, the other 5 holy lands could all be said to each have their own role in jointly holding human power. Greetings, fellow Taoist Jifan. I heard that Source Spirit Holy Land has a tradition of preserving the ancient while looking to the present. May I hear you talk about the other holy lands? Tai's internal records have no mention of them. Tai Holy Land's records of the other major holy lands were exceedingly terse and vague. Clearly, the information was being kept secret. Of course, matters like this are indeed not directly recorded. The 7 holy lands have a mutual secrecy pact. The details are passed down through oral transmission among the elders. Even so, I still cannot tell you the truly detailed parts. Tai, Source Spirit, and Heaven Capital. The 3 of us are probably already familiar enough to you. So let's start with Zhuanzhao Holy Land. Jifan began telling Xia Li about the other 4 holy lands. Naturally, she did not touch on any core secrets, and only spoke about relatively superficial things. Zhuanzhao Holy Land encompassed the forging methods of all kinds of artifacts from ancient times. It specialized in arrays, artifacts, and talismans. And it was the main force behind human craftsmanship. Spirit-producing Holy Land oversaw the spiritual veins of humanity's 9 provinces. Anyone who overexploited spiritual veins or seriously damaged the world through private conflict would be directly suppressed by the other 6 holy lands at Spirit-producing Holy Lands. Request. The other 6 holy lands would all give Spirit-producing Holy Land face in this regard. Spirit-producing Holy Land worked closely with Heaven-questioning Holy Land to ensure the circulation of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Over the years, under the Heaven Alliance's cooperation, that circulation had even shown signs of slowly increasing, with new spiritual lands appearing one after another. Tao Realm Holy Land scarcely interacted with the outside world. It had the fewest disciples of all and only accepted those with extraordinary talent. It constantly dug deeper into and improved the existing cultivation realms. It held the right to interpret the cultivation realms and had thoroughly clarified the mysteries of every stage. Although today's cultivation realms still had names similar to those of the past, they were already almost two completely different concepts. Even compared with 1,000 years ago, the difference was still enormous. All of it was the result of Dao Realm Holy Land's research from behind the scenes, ensuring that cultivation realms kept pace with the times. That even had to take the current world situation into account. There were rumors that Dao Realm Holy Land had already deduced the cultivation method of the next era, and that people who practiced a single chi approach had recently begun to appear. The so-called single chi practice meant no layered chi refining and no 9-into-1. Instead, one specialized in a single chi and aimed for the highest point, grasping the power of heaven and earth attributes in advance. And finally there was heaven questioning Holy Land. They frequently went beyond the heavens, and everything concerning the heavens beyond belonged to heaven questioning Holy Land's direct right of explanation. But heaven questioning Holy Land chose to conceal things instead, and even cut off contact with the martial realm, Mi realm, rhythm realm, and many other realms. It could be counted as one of the key factors that sealed one realm off. When heaven questioning great sage was still alive, he once said, "The Mi realm has shattered, the rhythm realm has been destroyed, and the martial realm is in danger." After that, heaven questioning great sage vanished without a trace. He was never seen in Zhuan realm again, and his sacred artifact, the heaven questioning ring, was lost with him. He was the only founding sage who failed to leave behind his ancestral sacred artifact. Has anyone ever seen heaven questioning great sage's heaven questioning ring? After listening to Ji Fan's explanation of the other four holy lands, Xia Li quietly covered his left hand with his right palm. Zhuanzhao, spirit producing, and Dao Realm Holy Lands were all fine. He did not find them all that interesting. It was only from heaven questioning Holy Land that one could tell there were many secrets hidden there. No one has. It is said that the heaven questioning ring was not even made by heaven questioning great sage himself, like the virtual real heaven and earth held by the demonic path. It was a treasure left behind by a heavenly immortal. Everything concerning the other three realms is contained within heaven questioning. But I don't know much beyond that either. Ji Fan shook her head. Hearing that, Xia Li fell into thought. Speaking of which, why are the records about the Mi realm and the rhythm realm so scarce? This is the first time I've even heard of them. So far I've only heard of the martial realm. The Mi and rhythm realms were the first to be cut off from us, so not much information was left behind. The martial realm was cut off later, during the Age of the Sages. There was even one last exchange with it. As for the details, those are also in heaven questioning. Thank you for clearing that up, fellow Taoist. Xia Li formally cupped his hands toward Ji Fan. That Source Spirit Third Holy Maiden really did know a great deal. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. As Xia Li and Ji Fan chatted warmly, Heaven Capital's Holy Son also found himself a bit restless and, taking advantage of a lull in their conversation, suddenly spoke up. "Lord Kangshuan, I didn't expect you to be interested in historical records. Does Taiyi not record any history at all?" Heaven Capital's Holy Son's tone was quite polite. He was genuinely interested in Taiyi Holy Land, the greatest rival to his own side. It's not that we don't record it. We just record selectively. Taiyi's interior seems to have no taboos at all, but in truth there are taboos everywhere. Taiyi Holy Land was open enough when it came to Tao methods. Aside from the Taiyi scripture, which was not made public, they were genuinely willing to share everything else. But they really did not keep detailed historical records. They mostly only recorded things everyone already knew. Perhaps Taiyi Holy Land felt that understanding too much history would affect disciples' loyalty to Taiyi. That part is actually pretty much the same for Heaven Capital as well. So what about Source Spirit Holy Land, which is said to be the most benevolent? Heaven Capital's Holy Son turned to Ji Fan, who only shook her head. It's not as harmonious as you imagine. We can talk about the other holy lands, but let's skip our own. Ji Fan was very guarded about directly discussing Taiyi, Heaven Capital, and source spirit in front of Xia Li and Heaven Capital's Holy Sun. Some things really had to be avoided. Xia Li and Heaven Capital's Holy Sun somehow exchanged a smile. Perhaps they had both sensed something. The natural hostility between them based on their positions faded a great deal, and they began deliberately and inadvertently chatting about a few sensitive topics, even getting into the old rumors about Tai Great Sage and Heaven Capital Great Sage. People said they had been archenemies, but also close friends. In their younger days, they had even gone to a brothel together. Tai Great Sage had not had enough spirit stones, so Heaven Capital Great Sage had to sell his body to bail Tai Great Sage out. Sit further apart, both of you. There wasn't a damn brothel in that era. Move it. Is this the sort of thing I should be hearing? At that moment, Venerable Guangjin spoke up, cursing Xia Li and Heaven Capital's Holy Sun for chatting nonsense in secret code. The two of them were throwing shade at their own holy lands in all sorts of creative ways. If word of this got out, Tai and Heaven Capital Holy Lands would probably think he had taught them, and then he'd be the one in trouble. Xia Li and Heaven Capital's Holy Sun only smiled and said nothing, giving Guangjin his face. HMPH, all of you behave. Don't think that just because you're on demonic path turf you can speak freely. Our demonic path has taboos too. Say what should be said, not what shouldn't. Guangjin knew that Holy Land prodigies often lived under a great deal of pressure. That pressure came from many directions. Holy Lands were, after all, the leaders of the orthodox path, and the rules really were numerous. What they did to maintain order often ran against common sense. It was certainly not as free as the demonic path, but one had to admit that the orthodox path's order really was good. The demonic path simply did not manage that part well. Demonic brats were especially prone to go into extremes and falling into the evil path. And then they would even proclaim that to be the true demonic path. Was the demonic path just a bunch of lunatics who killed anyone they saw? Not long after that, a faint beam of light floated up from the distance into the sky, and everyone turned to look at it. That was the heavenly immortal treasure held by the demonic path, replica heaven and earth. All participants, do not resist the sleepiness. Just go ahead and fall asleep. The rules of this tournament will be clear to you once you enter. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Guangjin reminded everyone. Xia Li then had the heaven chip begin scanning directly. This sort of technology was not hard. It was just virtual reality, a technology Earth had already achieved, though in practice it was not used all that much and was mainly limited to entertainment and training. What was an immortal civilization making this thing for? Xia Li could not help but think about it. Was this a container for a civilization sample? A way to collect civilization in a manner similar to a brain in a vat, leaving no body and directly absorbing a collective of consciousnesses that would make it possible to contain an enormous number of living minds, billion by billion, trillion by trillion, all inside the container. Virtual reality, like networks, was something every sufficiently advanced civilization would eventually touch after deeply studying consciousness. Take Outer Realm demons, for instance. They achieved it through dreams, using a biological telekinetic network as the foundation of virtual reality. Xia Li stared at that beam of light. Soon drowsiness welled up, but it wasn't strong. A little focus was enough to resist it. To be honest, having consciousness enter that prison-like container was dangerous. If the demonic path harbored ill intent, then the life and death of the consciousness inside would be entirely up to them. But when Xia Li saw that Heaven Capital's Holy Sun and Ji Fen had both lowered their heads and fallen asleep, he stopped resisting the drowsiness. He would know exactly how immortal technology worked once he got inside. Slowly, Xia Li fell into a dream, but his consciousness remained even clearer. He could feel something pulling at him, like entering a tunnel. In a blur, Xia Li found himself in a dense mountain forest. Not far away, a cluster of spirit herbs was growing right there, and a spiritual mine had even broken through the soil, exposing one corner. Xia Li tried to awaken the heaven chip, but there was no response. He immediately looked down at his right arm. His prosthetic was gone, replaced by a normal arm. He could still sense his Danshan, but his spirit root had changed as well. It had become a mixed root. He began breathing, began feeling, and even bounced up and down in place. Everything felt terrifyingly real. Even when he lightly brushed the fine hairs on his arm, he could feel those hairs trembling. Yet there was also something strange about it. This body was extremely real, but its flesh and bones had not been fully reproduced. Xia Li put a finger in his mouth and bit down hard. The taste was not the rusty blood smell he was familiar with. Instead, it was a much more bitter flavor with a faint sweet aftertaste. As one human body, Xia Li understood. This was not virtual reality at all. It was probably a real small world with an energy self-circulation system. A replica of reality. Copy reality, then alter it, and enter the copy to obtain an experience exactly like the real thing. This was an absolute scientific weapon, a tool for progress. It could turn a great many things that could only be inferred in theory into real data. The core of virtual reality was deception. It made consciousness believe it was real, and the experience overrode the actual, but it still could not be used for deep scientific research. The core of the immortal civilization's second reality, however, was that the actual took precedence over the experience. It was a replication and migration of reality itself. Amazing. Truly amazing. As expected of a high civilization's technology. Everything in here, including the body he had now, could probably be taken out of this world for real, and like virtual reality, where what was virtual stayed virtual and could only exist within a virtual consciousness space. Listen up, everyone. The rules are as follows. There are no real rules. After you are killed, you may respawn at a random location without limit. Realm breakthroughs, spirit treasure acquisition, and taking other people's lives will all be counted for points. The first place finisher may bring the simulated body out with them and return to the outside world. Second through fifth place may bring their cultivation back out with them. 6th through 10th place may take out any one item from inside. Final reminder. This is not an illusion, not an illusion, not an illusion. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Li was about to go pick the spirit herbs not far away when a whooshing sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw a person swinging a big rock at him. Xia Li subconsciously raised his right arm to block it in front of him, and then his arm snapped. The pain numbed and stiffened his body. Xia Li gritted his teeth and stared at the person before him, who grinned savagely and then swung the rock again at his head with all his strength. With a hum, Xia Li's consciousness plunged into darkness, as though he had sunk into a deep dream. After who knew how long, his consciousness became clear again, and he found himself in a valley. I got killed in one exchange. Interesting, very interesting. Xia Li could not help laughing. This really was novel and fun. Even the void-like feeling of death was so real. Still, the people of the Xuan realm really are brutal. They came here and didn't think at all. They just went straight to attacking people. Earlier, Xia Li had been thinking so hard that he failed to notice the attacker. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. That was his weakness. He was always slow to ignite his beastly instincts because he would first think about everything he saw. Intelligence had become a hindrance. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. After Xia Li was reborn in this replica small world, his luck was still pretty decent. He looked around and did not see anyone, which made him wonder again whether this was some kind of respawn protection the demonic path had built in. In any case, not getting killed in one exchange was already a good thing. Xia Li began investigating the surrounding area. This region could only be described as barren. After searching for a long time, he found only a few spirit fruits on a tree. Once he picked and ate them, his cultivation finally rose from mortal to chi refining level 3. The feeling of a Xuan human advancing really is strange. It's almost like everything just falls into place naturally. It seems that as long as a Xuan human has a spirit root, then so long as they are fortunate enough to encounter spiritual energy of sufficient density, they can cultivate even without a cultivation method. This is already an instinct. Xia Li had never known any of this before, only now. After truly obtaining a Xuan human body in this small world, did he feel how miraculous the spiritual bodies evolved by the local Xuan people over countless ages really were. This also made him understand even more clearly why the Heaven Alliance restricted foundation establishment pills instead of restricting cultivation methods. Because chi refining did not even require a cultivation method. The Zhuan body could do it on instinct alone. Above Qi refining, the Foundation establishment realm still had the realm laws passed down by Dao Realm Holy Land to filter people further. They used all sorts of methods to limit the overall number of cultivators. But the genes of the Zhuan people were already prepared for the next era. That would definitely be an age when everyone could step onto the cultivation path. Once there were no mortals left, Qi refining might well become the equivalent of the mortal realm, and Foundation establishment would become the first true cultivation realm. The current Zhuan realm already had a similar phenomenon. It was the mortal realm of blood and Qi. When mortals had no spirit root talent, body refiners would consolidate their blood and Qi and forcefully break through the constraints of the Danshan, entering the cultivation path from Qi refining. Xia Li had tried to do the same when he first arrived in the Zhuan realm, but no matter how much he consolidated his blood and Qi, it was useless. Looking at it now, the core reason was just one thing. He was not a Zhuan human. Perhaps in the distant past, the blood and Qi realm had really been the first realm. Xia Li's urge to investigate and understand meant he was not especially interested in competing. Besides, he was not interested in the prizes after winning either. Not even the #1 reward of a reconstructed Zhuan body. Maybe those prodigies who were lacking from birth but strong from later effort really needed it. That truly counted as a chance to change their fate against heaven. If one managed things well in this small world, one could absolutely forge a body worthy of a prodigy. As for what to do next, after eating the spirit fruit and pushing his cultivation to Qi refining level 3, Xia Li gathered some iron ore from beneath the cliff, used spiritual fire to smelt it, and forged a small knife. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Then, he stabbed it into his Danshan and, enduring the pain, shoved his hand into the wound. With the heaven chip upson, he had to handle the research himself. It had to be said that Xia Li was ruthless now, but this was exactly how he treated progress and knowledge. He firmly gripped something, then pulled hard. Hiss! The pain made Xia Li suck in a sharp breath. The world in front of him blurred violently, and the pain spreading throughout his body made him almost black out. But he still forced himself to pull again with all his strength. A translucent, whitish spherical object, like Thascha, was pulled out of his body, the spirit root. So this is the Zhuan human spiritual organ. So that's the structure. Isn't this just a spirit core? Zhuan humans are born with a spirit core. Inside the translucent sphere, a few faint strands of spiritual energy swam around like little fish. But at that moment they seemed to lose all vitality, and the sphere itself began to dry out and turn into sand, quickly becoming dust that the wind blew from Xia Li's hand. A newly sprouted spirit root is like a seedling. Once it sprouts above the soil and grows roots below, it will wither rapidly as soon as it's pulled out. A cultivator's golden core could exist on its own, but Qi refining and Foundation establishment had no physical symbols of cultivation. Looking at it now, however, it was not that they had none. It was simply that they were extremely hard to preserve and lacked the conditions to resist the outside world directly. If Qi refining is the sprouting of the spirit root, then Foundation establishment is the spirit root growing branches, and the golden core is the bud. The second life form state is born from the bloom after the core breaks. Ostart was right. After coming to that conclusion, Xia Li no longer insisted on holding out. He stabbed the knife into his heart to end the pain. But after his heart stopped beating, the missing Danshan area and the meridians still tried to mobilize spiritual energy to preserve his life. His body's instinct told it to shift the power source that maintained life activities over to the spirit energy system instead. That main and secondary circulation switching system was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, he had dug it out himself. Amazing. A Zhuan human body. This is what a Zhuan human body is. Losing strength, Xia Li collapsed to the ground and carefully felt the sensation of dying. In that void-like feeling of life continuously draining away, he took his last breath. Who knew how much time passed? Xia Li's vision cleared again. This time he appeared directly inside a cave, and beside him was a skeleton whose finger bones still wore a ring. Xia Li could only laugh and cry at the same time. Had he triggered some kind of pity mechanic? The demonic path really did care about everyone's gameplay experience. If you died too many times in a short period, you could even roll a respawn point with more resources. and his cultivation had dropped one level, down to Chi refining level 2. It seemed the death penalty was a drop in cultivation, and the higher the realm, the more you lost. But that meant there was room to exploit it, didn't it? He could just keep killing himself to fish for better respawn points, without the Heaven Chip and the Spirit Core's help. Xia Li's direct combat strength had been severely reduced, but his spirit of investigation and summary meant he could figure out the bottom layer logic of this small world faster than others. Since the demonic path called this thing a game, then as a player, he should understand the game mechanics. Xia Li stepped forward and picked up the ring to inspect it. Ordinary. Inside were a few hundred spirit stones, a low-grade spirit artifact, some talismans, and a plain cultivation manual. Xia Li took out the spirit artifact and then stabbed its point straight into his own heart. After that, Xia Li died more than a dozen times in a row to refresh the respawn point. When he was revived again, he arrived in a place full of skeletons and thick with sinister energy. Ha. After being slaughtered like this, are you angry? Do you crave power? In this sinister land, a black skeleton sat on a throne of bones, looking at Xia Li with empty eye sockets and asking in a hoarse voice. Xia Li smiled at the sight. If this situation had been in a game on Earth, an achievement would probably have popped up right now. And it would even have been a hidden one. Looks like the condition was to die repeatedly within a short period of time. It was meant to care for unlucky people like that. A mechanism that let a doomed fool flip his fate against heaven was pretty interesting. Seems the demonic path really did have masters who understood how to make things fun. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Facing the black skeleton's question, Xia Li's answer was simple. Yes, I crave power so badly. Hand it over already. I'll do anything. I'll pledge my loyalty to you. Xia Li walked right up to the black skeleton. The skeleton's jaw kept clacking open and shut for a long time, but it couldn't get a single word out. Maybe Xia Li was acting too far off the intended script, so the skeleton couldn't figure out what to say. Xia Li found that pretty speechless too. Looks like the demonic path's big shots still needed some practice. Its response logic really wasn't very good. After a while, the black skeleton finally spoke again. You have not met the requirements I set for you, but I have a friend who may be interested in you. I will send you. Hey, what are you doing? Can't take a joke. I know there's a real person controlling you from behind. Don't give me that nonsense. And don't think about sending me to some orthodox path inheritance point. I only want evil path cultivation. Hand over your inheritance right now, or when I get out, I won't let you off easy. Xia Li pointed at the black skeleton and cursed at it. Since he was here to play, of course he had to play with flair. Xia Li was the kind of player who loved to make trouble. Since this was a game, he was going to have fun with it. Things like Tai Holy's son gets killed like a dog in the demonic path tournament and immediately falls to demonic cultivation. That kind of rumor would be fun to spread too. Your state of mind does not meet the requirements. Will you hand it over or not? If not, then just wait. You'd better pray I can't find you after I go back. The person controlling the black skeleton from behind was starting to buckle. Some of the small world situations had to be maintained by them. This was exactly one of those situations. But the moment he switched over and looked at the previous records, even he was a little unable to hold it together. Xia Li, this orthodox holy son, had opened by pledging loyalty to a demon. If word got out, people might think it was the demonic path that had misled Xia Li into going bad. Tai Holy Land would absolutely hold them accountable for that. Holy son Xia, please. Just let me off. I'm not having it easy either. I'm just a regular attendant in the demonic path trying to make a living. I have old people above me and children below me. Please, just let me off. I really don't dare give you this inheritance. The person behind the black skeleton was practically in tears. No fun. You're still worrying about my real-world identity even though everything here is fake. The demonic path really isn't up to par. Yes. Our demonic path really isn't up to par. How could we compare with you? Record what I'm about to say. I don't feel like wasting any more time talking to you. If you don't give me this inheritance, then when I get out I'll definitely settle accounts with your whole family. I'd even dig up your ancestors' ashes and scatter them. That's this. The man laughed and cried at the same time. Xia Li's conduct was nowhere near that of a Holy Land Holy Sun. Why did he sound more like a demonic path Holy Sun than they did? If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Fine, when the time comes. If Tai Holy Land comes to settle accounts, I'll just play back what you said. Good, no problem. Hurry up and give me the inheritance. I'm opening the blood pool right now to pass the Dao to you. After you're done, come back here, and I'll also give you the magic sword. That's it. After saying that, the man stopped talking. He no longer wanted to exchange a single more word with Xia Li. A poor little demonic path clerk like him would have a miserable end if he got caught by a domineering Holy Sun like this. Soon after, the ground in this space suddenly split open, and a blood pool soaked with countless skeletons appeared before Xia Li. When Xia Li saw it, he could not help laughing. Hey, I'm here. Xia Li jumped straight into the blood pool and opened his mouth to gulp down the filthy blood inside. That really made the person controlling the black skeleton feel as though he had seen a ghost. An orthodox Holy Sun. This was clearly a demon by nature. Holy Sun Jia. That's not for drinking. You should have said so earlier. I've already drunk a bellyful of it. You'll forget it. You enjoy yourself. The man could tell Xia Li really was enjoying himself right now. He was genuinely savoring everything inside this small world. Maybe the orthodox Holy Sun Xia Li usually lived a very suppressed life. One of the reasons many people liked the Demonic Path tournament was probably because they could cast off their real-world identity and become their true selves again. That gave the man a glimpse of a second possibility for the rise of the Demonic Path. Rely on this immortal treasure to earn resources. Become a power that made people lose themselves in play. Bring all manner of bloodshed and cruelty into it, while doing everything possible to make the real world a little more peaceful. The Demonic Path was the first group to break the rules. A bunch of beings who indulged and fell under order, but within that, they also found a new road. The Demonic Path of the beginning was hated and despised as a lowly path. Later, it gradually developed into a lineage gathered from people cast aside by the world's rules. In the end, from cultivating immortals and the Tao, it realized a third path of cultivation, true cultivation. The Demonic Path was the original cultivator, soaked in the blood pool. Xia Li felt the filthy, malice-filled blood flow into every part of his body, a fabricated demonic scripture, but one that might also be usable in reality, surfaced in his mind. Heaven Demon Devouring Spirit Art. Following the guidance of the cultivation method, Xia Li began to cultivate. He continuously absorbed the filthy blood, and his cultivation rose layer by layer until he reached foundation establishment. Only after the pool of filthy blood was completely exhausted did Xia Li jump out. His skin was pale and his expression sinister, and his aura was bizarre beyond measure. Not bad. Falling to demonic cultivation really feels good. Xia Li felt utterly satisfied right now. This feeling was just plain great. Very great. He then went over to the black skeleton. The skeleton stepped down from its throne, and a magic sword was thrust into the bone throne. Xia Li reached out and pulled the sword free, the sound of bones clacking together making him feel as if he had taken on the heavy duty of reviving the evil path. Thank you for the inheritance. Reviving the evil path is a duty I cannot refuse. Xia Li was completely in character by now. The black skeleton could only laugh awkwardly at the sight. In reality, Xia Li had once been holding the Tai sword, trying to revive Tai Holy Land. Now, he had come here to go mad and revive the evil path. There really was no one else like him. Then I'll send you out now. Take care on your way. You idiot. At a time like this you should be saying, as expected of my inheritor, go slaughter all living beings and offer the most pleasurable massacre to me. Blood for the demon god, skulls for the throne. The black skeleton froze for a moment, then respectfully invited Xia Li onto the throne. Here, you sit here. I am not fit for it. The Demonic Path felt that Xia Li, this orthodox Holy Sun, might be a little too extreme. Soon after, Xia Li was moved out of that mysterious space in a dizzying whirl of heaven and earth. He immediately looked around and found himself in a forest. He could smell blood, and in the distance he could hear the sounds of people fighting. Flesh food, flesh food. Xia Li lifted the magic sword and charged over, his expression crazed like a starving ghost. It was worth mentioning that among the people fighting and killing each other, one of them was a Lingshu Cave Heaven disciple. When he saw Xia Li, his expression lit up. "Senior brother Xia, hurry and help me," before he could finish. Xia Li rushed up and cut his head off. "Who's your senior brother? When did I, Xia the Great Demon, ever have a useless junior brother like you?" With that, Xia Li shoved the magic sword straight into the other man's dantian, then turned his head, licked his lips, and looked at the remaining one. That person twitched at the corners of his mouth and forced a smile, looking like he wanted to greet Xia Li but did not know what to say. "Xia, Senior Xia the Great Demon, there's no need for you to do it. I'll kill myself." With that, he slapped his own head. This was going to be fun. Big news. Tai Holy Son Xia Li had fallen to demonic cultivation. If you'd like to support the translation and read 10 chapters ahead, https://www.patreon.com/poppingdino. Thank you so much for reading and supporting the story. Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos.